Good morning, everybody. We are here for the third annual Job Seeker Summit. I am your host for the day, Angie Callan, and I couldn't be more excited for this very big year. There are so many of you in attendance. We are just troubleshooting a couple little live stream issues, and I want to make sure we are live on LinkedIn. So give me 1 second, and I will be back with you. All right. It looks like we are good to go to kick this thing off. I'm so excited all of you are out there joining us. We had an overwhelmingly amazing response to this event, and I could not be more excited to be here with all of you and helping you kick off your 2026 job search. So, as we get into today, we are really focused on helping you cultivate your competitive edge. We know this market is more challenging than it has ever been. And so, we all are here to give back to you in honor of National Career Coach Day. So, I want to kind of orient you all to the day and give you the lay of the land. And here you go. This is going to be a way better view because seeing myself makes me feel like I can see all of you. So what is going to happen today is we are here on this live stream all day long. You can come in and out as you need, whatever works for you and how you want to leverage this event for your job search is exactly what we created it for. Quick note, if you have not signed up to receive communications from us yet, I highly recommend you do that. You can go to National Career Coach Day at any point during the day and sign up. So if you're catching us live and didn't actually register for the event, we encourage you to do so because that is how you are going to get the recordings and all of the extra resources that go even beyond what we're sharing today. After this event, we are actually recording every single breakout. So when we get to that point, I'll explain that in a minute. If you feel like you're torn between two or you want to hop back and forth between two, you actually have the opportunity to see those recordings later if we've got your email and if you've registered. So head on over to nationalcareercoachday.com and register. If you just want to make sure you're registered, you can do that because here's what's going on today. We are about to kick off the very popular way we start this event every year, which is the Resume Ask Me Anything. And there are always never-ending burning questions about resumes. But before we do, we've got a little celebrating to do because this event is in honor of National Career Coach Day, which I'm going to tell you more about here in a second. But for those of you coming in to attend the resume panel and attend the day, I wanted to just give you a little lay of the land. So we've got our Resume Ask Me Anything panel coming up here in a few. And right after that, there are breakout sessions based on popular topics. Those will be in Zoom rooms, and we will give you very clear instructions and links to access all of that stuff when the time comes. So hang on and we will make sure you know exactly where to go. And again, at any given time, you can go to nationalcareercoachday.com and figure out where you want to be and where you need to be. It's all updated real time and the links are live. Once we have a little short break after the resume breakouts, we're going to come back and we're going to have an interview panel, which is always a hot topic around here. And then after lunch, we come back with a very robust job search, Ask Me Anything panel, and some really awesome breakouts from how to optimize your profile on LinkedIn to networking on LinkedIn to informational interviews to government, military, public to private transitions. And then this afternoon, we're doing a couple really exciting, very needed, you don't want to miss things. AI, right? How does it fit in your job search? Should it fit in your job search? What do I need to know? Be scared of, not be scared of? We are just going to cover it all. And then we're going to round out the day with something I'm going to encourage all of you not to miss. And that is our mindset panel and how to manage burnout and how to bounce back. It is more important than ever with how long job searches are taking to manage your mental, emotional health. And that is not something we talk about enough in job searching. And we're going to talk about it today. And there's a reason we're ending the day with it. And so I really encourage you to try to hang out if you can. teaser, we're going to do a really big giveaway at the end of that panel to encourage you to be there. And so that is just your teaser to hang on with us for the day. So as we get into this, I'll circle back and just give you all orientation as people come and go throughout the day. But again, as we get started in this resume panel in a few minutes, there will be breakouts. We'll give you the Zoom links. If you haven't registered today, head over to nationalcareercoachday.com so that you can be sure to get the recordings and all the follow-up resources. We'll get some fun for you throughout the day. And that's actually where we're going to kick things off. So now that I have talked to you for 6 minutes and 40 seconds, let's give me credit. We started maybe a minute late. Now that I've talked to you for 5 minutes and 40 seconds, I want to let you know a little bit about who I am because I am the host and I'm your MC for the day. So I will be with you all day long. I will be moderating the panels and making sure we are giving you exactly what you want and hope to get out of this day. For those of you I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, my name is Angie Callan, and I am the founder of Career Benders and the Modern Coach. I am a professional certified coach through ICF, and I also founded National Career Coach Day 4 years ago. A couple things to know about me. I am coming to you from Glenwood Springs, Colorado, which is a tiny town, a stone's throw from Aspen, where I promise you the women do not flock like the salmon of Capistrano, but the outdoor activities abound, and it is finally dumping snow here today. And so hopefully we don't have a bunch of technical issues because of that. I intensely believe that humans still matter, and I am a former engineer who absolutely loves people, which is one of the reasons I do a lot of this work and coach and want to, bring these great resources to you. I'm the host of No More Mondays. So if I sound familiar, you may have seen me there. It is a podcast where we talk about AI-enabled humans in the future of work. And this is the 4th annual National Career Coach Day celebration and our 3rd annual Job Seeker Summit in celebration of it. And so I want to say to all of you out there, happy National Career Coach Day. I founded this because I felt we needed to celebrate and highlight the really important work that career coaches do. And if the response to this event is any testament to how much these people are needed, then this is it. And so I genuinely want to say happy National Career Coach Day to all of you who are sitting in the green room and are about to come in, all of you coaches out there watching. Today is also the 8th birthday of my company, my first company, Career Benders. And so I like to do lots of things on this day, y'all. I just load it all up on January 8th. Why not? And so my shameless plug for all of you is today is also my book launch day. And so I am officially a published author. And to celebrate both this book and National Career Coach Day and to encourage all of you, you can get a $2 Kindle copy. And so if you scan this QR code, it'll take you to Amazon. You can download the $2 Kindle copy, and shameless plug, if you feel so inclined to leave a review, it also helps this puppy perform as well as possible, which it is currently the top entrepreneurship new release right now. And so I have some other milestones I'd love to reach. So if you want to help the people that are giving back to you today, this is one way that you can help me and why I wanted to just introduce you a little bit. And if you are struggling to find a career that fits or feel like life and career are integrating the way you want, you're going to find some inspiration in these pages. So head on over to that QR code and grab your $2 copy today. So let's get back into some celebrations before I introduce you to the people who are giving you back. So in honor of National Career Coach Day, a group of us got together 3 years ago and started this summit. And 9 of those people are still with me hosting and presenting this thing. And so I want to recognize the 9 coaches who have actually been with me for all 3 of these summits. You all were willing to be guinea pigs and say, hey, sure, we don't know how this will look, but let's do it anyway. And so Krista Bracchi-Bay, who will be on the interview panel, Gina Riley, who is the one who said to me after the first year, I think we should do this annually. And I was like, heck yeah, that was my plan. She'll be joining us later for the AI panel. Franklin is waiting in the green room to pour into you with all of his resume knowledge. Sarah and Corey will be joining us for the interview panel. Kathy's coming up on the job search panel. Dustin is in one of our breakout rooms for the resume session, as well as part of our job search panel. Mark will be here for the AI panel, and Kristen is also part of the breakout hosts for the job search panel. So a wealth of both commitment to this event and a commitment to what we do as career coaches, and also to the world of job searching, however wacky it is right now. And so as we just do a little celebrating for all of you just coming in and joining us, this is where we kick off the morning with just a little bit of gratitude for the coaches who are willing to come here and give back in honor of National Career Coach Day. As we get into this resume panel, we're just about to start. I want to recognize another group of coaches who has been pretty incredible for me this year, and also forward thinking and willing to do something new. And that is the founding group of Master Job Search Coaches. So a year ago at this event, I like to do a lot of things at once. I unveiled a new brand called The Modern Coach, which is focused entirely around empowering coaches, entrepreneurs, leaders, and executives to navigate the future of work. And one way we're doing that for coaches is upskilling and credentialing in human first, people first, innovative coaching. And that is the Master Job Search Credential. And we had 25 people go through this program in 2025, and 20 of them are officially certified, most and many of whom are here today with their little asterisks. So I won't read them off to take the time, but I did want to recognize these people because they are operating at the forefront of what we are doing in career coaching. And these are the people that you want to stay tracking with and tune into and listen to, because they have invested in themselves and in coaches. And ultimately, that is an investment in you. So I think we are getting closer. Oh, we have two more little fun things. I told you we were going to do fun things today, right? If you are interested, if you're a coach out there and you're interested in master job search coaching, we're going to have an info session on January 29th later this month for the next cohort. So if you are interested in learning more about how this might fit into the future of your human first coaching business, head on over to this QR code. Thank God QR codes are a thing again and came back during all the virtual presentations in the pandemic. If you wanted to check that out, head on over to this QR code. You can always find out more at themoderncoach.com. And our last little tidbit to celebrate National Career Coach Day, before we start celebrating all of you job seekers out there, is we are hosting the second annual Momentum Awards. I am super excited. This was a huge hit last year to just continue the celebration of authentic, influential, innovative, forward-thinking coaches, and nominations are now open. Yet again, you can hit the QR code or you can head over to themoderncoach.co. It is in the For Coaches menu, and we will be sending tons of stuff out about this next week because nominations will be open for the next month. Now we get to turn it all over to you in the audience and job seekers. We have a gift for you too. Our friends at Warmer Jobs. If you haven't checked out this job board, it's really, really cool. And I'm impressed with what they're doing. Our friends at Warmer Job have given us a 1-day 50% off code today only for the first month of this job board. And what it does is it is essentially thoughtful human first job seeking, and it links open positions with people in your LinkedIn network so that you can see jobs that are open at places where you already know people without having to go through all the manual search in your profile. So it definitely saves a little bit of time and can help you get in front of jobs where you know someone a little bit faster. And we know fast is kind of the name of the game around here, right? And so now we're getting into the meat of this thing, y'all. So as we start and we help you cultivate your competitive edge, what I want to remind you of is this is meant to be interactive. And so there are a lot of you out there. I'm going to try to monitor the chat as well as I can. And try to answer questions. So queue them up. And if we don't get to them, we will try to circle back and answer them afterwards, because all of us are all about helping you as much as we possibly can. So as we speak, I'm trying to get to the bottom of the comments so I have the ability to field them as we start our panel. And so go ahead and throw them in there as we go. I've got really common ones queued up for everybody. And we're going to go ahead and get all of these folks up on stage and say hello to your panelists and breakout hosts. So we've got Franklin, Scott, Shelley, and Carolina who are going to join us on stage here for the next hour or so to answer all these burning questions of mine and yours. And then we've got Christine, Catherine, and Dustin, a couple of whom are here. Catherine's not on the screen, so I decided not to bring her up, who are going to supplement all of your learning with breakout room hosting and even more expertise. And so I'm super grateful for all of you. Thank you for giving us your time. And Logan is asking about closed captions. Logan, I will figure that out. You got to give me a few. I don't know exactly. I don't know. Facebook might be the place to do that, by the way. And so I want to introduce you to everybody. And in order to streamline this, we have a little video where they are all going to introduce themselves. So here we go.
Resume, LinkedIn, cover letter, interview preparation and job search, networking assistance.
Hi, job seekers. I am.
Hold the phone. Technical difficulties. There we go.
My name is Franklin Buchanan. I'm the owner of Post Up Careers, and I help my clients stand out in their job search with personalized, future-focused resume, LinkedIn, cover letter, interview preparation and job search, networking assistance.
Hi, job seekers. I am Carolina Bustamante. I am an active executive recruiter and a certified job search coach. And I am so excited to be part of this year's Resume Ask Me Anything panel, where I'm going to be sharing practical recruiter level tips you can use to help you strengthen your resume and position yourself more effectively.
Hello, I'm Scott Gardner, resume writer and career coach. Since 2017, I have worked with professionals to develop the tools needed to succeed in their job search.
Hey everybody, I'm Shelley Maley. I'm the owner of Dreamcatcher Career Coaching. I'm a credentialed career coach and HR professional, and I'm so excited to be part of this year's Job Seeker Summit. I've helped clients all over the United States to navigate strategic job searches and to create impactful personal branding.
Hi, my name is Catherine Anderson, and I'm a career coach and economic developer with Yavapai College. I work with clarity, confidence, and action. I want to help people move forward. I am so excited to be part of this Job Seeker Summit, and I cannot wait to connect with you.
Hey, I'm Christine Beck of Resume Focus, resume writing and interview coaching. My goal is to make the job search process easier and more transparent and have you feeling really confident in your next steps. I'm so excited to meet you.
Hello, I'm Dustin Beasley, career coach, resume writer, and founder of Career Renovators. I work with students, mid-career professionals, and executives who are taking the next step in their career to develop personalized career strategies and professional brands that help them secure their next role.
And here we are. How y'all feeling? Oh, wait, I gotta unmute you all.
Good morning.
Unless these people just want me to talk for 8 hours, which, let's be honest, you all know I could. I am so excited. There is so much chatter going on. I called in reinforcements to manage communications in the chat because I'm like, I can't manage comments with 250 people on a live, but this is so exciting. And this is really why we do all of this. And I'm again grateful for all of you for being here to give us your wisdom and kick things off. And so let's get into this thing. So first thing I want to do is I want to do a little round robin. And I want to know from each of you what you think is maybe your favorite, most hated, or the outdated resume trend, or even maybe common piece of advice we need to leave behind going into 2026. So what's the thing we need to stop doing, thinking, or assuming when it comes to resume? Shelley, you're shaking your head, so I think you already have an idea, which means I'm going to come to you first.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My biggest pet peeve is resume templates. I can't stand them.
We're talking like a Canva template here, right? For clarification.
Any resume template. I just, after having looked at many thousands and thousands of resumes during my HR career, my career coaching career, my hiring manager careers, the average job seeker doesn't know the difference between a good resume template or a bad resume template. So I really encourage people just not to even go there. Just create something with a Word document and start. Don't make it fancy. It doesn't need any, bells and whistles. Just make it straight text. That's my thing.
Keep it simple, stupid. Franklin, you nodded an affirmation there with something. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on this matter.
Well, I'm with you. I'm with Shelly on the templates. Certainly, Canva, even Microsoft Word has templates, which I don't recommend using.
Right.
My piece of advice that I'd love to see left behind is that your resume has to be one page, and this goes.
We can just end this event right now. We answered the question of all time.
Right.
And even like college kids and new graduates, if your information is relevant and not redundant, it needs to be on there. And if it goes to 2 pages, that's fine.
Right. Yes.
Your resume needs to be the length it needs to be to convey the story that you need to tell. If that starts to get into 3 pages, there's a good chance that unless you are a senior executive with a whole ton of a story to tell, that you're just getting wordy. However, a lot of times shoving it into 1 page, I think, is at the expense of valuable content, because we no longer live in the responsible for bullet point era. So I love that we just went there. I think that was a question in here somewhere. So love it. All right, Scott, what is your pet peeve?
Oh, well, since Franklin stole mine, what I'll say is over focus on the applicant tracking system. At the end of the day, hiring is really a human decision. And we need to remember that the resume needs to be speaking to people, not just some technology out there.
That's mine. In
Thank
case
you.
you didn't notice, that's mine. All right, Carolina. Carolina is our resident recruiter, current recruiter, career coach by night on the panel. So I'm really curious to hear yours.
So I echo what everybody said. And just to add to that, you don't want your resume to be like a job description. I see that a lot. You're just listing tasks and day-to-day, not impact. So the biggest recommendation I would give is showcase your differentiators and just don't copy the job description. So.
Yep. Oh, okay. So you like how I have all of these questions to ask you guys? We're going to toss them out because you just now opened up a lot of the worms. And there's also a lot of the cans of worms. There's also stuff going on in chat that I think we should just head off at the pass. And Scott, I'm going to circle back to you because you brought up something that I think is really critical missed opportunity or assumption that we make out there. And that's like over indexing on this ATS. So I've seen tons of chatter here about ATS is garbage. What do we do about the ATS? And I would love for you to speak a little bit more about your pet peeve in where does ATS sit in our resume strategy?
All right. Applicant tracking systems are often misrepresented as to what they actually do. It is essentially a dashboard tool used to facilitate the recruiting function in predominantly large organizations. A majority of the features built into these systems are internal in nature: analytics, reporting, scheduling, communication. As the applicant, there's very few features that they actually have to concern themselves with. And everyone gets hung up on this idea of what we can colloquially call a resume parser. And honestly, it works different across the platforms, whether newer AI-backed ones or legacy systems that have been around for 20 years. And there are definitely things we need to do to comply with the ATS. But with the advent of AI, the plugins that we're seeing in Workday, Greenhouse, even Taleo getting some now, we don't need to worry as much about, does it need to be a Word document, a PDF document? Yes, we should use a sans serif font. That has more to do with readability on a screen by a recruiter, though, than the actual ATS. I mean, at the end of the day, people get really, really hung up on it. So when we get to the idea of like ATS optimization on a resume, think of it as making sure that you're approaching your resume with a goal, and that the optimization needs to be industry and role-specific terminology aligned with that goal.
Yes. All right. So I'm going to come to Carolina now to follow up. Yeah, exactly. And therein lies the end of the panel yet again. I want to hear from you, Carolina, as somebody who reads resumes a lot. I almost want you to kind of like respond, validate maybe what Scott's saying, and also talk about what you're looking for, you know, on the recruiter side of this, which I'm sure also impacts how you approach the resume writing itself. But I want to hear from you kind of how does somebody do what Scott just said and appease like a recruiter who's looking at a resume?
All right. So I would start saying, and you guys probably know this already, we scan resumes in probably less than 10 seconds. So you really need to grab
Real
our
recruiter
attention.
just validated that, you guys. Actual recruiter just validated that.
Less, and I'm going to say less than 5. We get tons of applications day in and day out. And, you know, there's a lot of, and I'll dive in a little bit on the AI side of the applicant tracking system, but the top part of your resume, it's prime real estate, right? If I'm looking at the top, I want to understand what you do, how long you've been doing it, what's your level, and that's going to give me an indication if do I want to keep scrolling down. So all of that relevant information needs to be at the top. We can talk later about keywords and maybe matching that to job descriptions, but that's the first step. You want it to grab our attention so we keep reading. Besides from that, I mean, the applicant tracking system, the one we use with my current company, now we started ranking a lot of those resumes. So again, to help us, because we get thousands of applications, we are leveraging AI to maybe streamline and kind of see, okay, who are the top applicants that maybe I should be prioritizing. So that's where having a good parsed resume, not using crazy, templates like Shelly mentioned, comes in play. There's not such a thing like the ATS rejected me. We look at those resumes. But what the ATS helps and what the AI helps is to say, okay, these applicants, how much do they align with the job I'm trying to recruit for? And I do get some ranking. So you do want to be at the top of that funnel. So I get to see your resume versus being all the way at the bottom and then I never got to see it. I don't know if that answered the question.
And yes, it did. And I think that this cues up a follow-up question really well. And that's formatting. And it matters because content matters. However, well-written content delivered poorly in a way that doesn't give Carolina what she wants in 6 seconds is going to be moved to the no pile. And so I would love for each of you to tell me what your formatting best practice is. And we may not have them all the same, which will just validate everything that we're saying. But Franklin, I'll start with you. What's your formatting best practice?
Keep it simple. I like a single column, as Shelly mentioned earlier, a text-based resume that is easy on my eyes to read. I like to sprinkle in some bullets, or some bold and some italics and some bullets where if I want to take the recruiter's eyes onto a certain accomplishment. But the simpler, the better.
Yeah. By the way, to go back to Shelly's comment about templates, when I thought maybe you were talking about Canva, Shelly, Canva is an Australian company and its resume templates are based on their market, which is way different than ours, i.e. that's why they all have pictures on them. So I'll just go in and throw out, don't put your picture on your resume. That's my formatting tip. Scott, what's yours?
I approach every resume and the first 5 lines need to answer some really important questions. Who are you? How to get a hold of you if I want to talk to you. Then what do you do? A title line. Then reinforce that with a byline, usually highlighting anything relevant to the role, specific to it, that reinforces that title line. And the first line of the summary, how many years of relevant experience do you have for the role you're applying for? If I can figure out those things right away, that's going to be what gets you into the rest of the resume.
All right, Shelly, you bring us home since you started with the formatting template thing in the first place.
Just, keep it simple, straight text, nothing fancy, and really make sure that you're highlighting your accomplishments. It's not just your job duties. It's what impact did you have? That's so important with today's resume, that you can demonstrate that you've achieved and accomplished some things. So you need to have those metrics on there, and they need to be at the forefront of the resume. And that top 1/3, that is so important. That's the most important part of the resume, like Carolina mentioned.
Yeah, I saw somebody comment above the fold. It's like a resume, or it's like a website, right? There's a certain point at which people will look and then they'll skim and then they'll stop. And we almost have to lay out resumes the same way. And I once had somebody explain the whole ATS parsing situation like Google. And that is that if I have a website, I exist in Google. Just if I haven't optimized it to land on page 1, I might be on page 14. And what happens to things that lie on page 14? Absolutely nothing. And so there's things you want to do to land on page 1, but it doesn't mean you don't exist in the system. And I think that's an important thing to think about, and where this formatting comes into play. And a few of you talked about something that I wanted to address, and that is, how do we show impact on our resume? We hear all about metrics. Some people don't have metrics heavy roles. Some people do. Some places you can turn a non-metric, a qualitative into a quantitative. So Franklin, I want to hear from you a couple tips on how we can actually show impact on a resume. What does it look like? How does it read?
Obviously, numbers are resume gold, but like you said, not everybody has it, or not everyone is diligent about keeping track of it. So moving forward from here on, make sure to start tracking it, listening to this. Yes. But in the event that you don't have it, there's 3 things that I work with my clients on. what are the problems that you solved? What are the processes that you improved? And what are the projects that you've managed? What's the end result of the things that you do on a daily basis? Because that's where your impact and your results lie. If we can get there, and candidly, we always do, that's where the magic happens on a resume.
All right, here comes a comment directly from the crowd, and there's a few of these happening. Because I heard years of experience. We've talked about like how long a resume should and shouldn't be. What do we do about the ageism situation that we're having? So there was a follow-up question right after this about like, I have 20 years of experience. Do I say that? Don't I say that? How do we combat ageism as we're trying to show our impact and really write the content of our resume? I'm gonna popcorn this one. Whoever wants to take it, go for it. Loaded.
I'll do it.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Okay, so I'm not a big fan of talking about number of years of experience, unless it's like a low, the job description says 5 years of experience, then I would say more than 5 years of experience. Because ageism does exist, age discrimination in employment is a problem, even though it's illegal. But that's why it's all the more important to show the impact that you've had. Mm-hmm. That's more important, and that's what's valuable to an employer. Don't give them any reason to, eliminate you from the pile of considered applicants. Just show your impact. Don't include the dates on your education if you graduated from college 10 plus years ago, or unless you're a new college grad, you don't need to include your date of graduation from college or high school or anything like that. So you have to be mindful about the information you're including on that resume, and always make it more about impact and less about, 20 plus years of experience, because they will subconsciously, recruiters, hiring managers will always hold that against you.
Carolina, I'm actually curious to hear from you on that. From both a recruiter and active recruiter and coach perspective, what is the conversation happening in hiring around this ageism thing? Is it this myth that job seekers see? Is it actually happening? Is it a combination of both? Does it depend?
I think it's a combination of both. I mean, unfortunately, there's still a lot of, I would say, ageism and discrimination when hiring. I mean, that's something that, again, shouldn't happen, but it's still happening, and people are biased because of that. So yeah, to your point, I mean, or Shelly's point, right? If you don't have to really list it, you don't have to put 30 plus years of experience. You can do 15 plus if you really have to give a number. The goal of the resume is to get an interview and then for them to meet you. You don't want someone to, I would say, discriminate you or take a pass on you on the resume only. But it is happening, so.
We got all kinds of buzz in chat. There are quite a few senior job seekers, or let's say mid-career plus job seekers in the crowd. And I'll offer a little bit of like human to human thoughts on this. There is nothing you can do about the date you were born. There is just nothing you can do about it. So don't try to control it. We try to circumnavigate it through, I still follow the best practice of 10-ish years experience on the resume. And that's as far back as you go, because it's most likely the most relevant to where you want to go. If there's stuff past that, you figure out how to kind of bring it into the story. But it can also leave your actual age a little ambiguous while not sacrificing your actual amount, or quantitative or qualitative, right? Amount might not have to happen over years, a number of years, but it kind of leaves the ageism piece a little bit ambiguous while addressing the amount of experience that you need. And I saw some questions in chat about kind of the discrepancy between what we do on a resume and what we do on an application. Your resume is a summary level marketing document. It is not a career anthology. The application may need to be the career anthology. And if that's what they want, you give it to them, but that doesn't mean that's what you put on the resume. But the resume is the thing that's circulated in hiring.
I can't, Katie.
Is that fair? Is that a fair statement? I wanted to answer like 12 questions in one fell swoop there. So
that's fair. And you want to keep it relevant too to what you're applying.
Exactly. And that's because that's the other thing too. And Caroline, I think that's a good point, is that, and maybe this is something I want to hear from you guys, if you have a role that was a year long, 3 years ago, it has nothing to do with where you want to go, do you put it on the resume or not? Franklin, I'm going to put you on the spot.
If it has some degree of relevancy, yes. If it's not, I'm an old school recruiter at heart. I happen to like this. I happen to like more on the resume. I like seeing a complete story. But if it's like a 6-month stint, I'm fine leaving it off or just putting it as a footnote.
My cat has joined us, you all. So I'm warning you that we may have, who knows, disaster could strike with the taco cat in town.
That might happen here too. It's okay.
Yeah. Comic relief is welcome when we're talking about job search stress, right? I want to now shift gears a little bit. And also, if any of you have a really burning question that's in chat and I missed it, feel free to put it again. If we can cover it, I will. I also do want to address the fact that, yes, there is a breakout session about career change. There is also one focused on young professionals and what I'm going to call first resume, which are some of those returning to the workforce after an absence type situations. There are breakouts dedicated to both those and technical resumes. And I'm blanking on the fourth one, which is career change, midlife level up, career change, return to work or first resume, and like tech resumes are all part of the breakouts. And so if you have really specific stuff, you can definitely take it there if I haven't addressed it in chat. So now I want to talk about what we see coming. Scott, I'll start with you. What type of let's just go there. We got to bring AI into this conversation. Even though we're having an AI panel, we know it's going to be weaved throughout the day. How is AI impacting resumes? Not so much job search specific, not even maybe ATS, but how is AI impacting how we write resumes?
Well, that's actually sort of a two-part question. First is how
it's also very loaded, depending on how you answer it.
Well, first, it's how using AI to actually write a resume. The second half of it is actually demonstrating AI competency on a resume as we go into the 2026. So the first part of this, it is fine to utilize and leverage AI to aggregate keywords, ideation, cross-reference job descriptions, even begin structuring sentences. However, in my experience, what I have seen AI produce for resumes, I read an article about 6 months ago that came out, and they called AI written resumes grammatically correct, evenly spaced, and emotionally void. So a big trend that I'm going to see coming through is the human and the authentic. I think resumes are not going to become long form documents, but more narrative, telling the story of where you've come 10 years ago to how you got there and letting the people infer how you would perform in the role going forward the next 5 to 10 years.
Yep.
That's where, I think the trend is going. So for AI to be assisting in your resume writing, that's fine, but don't solely rely on it. Either tackle it yourself, get help from someone you trust, or hire a professional to come in and really tell your story. And now the second half of that go ahead.
You do the second half and then I'll close it.
Well, the second half of that is demonstrating AI competency. I mean, we're hearing everything from Wall Street and these major organizations about integrating integrating AI. I actually pulled the numbers thinking this would come up. So far, they're saying 78% of companies at some point are saying that they are integrating AI. The reality is only 21% have fully embedded it, and 3% of Fortune 500s have actually really done anything with AI. As it goes forward, how I think we're going to want to position AI on resumes is showing real structural impact. How are you impacting a core business process with AI? Yeah, whether that's automating analytics, automating other problems, customer service functions. So when you talk on your resume about AI, it needs to be more than I just know how to ask ChatGPT for something. It's how do I make it do a function that can solve a problem for the business on an ongoing basis.
All right. I am the one who loves to be an AI-enabled human on purpose. And so I want to respond to this because you gave me a couple things I think are really important to kind of level set here. I was going to just make all of you go around the room and say, should I use ChatGPT to write my resume? I think that we have clearly answered that question, and all of us would agree the answer is no. However, you can use it to augment the process, which I think is generally what we need to think about in AI in general, right? AI is augmenting us as humans. It's not replacing us in most cases. And what you said about the resume, the first part of that with like the grammar and spelling being perfect and then it being really flat. There was I watched a TikTok that actually our friend Lily Fogel sent me a couple months ago from a neuroscience PhD researcher in England. And she talked about why AI language doesn't really sound human. And it is because of exactly what you said, Scott. So you actually hit the nail on the head from a research perspective. And it is because it has perfect syntax, perfect spelling, but no depth of narrative. And if we think about a human, it is very unlikely that an individual is going to have perfect grammatical skills without the ability to pair that with depth of narrative, or vice versa. So it's a really strange combination to have one be perfect and one be surface. And what you don't want to do when branding yourself is be surface. So make sure you remain human on purpose. We're going to come back to AI, but I want to answer Julie's question in chat because it goes back to some of the components. And actually, to some extent, this kind of bleeds into what we're talking about, which is how to brand yourself as a human with human skills. She wants to know some about the formatting component. So should we have like a selected accomplishment section between like a summary and an experience? Or what do you encourage as maybe the layout sections? Franklin, I'll start with you.
I think that depends on the individual client. In most cases, it's what are you branding yourself for? I personally like to see the accomplishments where they happen, so I get context to it. But if you're in sales, for example, and you've closed $500 million in revenue throughout your career, that could be something that you would put in a key accomplishments. But whenever I'm doing something between like summary paragraph and skill section and experience, if I'm putting an extra section in there, it's typically because I'm trying to drive home some sort of branding narrative that I want the reader to see. And it's usually in some sort of career pivot. And so I think in most cases, it's very specific to the individual client. But if you're just putting a couple of key accomplishments up there for the sake of it, I'd rather see them where they happened.
And some of that comes back to the conversation, and I can't remember which one of you. Let me get this off the screen. How do I get that off the screen? There. One of you brought up earlier, which is like above the fold. You've got to be careful about making the above the fold too long before you get to like the good stuff. And so I typically, unless it's a really unique situation, like to have the accomplishments with the job that they go with because it's more contextual and actually supports these narratives that we're talking about a little bit more, which takes me back to something else you said, Scott. You have about 20 pearls of wisdom in that AI response, by the way. And that is that, like, you know, as we think about the future of resumes, I would love to hear from you because one of the things I think is coming is that the format of the resume will likely change, but the need for the career narrative won't. Right. And so we're moving into this idea of like personal brand narratives. What's the way we present them? Who knows what's going to change there? And so I'd love to hear from you what you think we should be looking at when it comes to being forward thinking or staying relevant as this whole like document piece changes. And Caroline, I'm going to start with you since you hear what's happening in the recruiter scene. What do you see coming down the pipeline there?
I would say that still, you know, we want to brand ourselves a lot more. So I would say LinkedIn, and again, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but I think we're going to start getting away from like the paper resume a lot and maybe personal branding. You can tell a whole lot of a story on your LinkedIn profile, and then it tells more of the story than just a piece of paper. So I am hoping that that's kind of what we're seeing, that's going to be more of the future versus just shoving the skills on a piece of paper and then, you know, that's not really telling the whole story. So personal branding and then networking. So.
Yeah, I get a lot of questions, and maybe this is a good follow-up. Shelley, I'm going to ask you this question. I get questions about whether or not we need the profile on a resume. This comes at me for a lot from tech people because engineers think their resume is only written for themselves. And they forget that we have a lot of masters to serve when we're writing resumes. So talk to me a little bit about the profile and where you think that sits in a resume, especially as we, you know, connect the dots to this kind of like personal brand differentiation, human skill thing.
Well, I like that professional summary section to be first and foremost on the resume. And of course, it depends on how it's written and what you're including in that section. I mean, and I want to go back to what Carolina said about the LinkedIn. I mean, quite frankly, I'm shocked that we're still using resumes. I mean, LinkedIn is here for a purpose. it blows my mind that we're still relying on
It's
resumes.
like business cards.
It's crazy.
How are they
I know.
so
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. But I do like having a professional summary in most cases. It's a little bit harder to do that if it's a recent college graduate, because they may not have a lot of accomplishments and things to really highlight in that professional summary. But for a more experienced candidate, I think it's good to have that brief summary at the top of the resume.
Franklin just got called out in chat as probably disagreeing. So let's do it. Let's throw down.
I will say this. I do have a slight disagreement on the LinkedIn piece. I don't think LinkedIn is going to evolve like Carolina and Shelley do, mostly because I'm seeing so many employers stalk current talent. Retention is a big deal, especially in a market like this. And I think that a lot of people have hesitancy to post or update their LinkedIn profile because that is a red flag that you are preparing to change jobs or start a job search. And I thought that way a few years ago during the pandemic and the Great Resignation. And as things are circling, time is a flat circle. I think that the resume has now taken on a little bit more importance because people have to be very cautious about what they're doing on LinkedIn to not raise red flags. That's not me saying don't update your LinkedIn profile. It's important. According to Forbes, an article in Forbes, 85% of recruiters are using LinkedIn to source for talent. So I have clients sometimes where I tell them, maybe it's not in your best interest to update your LinkedIn profile right now, but after you change it, be proactive about it.
Yeah.
I think all of it works in like tandem. And also I think that it wouldn't be nice if there was like a LinkedIn replacement to if LinkedIn replaced resumes, but I don't know that it would. If that was going to happen, I think it would already be happening. And LinkedIn, I will get on my soapbox. Sorry, I'm on LinkedIn Live and I'm going to crap on them, but they would have to be a very different business development, like product development thinking than they are right now with some of the changes they're making on LinkedIn, which is another reason why we have to be thinking about kind of all the places that we are and how we show up, which brought up, there's a bunch of good questions in chat. And so I'm going to try to manage this and we're going to try to just dig into a bunch of them because there's a few related to this. I want to stick a pin on the profile piece. I always feel like without a profile at all, there's like a lack of foreplay on the resume. Yes, I said that. And it just feels like it starts cold, right? It just does. Sorry, I said it. And so, but the thing is, it can't be like 12 lines long, right? It needs to be just enough to set up the context of who the experience was done by, and not this like giant list of adjective, comma, adjective, comma, adjective kind of a situation. So somebody asked what should be in it. It should differentiate you and your experience ever so slightly to explain the human who will walk in the room in the interview. That to me is what the profile is for, and it gives them a little warm up. And some people in the hiring process want it, some don't. So you want to appease them and not turn off the people who don't with a 79 line profile. So we've talked about resumes and LinkedIn and how they interact, how we think they interact. And Shaban has this question about tailoring resumes, which is probably a question of its own, from application to application in conjunction with what we do on a LinkedIn profile. So I actually think we should break this in two. Let's talk about the tailoring of resumes first. And who do I want to throw this question? Is there somebody who has a burning response to what do you do about tailoring from application to application? If you do, raise your hand.
I'll take it.
Okay, go. You were kind of who I was thinking about anyway.
All right. When it comes to tailoring a resume application to application, we're already ahead of ourselves. We need to back up to what are you trying to do? The goal. It's the number one thing I work on when I work with clients, because what do you want to do in terms of role type? What do you want to do in terms of industry? Those have to be defined. And then we need to identify those roles in the market. Then we get into the nuanced idea, because if you've already figured that out, you're probably 90% of the way there as to speaking to the qualifications for that role or the role right above it as you're trying to progress through your career. Then it's more nuanced. Looking at the job description, is there a particular technology they're looking for that you have experience with that it may not be on the resume for some reason? Add it in. It could be something even sillier than that. For instance, in sales, you'll see people be titled business development rep, sales executive, sales account manager, augmenting the title line to reflect the role. Even if your current role is sales executive and they have sales account manager or sales business development rep, titling your title line to the role. And then you'll see the same thing. It could be some places call it territory management, regional management, district management, as far from a sales perspective, what their book of business entails. Just matching those nuanced roles. You don't need to rewrite the whole thing. If it's taking you more than 10 minutes, you're really overthinking this.
Yeah. Thank you. 10 minutes. Thank you. You just validated.
On
I'm like
point.
10 to 20 minutes in application, because otherwise, especially now, you just the one benefit of this being my event and me moderating and everything is I also get to have a place to have my never-ending opinions. I think that is 100% the case when you are applying to online applications, which is another, ugly beast that we could get into, because we need to have a diversified job search. And if you don't know what I mean by that, please come to the panel about job search. Ask me anything. If you're applying online to a job, without any sort of connection to it, it doesn't deserve more than 10 to 20 minutes of effort, right? But if you've done that work up ahead, you've got something that's 90% prepared for 90% of opportunities. All you have to do is change some keywords, change a title, maybe shift a tiny bit of context, and not reinvent the wheel. It sounds like that's also your strategy, Scott.
100%.
Yeah. You can save yourself hours of time by doing a few hours before you start. Is really the big thing. And when we talk about job search strategy, that's really what we're talking about, is having the clarity of upfront of here's what I'm targeting. Here's the documentation I need to support that. Here's versions for each kind of iteration of that search. So I've got these base versions that become easy to tailor. Now, Franklin, I want to hear from maybe the other side of this is what do you do if maybe you have a really strong connection and you want to tailor something and make it even a little bit more personal? Maybe you want to take it a little bit farther, but not go overboard. How do you find a happy medium there?
I think that the question that you want to ask yourself is it going to be relevant? My answer, you might as well just replay what Scott said. It's 10 minutes. It's not your experience is what it is. You can't change it. There might be certain times you're putting a bullet that's more relevant up above the fold, versus it being third or fourth. But I'm a big believer of experience is what it is. Make sure it's highlighting relevancy and how you're gonna get the job done. If you have a special connection, when I hear special connection, I think of contact or a networking connection.
Yeah, that was what I meant.
Yeah, then by all means, tailor the resume, because I'd rather spend 10 minutes with an extra tailored resume and enhance my first impression from someone who is handing a resume to somebody else versus a boilerplate resume that could, in fact, disappoint. And even though your connection is handing it over, that first impression is still what matters.
First impressions matter. Yes. Now, another part of this we haven't talked about yet, but was in a comment a long time ago, is where do cover letters come into play in this madness? Because if the resume tailoring, tweaking, because what Franklin just reiterated, and I want to just call out really, really clearly, is tailoring resumes should be just that. It should be small tweaks that maybe highlight something directly related to a role a little bit more, or reprioritization. Tailoring is a reorganization, not rewriting. And that's where we get caught in these big rabbit holes, which I think is a great thing to set up the cover letter situation. And Carolina, I'm throwing this one to you because I have a feeling you are conflicted as a recruiter and a coach, and I would like to hear the two sides of the coin from you.
I am. I would say cover letters have a place in time. If you're submitting your resume to an agency recruiter, like that's my day job, we don't read the cover letter. Sorry, but you're wasting your time if you're sending a cover letter to an agency recruiter. Maybe somebody could disagree, but I would say that's been my experience. Now, if you're applying directly to the company, or if you have, let's say, a friend referral or someone that is going to hand your resume directly to someone, I do feel it has a time and place. And maybe for those, I do encourage highlighting a little bit more context, why you feel excited about maybe joining the company and the role, and just gives you a little bit more context, and it gives a human aspect of the value out of the resume. But I would say save that for non-agency submissions. if that makes sense.
Oh, very, that's a good rule of thumb. And we have always heard, and thank you for confirming, recruiters aren't going to read them. But again, your resume has anywhere between 3 and 5 stakeholders, maybe even more. And they are a mix of types, both human and not, right? So you can have a recruiter. You might have a search engine ranking you on page 1 or 14. You have a hiring manager. You may have peers. You may have dotted line peers. You may have dotted line hiring managers, right? And so there's different components that are meant to appease different people. And the cover letter may be one of them, where you're not sending it for the recruiter. You may be sending it to the hiring manager who's trying to choose between the 12 resumes the recruiter gave them and the 6 that they're going to screen. So we've got to think about that. Now, I want to know, Shelly, let's come to you. How do we make submitting cover letters not take an hour per effort?
Oh, God. Well, you're not supposed to be reiterating the content from your resume. So I would say just try to make it bring up something that's significant to catch their attention. I personally am shocked that HR people and recruiters have the time to read cover letters, and you're never really going to be sure if they will. It doesn't hurt to include it, but if you are going to include it, just be relevant and try to catch their attention as much as possible. I've had recruiters say, I read every single cover letter. I know when I was in HR, I never read a cover letter. I just didn't have time. I didn't have a recruiter. I was the HR director. I was doing it all. Cover letters, never had time. So the cover letter is helpful too. If you have something unusual, you need to communicate to them. Like maybe I'm living in Pennsylvania, but I'm planning on moving to Oregon, then I need to explain that, because they may determine once they look at my LinkedIn or my resume that I'm currently in Pennsylvania. Why am I applying for this position in Oregon? So the cover letter can convey something different than what the resume would be conveying.
I'm going to jump in and add something to that, because it was my response that I kind of wanted to add, and you left a great, like, in between the lines piece. Your cover letter should not be the narrative regurgitation of your resume, because now we write narrative-based resumes. So don't do that anymore. And that's how you can avoid it, right? It's an extra page to potentially fill in holes or add additional context that they may need or you may want to provide. And as you do that, make sure your cover letter is a you cover letter, not an I cover letter. It cannot be, I do this, this is this, I. It needs to be, here is what I have to bring to you. And based on what I know of your company and what you said in this role, how I fill your needs and add value to you. That is the biggest mistake I see. The two things, either regurgitating your resume in narrative form or making it an I instead of here's what is about me you need to know. Those are my big things on cover letter. Is there any other tip on how to make this not a time suck?
Well, when it comes to the actual cover letter, one more point, brevity is king. I mean, 300-400 words most. You're not looking to write a full narrative here.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I also think that Scott's resume situation applies to cover letters. So I am a fan of do the work to write one really, really good cover letter for a specific job that you personalize with why they should hire you, why you're interested in working with them, what values you connect. And then you can use that as a template. And this to me is where AI can actually be pretty useful, of taking something you have already human written and saying, hey, here's what you may want to update from data parsing a job description, right? So that's a useful streamlined way to bring AI in, is I think the cover letter piece, but you want to make sure you're actually reading what goes out and that it sounds human and not that kind of shallow narrative. We've got more questions. This one is a new one to me, so I'm going to just throw it up there for any of you guys to answer. But Carolyn says that she's been getting requests for a statement of purpose instead of a cover letter. What do we know about this?
Is she applying in academia? In academia, they typically call it a statement of interest, statement of purpose, something along those lines. I can maybe see legal doing something like that as well. In those environments, you're going to have something a little bit longer, but they'll typically give you the parameters. Like I was working with the dean of a college one time, and her statement of interest letter had to be 5 pages. I personally would not write that. I had that to me invited plagiarism issues. And so she wrote it, and then we worked together to edit it. But if a company is asking you for a statement of purpose, in my opinion, I think it's the same thing as a cover letter. And just, I'm of the opinion if your resume is a snapshot, your LinkedIn is your story. And yes, I do believe in updating LinkedIn, despite some of the comments from what I made earlier. Make the cover letter about the job description and what your purpose is relative to that. So I think it's probably the same thing in a corporate environment, but if you're outside, it could be academia or something like that.
I know we get ourselves on the firing squad last time, which Franklin, by the way, you bring me back. So cover letters, somehow, just like business cards and somehow just like resumes, they're still a thing. In some cases, I find they're maybe more relevant because while it seems like people won't read them when we get stacks and stacks and stacks of applications, it's maybe the only thing that can be different. And so, if it can be an asset if you do it well, but doing it well should not take an hour. How's that for a conundrum? I want to circle back to a piece of Shaban's question I don't think we directly answered. And that is when you're trying to brand yourself, we're in a situation where LinkedIn is a little bit more evergreen than our ability to tailor a resume from application to application. And I'm curious how you suggest a client manages that. Franklin, I'll let you start since you were on the LinkedIn firing squad.
Okay. I think LinkedIn, again, resume is a snapshot. LinkedIn is a story. Resume changes. LinkedIn just needs to mirror it. You're saying the same thing in more words on LinkedIn. You can give more information on LinkedIn than you can in a resume because, as Carolina said earlier, recruiters are looking at a resume for less than 10 seconds. A LinkedIn profile is going to get a much longer scroll than that. And so take what's on your resume and expand on it on LinkedIn. Number one, you're going to drive your keywording. And if you can tell it in an engaging manner, I like to use a first person narrative on LinkedIn profiles and talk directly to the reader. That is where you start seeing the magic happen with LinkedIn.
Yep. Real quick, little housekeeping here. For any of you who are just joining, I saw a few of these questions in chat. If you want to make sure you have access to the recordings from all of today's sessions and the extra resources, because also us talking is not the only thing we give away around here. Make sure you are registered at nationalcareercoachday.com. If you just want to make sure, you can go and sign up on that little form. And we'll deal with the duplicates on our end. But if you want to have access to all the resources and recordings, definitely go sign up there. And then the other thing I want to do is make sure that you can connect with all these folks. So we're not quite done yet. We've got more time. But while we get into kind of this next segment, and I want to talk about soft skills, which is a word I don't even like anymore. These are QR codes to all of your panelists and breakout hosts for the resume segment. These are QR codes to their LinkedIn profile. And I know all of these people, I think I can say personally, right? More than just on LinkedIn. And they are all worth following. They're fantastic humans who have great content. So I'll leave this up for all of you to grab links. While we talk about, I want to talk about soft skills. And I want to talk about soft skills by not talking about soft skills because I hate the term. And so what I've started thinking about is human skills, right? Is the things that differentiate us from technology, that differentiate us from quote unquote a hard skill or a technical skill that kind of anybody can have versus our human skills that differentiate us and how we do it. And I would love to hear from all of you in how or if we should be exhibiting those on a resume. Where, how do we say them? How do we show them? I'll start with Scott on what's your thought on this one?
Integration of soft skills on a resume was a trend that came out, in my opinion, around 2020, where I started seeing it more. COVID and the lack of that that personal touch in the hiring process, you started seeing people put more soft skills. I'm not against it wholly. I think they need to be aligned to the role, the level of the role, and they need to be framed around the requirements of the position. So instead of saying that you're a creative thinker, strategic problem solver, you can still say you're strategic, but talk about it in framing how you prioritize decisions based on importance, maybe in a risk capacity. Don't just approach it from the idea of listing out that you're empathetic, that you're, hardworking, and you work well with teams. Phrase it to the role and how it's applicable. That's how I would approach a soft skill on a resume.
So I'll throw out an example. The team thing you said. So instead of saying like great team builder, you show an accomplishment of like having promoted somebody on the team or having grown the team or
Influence the
something that
team.
says influencing. This is how I did the thing. And I think that rolls up to kind of anything around the accomplishments that we try to show on resumes, that it's not just like, I'm going to tell you I can do this. I'm going to tell you I can do it and then give you some supporting documentation to it. And I think the same goes for our people skills. Who else has a thought on the human, the soft, also, by the way, Scott, I agree. I saw it come in 2020 when two things happened. One, all of us were craving humanism more. And two, resumes got longer around that time period, and they've stayed longer. They've backed off a little bit with the volume that we've seen, but they've still really maintained that like narrative storytelling form. Who else has any different thoughts or additional thoughts on the human skills thing? Carolina, do you have thoughts on this from a recruiter standpoint?
I do. And I agree with everything that you guys both said. The only thing I would add is from a recruiting standpoint, we don't search for soft skills, right? We're going to be assessing the soft skills, one, on the interview. And then two, kind of like you can maneuver it in a way that you're telling the story that you were a team player or that you promoted someone or that you worked with other cross-functional teams. I wouldn't use the soft skills like on the top piece of your resume where you have your skilled section. I would use that for softwares, technical, knowledge, because again, we want to load it up also for keywords just to make sure that we can find you. And if you're just putting the soft skills at the prime real estate of the top of your resume, I think that's just not going to add value. You can put it in, like Scott said, throughout the resume and tell a story, but I just wouldn't do keyword of soft skills because that's not going to move the needle.
Yeah. There is, I can't remember who said this to me once, but I think it was in a peer-to-peer conversation about resume theory, which all of us can have ad nauseum. There's this idea of, is it essential or is it important? Essential goes on the resume, important goes to an interview. And that's how you can differentiate between keeping things brief but impactful from a resume perspective. Is this essential to these people thinking I have the qualifications I do aligned with the role? I want to address some questions in the chat. Darnetta, your question, I'm highly going to suggest that you go to either the career change or the return to work actually would be the better session for you with Catherine and Christine to talk about that, like re-entry after a 10-year gap. That's exactly what we created those breakout sessions for. And just as a reminder for all of you, as you begin thinking about this, because we're going to start moving that direction in the next 10-ish minutes, we've got the career change resume. So that is for people who are doing something now and want to do something different next. Whether it is like an industry shift or a full career change, that is what that session's for. We've got kind of tech and modern industry resumes, which is for technology, AI, forward-thinking, fast-moving startup type places that it's a modernizing industry where there is a lot of jargon, a lot of technical skills, and things like that. Carolina and Angel will be there with you, and both of them have great experience in that regard. And then Franklin and Scott, that should be a really fun hosting experience for the two of you, are going to handle our kind of mid-career and also leveling up resumes. So if you're in that like 10-year emerging leader or rising executive kind of situation, that's who you want to talk to. And then Darnetta, you want to go hit up Catherine and Christine in that first resume. So if you're a young professional or a new grad, that's where you want to go. Or if you have been out of the workforce for, I'm going to say, 3 to 5 years or more, and you are kind of re-entering. So medical stuff, a mom returning to work, like a longer, what we really start to consider a gap, you want to go talk to those folks about kind of your strategy, because they'll be able to give you some more personalized support. So let's see what else we got in the chat. Let's see. Let's go. Some people are asking for some resources. So let's get back to, y'all are making me like DJ over here. Let's get the nationalcareercoachday.com stuff up. So this is how you get the resources and everything from today. Naveen, breakout sessions are coming, so hold tight. We will, as we wrap up this panel, give you instructions on where to go for each session. So those will be held via Zoom, and there's a dedicated Zoom room for each of the 4, and we're going to share all of that. We'll get you links in chat so that you can start migrating that way here in a few minutes. But we still got these guys captive. So let's give them a few last questions. And I want to see what we've got. Maria, yes, I can post the itinerary again today. Let's do a little bit more housekeeping. Let me find it. Hang on. Making me go all the way back in my slides. Okay, here we go. And that screen's probably better. Here's today, if you want to take a screenshot. It also includes the names of the breakouts. Again, we'll tell you how to get there in a minute. I'll leave this up on the screen while we entertain maybe this little last round robin. I want to know what's one thing every single one of you wishes a job seeker knew about resumes. Franklin, you get to start.
Oh gosh, what's one thing I wish that they knew?
One thing. Yes, I'm making every single one of you opinionated people who writes lots of words to say one thing.
Relevancy. If it's relevancy. That's all it is.
Tell me more.
You have to, somebody put in the chat earlier, a recruiter's looking for an exact match. And the answer to that is we're looking for as close to an exact match as we can possibly find. Right. If the content is not relevant, it shouldn't be on there. If it's redundant, it probably doesn't need to be on there. Recruiters are looking for as close to an exact match as possible. So you have to be super relevant with the content that you're putting on there. Let every word not be wasted. That's probably, that's good. I'm gonna write that one down.
Oh, that's
like that,
good.
Franklin.
That's really, really good. And the thing about that is, yeah, write that down. Luckily, this is recorded, and then we will pull the 12 million word transcript from it. The thing I want to follow up with that is you have relevance to the audience, not relevance to yourself.
Right.
Correct.
This is where objectivity is critical because our experience is so intimate to us that it can be really hard to, like, we can't see the forest for the trees, but you've got to be honest about what is essential to the audience versus important to them and what feels essential to you when you think about relevance to the audience and not yourself. All right, Carolina, you're next. What is the thing? What's your version of relevance? What's the thing you wish every job seeker knew about resumes?
I mean, I would say the same thing that Franklin said, so I'm copying Franklin. But I would also say, like, and again, maybe this I'm going back to the layout, but if you're putting attention to detail, then make sure that whatever format this could be my biggest tip, whatever format you use, make sure it tells that story. I don't know how many times I've seen resumes where attention to detail and all of that, and then I'm looking and, it's indented wrong and the bullet points don't align. So it doesn't matter really what format you use, make sure it really kind of tells the story and it's a clean story. So that would be, I would say, my biggest tip.
It's a relevant story. We're going to string all this together.
Yes.
By the end of this, we're going to have like a sweet sentence that's basically your giant takeaway for today. All right, Scott, you're next.
The responsibilities of your job are nothing more than the tasks of the job. When you're writing your resume, don't think of it as being task driven. Think about the impact and explain why it mattered. Every resume writer worth their salt is going to say to use numbers, but you need to have those numbers tell a story. And a really easy way to think about this is when you're writing a bullet point, either lead with your achievement, lead with your action, or lead with the skill you use, rope the number into it, and then tie it all together in a story.
All right, Shelly, you get to bring us home.
Okay. So I think it's really important that you are applying for things that you have the qualifications for. Recruiters are being inundated with applicants that are not even remotely qualified for a position. And yes, a job posting is the recruiter or hiring manager's wish list. They're hoping they find that golden unicorn. So you don't have to necessarily meet every single qualification on the job posting. In general, if you meet 75 to 80% of those qualifications, go ahead and apply. But if you don't waste your time, and please don't waste an employer's time.
All right. So now I know this opened the can of worms of what if you do if you're a career changer. The answer to that question is you go to the breakout session and you have this conversation because, again, you can do it, but it comes back to the relevance. So you ready for this one? I mad-libbed it. Relevance So the key to job searching in 2026 is showing relevance to the audience and how you can impact them by creating a story that shows your qualification and value for the role.
That's good stuff.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
I can't believe you did that on the fly. That's impressive.
I'm known for that. I'm known for my 18-word summaries of 18-minute long conversations. I think that does come from being a resume writer. And so, all right, let's get some housekeeping here and move you all to breakout sessions since I just brought that up. Let me bring my papers back up because I need those. And whoever said we don't have any fun around here, you're full of shit. All right. Hey, I waited an hour and 15 minutes to swear.
That's
impressive.
impressive.
Okay. For all of those of you who know me, somebody wanted me to repeat something that I definitely cannot repeat. Oh, Hannah, yes, I can. This is why I record everything, you guys, because I will do this and pull out this amazing one-liner and somebody will go, could you repeat that? And I will go, no, I can't. The key to job searching in 2026, and we're going to plaster this friggin' everywhere, is exhibiting relevance to the audience and how you can impact them by telling a story that shows your qualifications for the role at hand. The first time was a little bit better, but you got it, right? And what I think is amazing is make that your mantra and take that with you to your breakout sessions, because you can say to Shelly, hey, I want to change careers. How do I show relevance to this audience for this type of role with this type of qualifications? See? That's how it all comes together. It's like math, but there's no numbers involved. Former engineer who loves people, y'all. I will always find a way to bring math into the equation. I've got a few little things. Somebody wanted to see this again. And so, and somebody asked, will you be able to see recordings? Yes. If you have signed up at nationalcareercoachday.com, you will get the recordings from all of the sessions, including all of the breakouts. So if there are more than one breakout and you're torn between the two, or you want to move back and forth, you certainly can. We will make sure that you have the ability to do that. And so let's get that info up on the screen. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Here's your 4 breakout sessions. Grace, who is my trusty right hand for this chaos, is going to load up the chat with the Zoom links. And please hold while I yell to the other end of the house and make sure that my husband has started the Zoom rooms. I just heard them. I heard recording in progress. And so Grace is going to get you links here. And so we're actually going to end up starting these a little bit early, which I think could be fantastic. Catherine, Christine, I'm actually going to remove you guys so you can head over to Zooms and start getting set up. And don't kick out Grace. I need her to post some stuff. If you are a panelist, you've got a document with your Zoom stuff. You can also find them in chat. So Grace is loading everything up with which room is which. And we'll make sure we repost these in case the chat starts to push them up too far. But here's your 4 rooms, who is hosting each of them. If for some reason you get lost, you can always go to nationalcareercoachday.com. That's your dashboard for the day. Everything is updated in real time there with the links that can get you anywhere you need to go as we wrangle this beast. And so we will be in breakout sessions until 11:15. I'm in Mountain Time, which no one knows exists. So for those of you that aren't in Mountain Time, that is 1:15 Eastern or 10:15 Pacific. We'll be in breakout rooms until about quarter after the hour. So 45, 50-ish minutes. And then we're going to take a little break. And then we will come back here let's leave that up for a second so you can grab everybody again. We'll be back at 11:30 my time, 1:30 Eastern is interview panel. And so if you want to start migrating over to Zoom rooms, have at it. This live stream will stay here. It'll just have like a break screen on it. And so if you need me, you can always chat me or come and flag me down here. I'll be around. But we'll go ahead and move over to Zoom rooms and have a little extra time in breakouts because I know there's a ton of meaningful conversation there. So if you need help getting somewhere put in chat or head to National Career Coach Day and we'll help you get there. And if there was a question in the comments I didn't get to answer, I apologize because holy cow, you guys are chatty today and I love it. But take it to your room. I trust every single one of these to answer any question you have, maybe even better than I can. And so, Mary, the links are in the chat or should be in chat just above you. Yep, links are posted above. Well, let's copy them and paste. I'll copy and paste them again. Oh, wait. Oh, check this out. Oh, wait, that is not helpful. Let's not show that because that is a bunch of gobbledygook. Last year we tried to do QR codes for the breakout rooms, but that didn't work because what are you going to do? Go to the breakout room on your phone, but you want to be there from the computer. So this is the easiest way for us to do it. And Mary, if you have any issues, you can go to nationalcareercoachday.com and there's just straight up buttons to click to get into your Zoom room. And so I will let you all start migrating. Panelists, thank you so much for a fantastic round of resume. Ask me anything. I always love hearing about what you guys have to say. Have fun in the breakout rooms. Ask tons of questions. Get tons of value. We will see you back here in about an hour, a little over an hour for the interview panel. And we're going to do a couple giveaways before we start to encourage you to get back here on time. So I hope you're having a fabulous day. If any of you need anything from us, please let me know. Julie wants to know difference between tech and modern versus level up. So if you are a mid-career tech professional, both of those are relevant to you. And so what I would do is say, what is your like prevailing goal? So if your prevailing goal is to move into leadership, I would go to the level up. If your prevailing goal is to deal with a more technical level of detail, I would go to the technical breakout.
All right.
Okay. I don't want
See
that
y'all.
yet.
All right, we'll see y'all in there.
I'll stick around here. We're having a small technical difficulty, Franklin and Scott, with the tech room. It was all set up to go, and then something happened. So Jim's on it. So if you're trying to get into that one, or I'm sorry, your midlife level up room. Sorry. So if you're trying to get into that one, stand by. This is why I didn't want you doing 4 rooms. It's too much. All right, Scott and Franklin, you guys are all set to go to your Zoom room. It's up and running. So Scott, I need you to leave here and go to Zoom. You get to see behind the scenes, everyone. All right, everybody, you might hear a little chatter. We're going to start getting ready for the interview session starting here in 5 minutes. Super excited. So we're going to be doing a little housekeeping and a little bit of tech setup, and we will be live to answer all of your burning interview questions here in 5 minutes.
Angie?
Anything you say to me can be heard over the live stream. Just letting you know. Doesn't mean we can't do tech stuff. I have a private chat to each of you if you need to do anything special. It's the only downside of keeping the live stream running. What do we think? Should we start talking about interviewing here in 60 seconds or so? Let's get ourselves organized. Let me get to the right slide instead of shamelessly plugging my book, which I'm still going to do. I might even do it a little bit more here in a second because we've also got some things to give away. So as we're getting everybody back here, we like to have a little fun for those of you that are just joining us. Let me get to the right slide. Let me get some people on this screen. There are all of our friends. You're going to meet them here in a second. But I do want to remind you all that don't forget to check out Warmer Jobs. They are supporting us for National Career Coach Day. for both coaches and job seekers with the code to get half off 1 month. And if you haven't seen this job search platform, it's pretty cool. It's basically a way to streamline connecting actual open listings to your current LinkedIn network. And so it takes a couple manual steps out of the process of seeing if you know anyone at a company. And I was really impressed with the very intentional human level of what they're up to. And so definitely check that out today. If you are just joining us, welcome to the 3rd Annual Job Seeker Summit. It's a big day around here. We've got a ton of you. And thank you to those of you who dealt with some tech snafus for the breakout sessions after the resume panel just now. I hope that you found some value in the breakout rooms, which had way more people than we anticipated when we designed the number of breakout rooms that we're going to have. So we're making some adjustments for this afternoon to at least mitigate some of the tech stuff. And I see questions, Maria, about the book launch. So right now, as of this moment, it is only available on Kindle, but that should change within the next 2 to 4 hours, and the paperback should appear on Amazon any hour. And then it will be available via other purchase channels and in hardback at some point, which we will do a very big promotion around. However, I will tell you shamelessly, it actually helps a ton to buy the Kindle copy, even if you don't have a Kindle, because this is how we start to rank in different categories. And currently, Scary Good is the #1 new release in the entrepreneurship category. And it's currently #4 new release, #3 new release in happiness. And I really, really, really want to be #1. And I got to beat out Hal Elrod's new book to do it. And so how's that for getting you all to rally around me and help me out? And if that's not enough, I'm so glad, Maria, you asked, because one of the giveaways that I'm going to do right now is 2 copies of my book. So I'm actually going to give away 2 signed actual physical copies and mail them to you. And so I've got a little number generator here that I'm not going to try to share because I've done this before and it's turned into a nightmare. But I'm basically going to do a random number generator. And here's the thing, y'all. We have 717 people registered for this event. So what we do for giveaways is we do random number generator, and then we pick that column or that row off of the spreadsheet of registrants, and that's who wins. And so we're actually going to do 4 giveaways right now as we get started and wait for everybody to join us here in the interview panel. And my trusted interview panelists who you're going to get to meet here, get to support the effort and watch on. At least you didn't have to be earlier. If you were part of the resume panel, you got to hear all the hoopla about the Momentum Award nominations being open and the Master Job Search Coach info session on January 29th, and all of the people that certified as Master Job Search Coaches in 2025. And also that this is Happy National Career Coach Day. And I want to say that to all of you on the screen, all of you out there watching, whether you are a coach, worked with a coach, need a coach, or are here, you understand the impact of what we do, which is why we created this day. So let's give some things away, and then we'll give some knowledge away. So I'm just going to run all 4 numbers, and I'll say kind of what they are, and we will contact everybody, because for these, you don't have to be live to win. However, for those of you out there watching, we're going to do something big at the end of the day. I decided that this morning because I just feel like doing that. And I'm not going to tell you what, because maybe I haven't decided yet. But you do have to be present at the mindset panel in order to be eligible to win the big thing that you don't want to miss out on. It's my way of secretly getting you all to attend the mindset panel that we need to be talking more about. So in this raffle, we are giving away 2 signed copies of my book. And then Chris Betu, who is one of your panelists who you're going to meet here in a second, is giving away a complimentary resume review. So even though this is the interview panel, we like to support all aspects of job searching. So she's giving away a resume review. And then Denise Bittler, who is not a panelist here, but she is on the AI panel this afternoon, shameless plug for that one that I know is going to be popular, has probably one of the most comprehensive 49-page interview guides that she is giving to you. So we're just going to pick 4 numbers. And we'll do it in that order. I just have to figure out how to get one that lets me put in the numbers. So hang on. Random number generator. We fly by the seat of our pants a little bit around here. Not always, but sometimes. All right. So you all have to trust me that I am putting in the upper limit of 1, lower limit of 1, and the upper limit of 720. How's that? That's how much this is needed, everybody. And I'm so happy that these panelists and our coaches are here to support and collaborate and volunteer. This is totally a volunteer thing. And that also clearly we're giving something that is needed in the market. So here we go. First copy of my book goes to number 72, an early registrant wins out. And that is Danny Weinrab gets a copy of Scary Good, Discovering Life Beyond the Sunday Scaries. Okay, we got a Scary Good. Cool, let's do another one. Another copy of my book goes to 552. So somebody new on the scene gets a copy of Scary Good, Discovering Life Beyond the Sunday Scaries, and that is Enka Kozma. So I will reach out to you via email and do that. So Chris, let's see who's going to get your complimentary resume review next. Number 203. Who's the lucky winner who gets to hear from Chris and get a little bit of extra support? Sean Edens. You get a complimentary resume review from the one and only Chris Debrak-Betu. And finally, before we get into answering all of your burning questions about resumes, we are giving away Denise's very comprehensive, I'm sure has more information than your head will be able to process, interview guide. Goes to number 450, which is Lexi Bartamioli. You're making my Italian need to come out over here, Lexi. Congratulations to what we had: Danny, Anka, Sean, and Lexi. I remembered all of that off the top of my head, you all. You should be pretty impressed with me considering what we are managing over here. Let me get that on my spreadsheet, and then we'll get rolling with some interview stuff. What do we think? All right. Let's get my technical stuff kind of going here, because what we are going to do for the next hour or so, and for those of you that were here earlier, you know the goal is to make this interactive, and you all took the challenge to heart, because the amount of chat was just off the charts, and it was amazing to see not only you just putting yourselves out there and asking really amazing questions, but also supporting each other with answers in the chat, because I couldn't get to everything, but we're going to do the best we absolutely can, and then have some fun. So I need to get one thing up here in my I need to load something to the system here that I did not do. I am behind because we were running around with 65 people in Zoom rooms, and it was amazing. So let's meet our panel.
Hi, I'm Corey Stewart with Get Career Confidence. What I really enjoy the most is interview coaching and building confidence within my clients, helping them achieve their career goals.
My name is Sarah Camillo. I'm the founder of Camillo Careers. I really specialize in the front end, from the full job searching process, through resume writing, interviewing, salary negotiation, just helping you get the job that you want today.
Hi, I'm Delina Bradley of Delina Bradley Leadership Interview Coaching. I help senior level professionals and executives across industries get the jobs they want through highly customized and thorough interview coaching, so they're completely prepared, confident, and positioned for offers.
Hi, I'm Chris Debrak-Betu, and I'm the founder of KDB Coaching. With years of experience in recruiting, workforce strategy, and career coaching, I help job seekers navigate every phase of their job search journey. From crafting standout resumes to acing interviews, I empower my clients with practical strategies and honest support.
I'm excited to be part of the 3rd annual Job Seeker Summit. Real strategies from career coaches who actually do this work. You'll leave with clarity, confidence, and a real plan.
Yeah. All right. Let me get the right stuff up here. Let me get the right screen. What do we think of that one? Nope. I'm not going to talk that much. Let's be real. Yes, I am. Let's use this screen. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I think interviewing brings up just as much, if not more, questions, uncertainty, and nerves as resumes. And so this is always one of the really meaty sessions. And for all of you out there listening, I want to remind you that you ask away in the chat. I've got stuff queued up that are common questions and some challenges I want to throw out to the crew here, but we definitely want to make sure we can address as much as you. So what I want to start off with is just kind of a round robin for each of you. And I want to make sure you're unmuted because I did that earlier. You might have to unmute yourself. Okay, there we go. Sarah and Corey, you're still muted. And if you want to unmute when you come up, totally cool. I want to do a little round robin, and I want to hear from each of you what you're seeing out there on the scenes as far as like maybe trends or shifts in interview expectations, maybe over the past year that are definitely rolling over or moving full steam ahead into 2026. So Sarah, I'm going to start with you as one of the veterans on the crew here, because Sarah, Chris, and Corey are 3 of the OGs. They're 3 of the 9 Summit founding coaches that have been here for all 3 of these things, by the way. We bring some real expertise around here. So Sarah, kick us off and tell us just like what you're seeing that's rolling over or trending, really coming on the scenes in this kind of interview expectations and formats.
Yeah, I would say one thing I felt like I was asked and talked about throughout 2025, a big topic was clients talking to me and saying, I used to apply for jobs and get at least one interview for about 70% of the jobs I'd apply for. And now it's like maybe 10%, if any. So that just says, we obviously know the job market in 2025 was more challenging than ever. And it's extra competitive, it's very saturated, all of that. But that just means there's really just no room for error anymore. And everything, you have to bring your A game to every step of the way. The other thing I noticed was when it came to actually getting the interview then was companies, you really have to make sure that you're clear in every answer. There's a lot more around like having structure to your answers. So there's no winging it anymore like maybe you used to be able to do back in the day. So
I'm putting this in chat. No winging it anymore. I think we ended up at the end of the resume session having a really great like one-line zinger of the strategy or the mentality of like resumes and job searching, which I could find and reread, but I feel like we already have it for interviewing, and that's that you can't wing it. And so side note to the 5 of you, there was some background noise going on. Actually, it sounded like a horse was running through one of your rooms. And so you're fair game to be made fun of if you come into any event with me. So there you go. So I muted you just to make sure that we don't have that. So when you're talking, unmute, and then we'll just go back and forth. Delina, I want to come to you next. What are you seeing out there on the front lines of interviews as far as trends, either from an expectations perspective or like an actual tactical or logistical perspective?
A lot more AI and one-way interviews, for sure.
I'm so glad you brought that up. We're going to dig into that, but keep talking.
A lot of companies are grabbing onto that to handle a huge volume of applications because job seekers are outsmarting the system. And so that's one thing. Another thing I would mention is multiple rounds of interviews. More and more, there are people getting involved. They want the whole team meeting with people, depending on the profession you're in and the job that you do, up to 5, 6, 7 rounds of interviews.
It's a gauntlet. And also, Delina, I'm curious if you're seeing the moving goalposts, right? So they'll say we're going to do 5 rounds of interviews, and then you're all shaking your heads. So you all know, and all of you out there are probably shaking your heads because you're like, yeah, this was the final round, and now they want me to like go meet 3 more peers, and then they want me to go meet. So if misery loves company, y'all, you're getting it. You're seeing stuff that we're all seeing. Chris, what about you? What are you observing out there on the scenes?
I definitely want to echo what everybody else is saying. And Angie, let me know. I feel like my connection here isn't that great. So want to echo what everybody else is saying. And then I'm seeing a lot more protracted communication back to the applicants. They might go through their 5 rounds, but then it'll be 2 weeks before they hear anything back. And so I've seen that cycle time really become protracted.
Yes. I mean, I've got a guy right now, I think we're at 4 months from the first interview to now he's finally at what we think is the last, but it's also been, I think the goalposts, I think that there's a whole new game of football that's been added to his situation. And Chris, your sound is okay. Your video might lag a little bit, but your sound is crisp and clear. So we're good there. Renee, I want to hear from you. What are you seeing out there on the scenes?
Yeah. Well, this probably comes as no surprise to you, the way I answer this, Angie. I think what I'm seeing is that companies are also looking not just for experience that aligns with what they're looking for, but how people's values align with what they're looking for, how they make decisions, what motivates you, what you won't compromise on, ways of working, how are you collaborating, self-awareness. I know this is such a big, broad buzzword now, and emotional intelligence. So I'm hearing a lot more of the behavioral questions coming up, and how, again, how you would really align with their values and just the culture.
So many things I want to sink my teeth into, but first, Corey, round us out, and then we will dig in. And we've already got some good stuff in chat, so you better get ready. You got a lot of talking to do, the 5 of you. Corey, what are you seeing?
Much of what everyone said. I think the biggest surprise for my candidates is how long it's taking. A lot of them having the same approach, but this is a new world we live in. 7 rounds, 6 rounds, that is crazy, but that's the new norm. So the amount of effort that they're going to have to put into getting a response back from that potential employer has to really be on point and really handling some things up front while you are face to face. So now you have 6 different people that you've met with, and you better get a card for every single one of them. And after a reasonable amount of time, make sure that you follow up. Much to what Renee was saying, I would say we all want a good fit, but I just think they know that it's in their favor right now. And so they're just being a little bit more selective than they should be. If you have somebody good, pull the trigger. And that's really a consistent trend I'm seeing with employers.
Yes, all of the above. So I have to tell all of you out there that it's always nice for us in here to feel like we're not in the echo chamber of what we're all seeing as well. So it's nice to be like, okay, I'm telling people things that other people are seeing and telling people. And there's lots of little things that I had you all queued up, stuff that I totally want to talk about. Delina went there with the one way, the AI interview stuff. I want to talk about a little bit more. Renee, and your values things I want to talk about. There's some questions in chat that I think are good, like high level that I want us to address. So somebody multiple of you mentioned like just the length of the overall start to finish process and the length of time between communications. What do all of you feel is the specific reason for that? Chris, I may come to you because you have a recruiting background and can speak a little bit more specifically to that kind of like process. So like what's happening behind the scenes that's taking this so long and dragging everything out from step to step?
So I think a lot of technology and KPIs and other steps have been implemented in probably the last 12 months. But I also think it goes back to some of the end user human nature. So I recruited through dot-com booms and busts, the Great Recession, and probably the Great Recession is a little bit more akin to what we're seeing now with the behavior of end users. And I think when people start seeing unemployment numbers climbing up, when they see layoffs climbing up, the managers will go through many more people because they want their purple squirrel. They want that perfect person that hits every single one of what they've decided their criteria is, whether or not the timing is reality or those people exist. They've just decided because what they've heard that there are more people around. And I think that's driving part of it. I do think there's a switch to more of a skills-based, is this person really going to meet my goals and do what they say they're going to do? And how are we testing people to figure that out?
I think you just hit the nail on the head, is that we've moved into this like skill-based hiring almost economy, and that compared with something Corey said, I want to bring together to kind of explain a little bit of the why behind it. At a very fundamental, it's because they can. You know, when we are in a candidate driven market, we have the luxury of being in demand, and people, when they find a good fit or highly qualified person, want to usher them through a process to lock them down quickly and get them off the market. Now we're in a situation where there are slightly close to more unicorns in these stacks, and companies have more highly qualified candidates they want to entertain, which means they have the luxury of taking longer. They don't need to snatch us up and take us off the market as quickly. And they're getting a little bit more nuanced in how they're selecting. Renee, you hit the nail on the head with the values thing, because one of the things I've told a lot of candidates is that while this is taking forever, the silver lining is that most of the time the job you're offered is the best one of the whole bunch over the amount of time that it's taken you to find it. So at least there's a win after the slog. But I think that's because we're in this like high fit ecosystem. And that does mean companies are going to be discerning to that, and they can take their kind of like sweet time. And so I want to follow this up with a question Siobhan has that I'm going to put on the screen because I love it. And Sarah, I'm going to come to you for this one. Siobhan wants to know, how do you keep up your energy when you've got these really long drug out processes, and also just even from a job search perspective, right? How do you keep your energy up as you're doing all this?
That's a really good question, and I have a couple different answers for that. Take breaks when you need to take breaks, because when you are going to hit exhaustion, and it is important to step away when you feel like you need to step away, or else you'll just start making mistakes. I had a client call it revenge applying. You'll start just applying for random jobs that you don't really want out of exhaustion. So there's that, but then there's also like value to leaning on if you're working with a career coach or your mentors or your family and friends. Talk with people about what you're going through, and stay close to your original goals as well. Know what your career goals are and the strategy that you're using in your job search. And when you start to hit exhaustion, remind yourself of those goals, remind yourself of your own accomplishments and achievements and all of that, and why you're wanting this next job. So kind of a blend of all of that, I'd say.
Yeah, don't do this alone. We don't talk enough about the mental, emotional toll of job searching, which is why there is a mindset panel today, you all, and why I am making you all come to it by teasing some big nebulous giveaway during it. We don't talk enough about the mental, emotional toll of job searching, and that is especially true when they're taking longer, or you're going through more interviews for one process and interviewing in more processes, which means rejections higher. And so you find a group of people. You know, I'm a fan of that whole Never Search Alone book, simply because I found out it's the book that follows my same philosophy along with most of us. But the big thing is you're all here. And so share links and chat with each other as far as like connecting on LinkedIn, and find some people who you feel can like support that mental component, because doing this alone is a surefire way to get really, really burnt out. And being burnt out is an even more surefire way to not get offered a job. Sorry, gonna say it, right? So one really specific question I'd love a short answer to. I'm going to throw this up, and whoever like raises their hand and chimes in first gets it, because I don't know which of you sees this type of work the most. But Maria was curious if we're seeing the same, like maybe timeline challenges, protracted communications with contract work. Anybody have a so basically you all shook your head.
Yes.
So yes, yeah, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Sorry, wish there was more to talk about there. So Delina, I'm going to come back to you because you opened the door to it, and I was going to talk to you about it anyway. And that is AI is now in interviewing. And in case you didn't notice, I chose to wear one of my very strategic shirts today because I believe that humans still matter. And soon we're going to find out that we're over indexing on AI in pretty much all areas of life, especially in hiring. And so, Delina, talk to me about what you are seeing in AI interviewing out there and what people should be prepared for on that front.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there is. This is a big topic. Companies are embracing this because it is cheaper than humans. It is a way to handle the volume of the applications that are coming in. It is a great screening tool for a lot of companies. And while we're seeing more of this, we were also seeing one-way interviews even, prior to this year. It's been going on for a while, either in real time with a bot. Well, I guess that's, sort of two-way in a way, but or just recording yourself. You have a certain period of time to record yourself. So the good news is that people can prepare for these interviews much like you would prepare for a regular interview with a human. Your AI interviews, you're going to be given a score based on a long list of things that they have set up in their system. Eye contact, voice inflection, story structure, gestures, which helps measure your energy and things like that. Those are all things you want to do in real interviews as well. So I don't want people to get too intimidated by AI interviews because the prep it overlaps. And, I could go on, but that's the basic idea I'd like to convey.
I think just the TLDR there is prepare for them just like you were a human. Now, the tricky thing, and Corey, I'm going to cue this up for you because you do a lot of video yourself. And I want to hear how you coach people through the fact that, okay, mentally I can say, or let's say from a content perspective, I can say, I'm going to prepare for this just like I would a human. However, you don't have that feedback loop, right? You don't have somebody on the other end of the screen. And so I'm curious, Corey, how do you get somebody amped up? It goes back to energy, right? Like, how do you coach somebody into getting ready for that aspect of these AI interviews?
For starters, just play the game. Play the game. An AI interview could actually be easier. They're going to ask the same questions. Why do you want to work here? Tell us your why, right? What's your value add? What's your greatest strength? What's your greatest weakness? It's the same thing in every interview. So do the basics: eye contact, smile, inflection, see and appear enthused, dress nice, throw a little bit of humor in there, right? Because they're looking at all these videos and they're all mundane, right? And what's going to stand out is the person that goes, oh, wow, I love this person. They gave me something different, right? So follow the same structure and be prepared and just play the game. They're not going to ask you anything outside of normal legal interview questions. So if they want to just look at 200 applicants and look at videos all day, be the guy in the video, the girl in the video that stands out by simply being prepared and enthused. Don't go in there acting all surprised because you don't know where they're going to lead you. We do have a 90% idea on what type of questions we're going to ask. Pre-write them down, study it, memorize your story. There will be a random outlier, but that's where your creativeness comes in. And everybody's going to be throwing that same curveball. But you should be 98% prepared for what's coming your way. That's how I handle it and coach my candidates.
This interview panel at the Job Seeker Summit would not be the same without Mr. Corey Stewart. It's just tell it like it is, right? So instead of letting it get in your head, look at it more as a slightly known ecosystem of questions. It's basically the same as it's the same format, same questions as a recruiter call. Now it's just going to be even more structured with probably less random potential within it. And so I think if you think about it that way, that's a great way to like unpsych yourself out about it. Renee, I want to understand from you what you know about like what's happening behind the curtain here. So what would be helpful for us to know as far as how like hiring teams or HR is using this stuff in their process?
Yeah, that's a great question. There's so many different directions I can go with that. Having been behind the scenes, having been in many interviews, the hiring process is also very strategic, right? They're looking for experience. They're looking for, is this person a fit with this particular team? So where you're going to obviously interview with the recruiter. That's probably your first screen. Your second screen can be the hiring manager. And then the hiring manager is going to want to know how you would be able to collaborate with that team. So he or she may have you interview with a couple of team members. And at my last company, we did something called a culture interview with a set of questions to understand, again, how this particular candidate aligns with our core values. And I always tell my clients, like, just be honest. If you're researching a company that you're interested in working for, look at their core values should be stated. Look at those core values. If it aligns with who you are, absolutely apply. If it doesn't, I say don't waste your time, because the role that you will be taking is so much more than just a job description. And the companies are also viewing it the same way. And if I was asked earlier, why do I think the hiring process takes so long? There's so many stakeholders now that are involved. It's the people you're going to be doing work with, collaborating with, the hiring manager. Maybe it's the manager's manager, that second level manager. And they want to be just as sure as you want to be about accepting the job.
And that comes back to that, like the fit piece, right? Or company, it's weird. It's a weird catch-22, because that is such a consensus within hiring teams, and everybody at least feeling like they're part of the decision-making process is becoming more important behind the scenes. And so we're looking at this values-based, culture-based hiring, which I'm going to shout from the rooftops, I love, because we should be looking for jobs that align with our values, because we're going to retain them longer. We're going to be more satisfied. We're going to like who we work with. However, the irony is that the beginning of the process is set up completely the opposite. And we've dehumanized it. And that's my soapbox a little bit, which I will stop now, and go back to the fact that, okay, let's say we get through the AI bot interview, where it's a little bit of play the game, Corey. Super, super good way to think about it. And now we're at the human stage. Sarah, talk to me about communication patterns and like nonverbal type stuff that help create a stronger rapport and connection in this fit ecosystem.
Good question. So yeah, human to human, it is still important, even if it's video, right? It's so important to be looking in the camera the whole time so they feel the eye contact, even though it's not eye contact, but it feels like eye contact. Repeating the person's name, the interviewer's name, not creepy like 17 times, but once or twice works, builds that other rapport. You kind of perk up whenever somebody says your name. And then obviously in person, like an on-site interview, all of those things that you've learned, about confidence from childhood, like, again, eye contact, good handshakes, smiling, like people can hear a smile even over the phone. So making sure that your presence is there, that you're staying current. I know one other question I often get is, can I take a pause or can I bring notes to the interview? Yes, you can bring notes even to an on-site interview. Now, if it's a video interview, take advantage, have some notes in front of you, all the notes you want. But even on site, it's okay to still bring a couple notes and reference certain metrics or data or financials, whatever works. But it's you still need to show some personality while staying professional. Mirroring is always a good tactic as well, just very subtle. So there's a lot of those little things that you can do, but to build that rapport, depending on how the interviewer is, how it's reciprocated, and so forth.
The irony here is, yet again, while the beginning of the process suggests otherwise, I have yet to be proven wrong that a hiring team will select the imperfect fit for the team before they will hit the checks all of the box personality like a paper bag robot. So as we try to build this rapport, Delina, I want to hear from you. How do you coach people into like maybe stronger nonverbal communications? Because some of that is more like maybe comes naturally or not to some people. And so if maybe you're an introvert or you feel a little bit more awkward in these settings, how do you coach people into this connection aspect of interviews?
Mm-hmm. Right. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about remote. The majority, a lot of companies are still doing remote video interviews. a lot of my clients are starting to go on site, maybe for later stage, that kind of thing. But as far as the strengthening presence, when you show up in an interview, especially on video too, you don't want to be like this. You don't want to be just leaning all over your desk and kind of, you know, acting like a little blasé about the whole thing. Sometimes people overcompensate their nervousness by doing that. So take up space in your screen. Be centered. Show more of your torso so that you're not just kind of a floating head, you know, across your screen. Show your torso because you want to simulate as though you're sitting across the table from somebody in a conference room. And when you are in a conference room, of course, squaring your shoulders, taking up space that way is important. Now, I totally agree with the mirroring. You know, if someone's leaning in, then you might lean in a little bit, or changing position. That's next level. Than body language and nonverbal. But when you show up and you're taking up space, you're saying, I'm here, I'm ready to go. I'm an equal participant in this. I've heard people already talk about the smiling and how that is important to remember to do. And it's helpful to have, I'm a big Post-it note fan. You know, having a Post-it note that simply says smile, or a Post-it note that says look here toward the camera to remind you to look at the camera so you're making direct eye contact, and practicing that way. The other thing too, and I realize this is going into the AV setup, but we're trying to make an impression with someone in seconds. Not minutes. So when you hop on, you need to make sure that you're set up. And, you know, we're 5 years from the pandemic, almost 6. And so people have a lot of experience being on Zoom and things more than ever. And still, when I work with people, we're adjusting lighting, we're adjusting audio, we're looking at the framing, we are looking at the background. We want to make sure that there's nothing too distracting. And speaking of distractions, you know, I also talk about not, you know, swiveling the chair or like, you know, this leaning in and things like that. So those are some things I work on with my clients, making sure your background, your setup is on point so that when you're on and you're taking up space, you're ready to go.
You have 6 great examples right here, because if you look at every one of us, we are all framed pretty similarly. We are a similar size. And with the exception of Corey, who gets away with it, we don't have a whole lot of busy stuff behind us. But like good lighting, for the love of God, please do not sit on a bed with your laptop and do this. Like, that is not flattering, first of all. Second of all, does not look like you put any thought into anything. And if you are a technical professional, go to Walmart and spend $40 on a damn Logitech, because it's going to look a whole lot better than the laptop camera on board and make you look like you actually know something about technology. So there are very small things that actually go a long way in this kind of like digital thing. So now what I want to do is maybe take that to how we respond to things. So Renee, I'm coming at you because you talk so much about the values and the culture fit. How this was a question in chat, and Chris, so I'm going to show this, and it's the first half of it. This is Kristen's question, because then we're going to go to 2. How do we make interviews more conversational, even if we are remote? So there's the nonverbal piece, but how do we do it from a conversational perspective? What are some of your tips?
Yeah, it's a great question. And it says, you know, these behavioral questions, tell me about a time when you, and I'm sure everybody on this panel's heard the STAR method. Situation.
We're going there.
Start with the situation, okay? So if somebody's going to ask you, how did you handle, tell me about a time when you handled a customer service issue where you had more complaints or more needs than you did people to handle it. And you can say, well, here was the situation at my last job. I oversaw the team of customer service reps, and and I'm not I have customer service background, but I don't do the tech side. So forgive me if my example is not perfect, but, and we were shortchanged. I put in a process. So that was the situation. Then it's the task. Like, what were you tasked to do to solve this problem? Well, what I did was I was able to put together some extra help, and we did this with our technology, and we were able to really handle the influx of the customer calls that came in. Okay, so that was the task. And the action really gets into, so that's the A, the action gets into talk about the technologies, talk about the process that you used to do this. This is where interviewers want to hear your thinking process. They want to hear how there's so much in that A that you want to exhibit, where you want to exhibit your value. And then, of course, the results. At the end of the day, they talk to everybody could sound like they do the same thing, but your results, how did you increase productivity? How did you save time? Think in terms of metrics, numbers, because that is what is going to make you stand out. So come with the story. You look at the job description, you see the bullet points of what they're looking for. Find a story in your background, in your experience, where you say, I've solved that problem before. What was the situation? What was the task? What was the action you took? And what were the results?
Love it. We're going to dig a little bit more into STAR in a minute too, Renee. I'm glad you set it up that way, because it can often feel, I really don't love behavioral and STAR interviews, because a lot of times they can feel really one-sided and not leave us a lot of space to explore things. However, the method can be really, really effective storytelling. And at least from a preparation perspective. And so I'm glad you set that up. We're going to come back to that. And maybe this is a good, Corey, I'm coming to you to piggyback off of that, because everything we've just talked about are all these like maybe tactics to present better. But at the end of the day, we always hear just go be more confident. So how do we just go be more confident, Mr. Get Career Confidence?
So again, that's a basic question. Why should we hire you, or tell me a time when? Oh, actually, there's this opportunity. We have to work New Year's Eve. That's my favorite holiday, by the way, Christmas time or New Year's, right? Add your personality in those moments. You're still on task. You're still answering the question, but add a little bit of flavor in there. So it gives them an opportunity to connect. So you're putting out a branch, right? You're going to see if they're going to grab it, right? Wow, really? I love that holiday. Actually, I'm not a fan of Christmas, but for some reason, I love St. Patrick's Day. Just you're putting things out there because you're showing your personality. Again, it's about culture. So if you're the one that's not willing to be, oh, yes, I answered every question, it's not an interrogation, it's a conversation, right? So a lot of times candidates are afraid to take control. Take ownership. This is your time to shine. I'm one of those people, I don't care if I get a call back or not. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay it all on the line. I'm going to show you why, how I'm the best candidate, give you the proof right there with receipts. If you don't call me in 3 or 4 weeks, that's your loss, because I'm going to move on until I get an offer of someone who's serious. So those are little things I do. We have to talk about, there's a lot of psychology in listening and smiling, ways to nod, when to turn the head, when to lean in and when to lean back, even the color. Spend the preparation and the time to look those things up, because we all judge people in the first 2 to 3 seconds. So your appearance alone could give you so many brownie points at the very start of the interview. And then you're going to spend the rest of the time confirming why you're the top choice.
Because, by the way, are we all also wearing navy blue or close to it? We did not plan this, y'all. We did not plan to be the perfect example as a group of all of our responses, but this should tell you something. I think that, Corey, I love that. It just do it. It's like, just play the game, just do the thing, and just be yourself, I think, is a big thing. I think we get in our way a whole lot of trying to be like so perfect, make sure we don't have to say, I have to think about it, and like be almost so over rehearsed that then we've just given ourselves yet another layer of stress and performance to stick to, instead of just saying, okay, I'm going to prepare myself so I know what I want them to know about me, and I'm going to go in there and I'm going to tell them about it. That's it. Forget what they want to hear. That's the best thing I ever said to a client one day. I was like, don't worry about what they want to hear. Just go in there and tell them what you want them to know. Now, you've done a little legwork ahead of time to understand about yourself what you want them to know and put it in context, but You go in there, you deliver it naturally, and slam dunk, you walk out the door onto the next thing. If they call, great. If not, well, like Corey said, their loss. So Corey also mentioned the follow-up situation. And this was the second part of, I think it was Chris's question that Renee answered the first part. So Sarah, talk to us about follow-up. What is too aggressive? What is not enough? How do we ride the fine line between annoyance and persistence?
Absolutely. So what I recommend to my clients is kind of like a rule of thumb is give them a week. Follow up, give them a week. And then after that, another week. Like we all know days go so quickly. So when I was recruiting, I never said, hey, I'll let you know in the next 1 to 2 days, because so much is out of my hands. So things take time, decisions take time to get made and so forth. So give them a little bit of leeway and then follow up after about a week. The time that it's too much, and this again goes back to my recruiting days, would be those people who emailed me every single day. Like there's just no need. So that becomes a little overbearing. And then they may be like, I don't know if this person's a culture fit. They don't have much patience. So that's my rule of thumb, is about a week. I just want to say one other thing about the first question in this, about making it conversational. I love what Corey said about adding personality and all that. But one other thing to keep in mind is, you know, almost every interview will end with, do you have questions for us? But don't be afraid to ask a question mid-story too. So as you're doing the star and maybe you're in the T or the A or whatever, it's okay to say, does that make sense so far? Do you need me to elaborate any more on that? Like, is this making sense to you? Anything like that, that's another way to make it conversational. And it allows the interviewer to be like, yeah, I'm not sure what you meant by this or whatever. It makes it more conversational.
I'm going to throw in my own addition to that. If you are with a person who is not a savvy interviewer, I'm going to recall Corey's suggestion to say you can take charge and manage the interview without it seeming like it, right? And this is part of the strategy to do so, because also if you're in an interview where you're struggling to build rapport, just because the person isn't giving you much back or you don't know why, I think asking a question at the end of your response is a really great way to create a loop that can kind of make the energy feel like rapport. You can't do it with every question or you're going to look shifty, but let's say that, you know, they ask you a question and you respond, at which point, if you had a related question, you might be able to say, well, you know, actually, this is one of my questions. What is blank, blank, blank here? Right. And so now you've created this little nut, and you're not just going to barrage them with 29 questions at the end, but you've peppered them throughout to create conversational loops. Additionally, what I'll add to that is, if you are asked a question which you need more information to make a more informed answer, it is okay to ask for more information before just feeling like you got to start spewing an answer. That might mean, hey, I have a couple different ways I could go with that answer. Tell me how this looks here so that I can give you a more accurate or more contextual response. Or, hey, I was actually curious about X. Could you tell me about that? Because it'll inform my response. You don't have to be like prim, proper, over prepared, right? And that's part of the rapport building and all these kinds of things. And so now we're going back to what Renee queued us up, which is star, soar, car, all of the things. Chris, talk to us about the alphabet soup. There's a couple questions in chat that I'm going to mash together, and I would love for you to just give everybody the lay of the land. Is the star, are these frameworks standard? Where do we see them? Where don't we see them? Are they becoming more common? What do you like in the star core? I'm stacking questions, which is what a coach is very distinctly not to do, but I know you can handle it. Talk to us about this.
So I think when it comes to frameworks and the alphabet soup, I believe that the interviewee needs to pick the one that they're the most comfortable with. I personally don't like star. I throw the T out because I feel that the T is redundant. So if I'm trying to do something, it's more in the SAR framework, situation, action, result, and then with some type of follow-up at the end. Frameworks don't work unless you're comfortable using them. And not every question requires a framework. So if people are so focused on the framework, they might miss the connectivity with the people in the so you have to be careful with that. And it kind of goes along with, you could come up with answers for 100 interview questions that you find that giant list on the internet, and they're never going to ask you one of them because they want to know what's on your resume and how you would apply it to the job and what their goals are. So I don't work personally with a lot of technical people. I know that and maybe somebody else could speak to this for the frameworks here. I do know that there are some roles that require the frameworks a little bit more, but for the average person who's not super technically niched, Pepper with STAR or SAR, PAR is another one I like too. But not everything has to be a framework. Be a person.
Be a human. And like different sectors, I think, gravitate towards them. So my answer, Kelly, to you is no, it is not kind of a standard thing across all fields. More traditional education, government, healthcare are very common places. I see. I said government. I see STAR. Technology, I see it less, although it's starting to come into play. And Chris, I loved with you what you said about omitting the T, because I usually combine them, but I feel like what you did was create a new acronym, and it wouldn't be an hour with Angie if I didn't say something borderline inappropriate. In the resume session, it was calling the profile on your resume foreplay. And now I will say that you created a new acronym is SART, which sounds scarily like SHART, but it is situation, action, result, and tie back to the role at hand, right? Some people will add an extra R and call it SAR, so that it relates back. But I think that's a really good point. And ultimately, whatever alphabet soup you gravitate towards, if you're going to use one to prepare, whether or not you're going into a format of interview or not like that, it's got to work for you, and you don't have to force yourself into it unless you're interviewing at Amazon, which then good luck with your matrix of 16 value-based star scenarios. Call one of us. Okay. Delina, I'm coming to you because in this whole whatever the alphabet is situation, how do you help people build the stories? Like what Chris said, like, how do you create connectivity without these feeling cold? And how do you go to an interview feeling prepared enough for the range of tell me about yourself questions you may get without having to go through the ridiculous book of 1,001 star questions, because there aren't that many?
So overwhelming for job seekers to think of every possible question that could be coming their direction. And what I tell people is have your portfolio of stories ready. Start with 5. Start with 5 stories. That's palatable for a lot of people. And just writing one sentence for each part of that framework, whether it's STAR, SOAR, or anything. And by the way, a side note, STAR is preferred with a lot of these AI systems. So that's something to consider. But just having a framework, having some structure is super important. And so I have my people, write it out. By the way, processing your stories through writing and through writing by hand, not keyboarding, is shown to build more connectivity in your brain between the story and when you're interviewing. So that's something also to consider. And then, of course, practicing those. One thing that we haven't hit on that I think is really important for the people attending is remember that these STAR stories, keep them tight. Keep them. You don't need to give the employer the sun, the moon, and the stars. Keep these to 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. If you sense that they aren't getting the information, if you're reading them and it looks like they're kind of staring blankly or not quite getting, you can say, would you like me to expand on any of those points? I think someone mentioned that earlier. So 2.5 minutes, keep them tight. Record yourself, time yourself, build fluency, repeat them out loud, walking around the house, because you don't want to just think those stories and then go and say them out loud for the first time when you're in a high stakes conversation. So that's really important. And then I was also thinking about adding some spice and sparkle to your stories. by using quotes. This is how you can humanize and personalize things and show who you are as a person. Is what are two things that your boss or coworkers or customers said about you that you will never forget, that were phenomenal about your ability? And then use that in your storytelling. If you're talking about, customer win, then talk about, yep, and I got the feedback that they wanted to go with me because of my quick ability to detect the problem and build the relationship more than anyone else they met with. So something like that. And then also, what do you hear yourself saying all the time? What's your philosophy on a certain thing? Or is there somebody you like to quote? Or, those kinds of things make it more conversational, and it sort of takes the interviewer, gives them a peek behind the curtain about how you operate, how you work. Tell them about the dialogue that was going on a little bit when you're telling your story. And then the last thing I'll say is build some drama and some intrigue by, when you get to that second part of the story, what were the stakes if you did not do this action that you're about to talk about? Or what were the opportunities if you did? If we continue to hemorrhage money in this way, we were going to have to close down 3 offices. So I had to act fast. And then you get into the action.
Yeah. That's where, by the way, the whole idea, and this is a slightly different context, but I'm going to use this as just as a tool for a second to let you know. It is okay to talk about things that weren't good in an interview. We sometimes get this whole thing about our head of like, I can't be negative in an interview. I can't be negative in an interview. Sometimes that context is required in order to explain what came out of the situation. Now, there's a tactful way to do that and not shit all over your previous employer or your current job. But in this case, it's like, if you don't communicate the risk that the business had, it detracts from the impact that you actually had on it. And so I love all of this around thinking about the stories that you want to tell and then figuring out how to frame them in the context of the question you've been asked. Because at the end of the day, there are really only like 12 types of STAR questions because they're, or SOAR or whatever they are, because they're assessing when it drills down, the same thing. We just have to make sure that we have the ability to be conversationally agile enough to take our stories and put them in the context of it. So we're going to pivot here with some questions in chat. But before we do, quick couple of announcements. For those of you that are out there joining, if you want to make sure that you get the recordings from all of the sessions, including all the breakouts. So if you went to one breakout and you want to know what happened in the other, you're going to have access to them as long as you have registered for this event. And so you can sign up if you have not already at nationalcareercoachday.com. If you got the email notifications from us ahead of this event, you're golden. Okay, I'll leave that up for a second. And then I also want to make sure that you all have the ability to connect with these lovely people who are willing to come in here and stand on my soapbox and opine alongside of me. So wait, I need to hide this banner so I can do this. So these are QR codes to everybody's LinkedIn profile. Connect with these people because I don't just throw them up here because I think they know something. I throw them up here because I think they know things that I want you to know. And I know most of them personally and suggest you follow. These people are not only colleagues, they're friends who I trust to give you the absolute best advice and guidance in your job search, which is why we are here. That brings me to a couple questions that popped in pretty close to each other, one of which had quite a few emoji reactions, which tells me we're on to something. And that is projects in the interview process. So Amy just kind of asked the high level question of thoughts on doing a project as part of the interview process. And then shortly after that, there's this idea of like, okay, I'm having excessive interviews and now I've been asked to do this project that's going to take me hours and hours and hours. I would love to hear some thoughts on where you all stand with coaching clients through this. And Chris, I'm going to start with you.
Oh, I'm going to say it really depends. I have seen my clients go through, do projects and definitely feel like they had work lifted for free. I've had others go through a process where it was a very defined interview. They were informed that it was part of it at the beginning. It was the same thing for everybody. It was crystal clear. It was comfortable. It wasn't onerous to people. And, we can't stop these companies from choosing to do this. And so what I tell my clients is this a job you really want? How have you felt about these interviews so far? Do you want to invest your time doing this, knowing the risks of it, what may happen, what may not happen? And it's not my place as a coach to tell somebody not to do it, but to have the conversation around, will it benefit you? Will it hurt you? Where are you in this process?
It depends. Most coachy answer on the planet, but in this situation, I think it's really true. Who else would like to add on to that or have anything specific they want to share? Renee, go for it.
I really resonate with what Chris said, and yeah, it's a very coach response. And plenty of times I say, it depends on how much you want this opportunity. I try to, when I talk to my clients, don't overthink it. There are tools and technologies out there that can give you a great start. ChatGPT can help you set up a framework. Say, this is the project that I've been, I need to prepare for continuing this interview process. Suggest a framework. So you don't have to think through everything. There's great tools out there like Canva that you can use to create graphics. I say this for everyone, find a mentor, find someone who's done this work so you can run this project by them. What do you recommend would be the highlights that I should be focusing on? And that actually is a good question for the interviewer. Say, just to make sure that I'm clear on what you're asking me to do, what should I be highlighting? So, because if they're just being really, to the chest about the information, it's okay to ask for clarity. Excuse me. I love projects. This is where you can shine. This is where you can really demonstrate your value. But at the same time, don't give everything away. Give them enough to say that you know what you're doing and they can see your thought process. You don't want to solve the whole thing for them, but they want to learn more from you. They want to talk about this more with you.
Yeah. This is where it depends is huge. And it depends has lots of it depends within it, because it depends on the role you're applying for. It depends on the meatiness of the project that they're asking for. For instance, I've had chief marketing officers asked to come in and do a 1-hour brand pitch for the company that they're interviewing at. And guess what? That's a hard no, because that's $25,000 worth of consulting that they can take and walk away and do without you. Right. And so I think there's this idea of like, and Renee, I'm glad that you came into this conversation, because this comes back to the very, very important thing, values, which, by the way, this is going to sound like a shameless plug, but that's not what it is. We talk a lot about values in the coaching community, and there is a reason why. They can seem buzzy, but I just wrote a whole freaking book about it, right? And that is what Scary Good, Discovering Life Beyond the Sunday Scaries is all about. And while that sounds like a shameless plug, I'm using it as context to what we are all trying to iterate here. And that is that if you understand and know your values and you interview with those in mind, it makes decisions like this a lot easier. Because then you can look at an opportunity and say, is what they're asking me to do not only reasonable for the role at hand and what risk or exposure it gives me, but does it align, or does it show me that the company aligns or diverges from what I value and the culture that I want to work in? And I know, and I understand that for some of you, that may seem like a very, very selective thing to do. However, your career longevity will be better for it if you do. So how's that for your 1-minute keynote in the middle of the interview session? Okay, Sarah, something that either Chris or Renee said reminded me that I had wanted to ask you a follow-up question to the follow-up question. Because I asked you kind of how to ride the line between annoyance and persistence as far as when to follow up. But what I didn't ask and wanted to was, how do we follow up? Can you give us some language around how we follow up depending on different stages of the interview and what's going on?
Okay. You mean like what should the content say?
What do we say? Right?
Okay.
Because you know, there's the like, I'm just checking in, red, not going to get a response. So what's a strategy? So it's not just about when, but what, right? So what's the strategy around what do we say?
I had a client, this is very relevant. I had a client I spoke with yesterday. Because of the holidays, there were many delays throughout his interview process. He had multiple interviews, decided, you know what, I'm guessing he had followed up in an email via email a couple of times, and then decided, you know what, I must not have gotten the job. So he followed up one last time and said, I am assuming I did not get this opportunity, something like that. But I would like to stay in touch for future opportunities. Are you okay with that? So they replied right away and said, you're absolutely right. A decision was made, went in direction, but we may have some additional work in 2026. Would love to stay in touch with you on that. So that is one way of handling it. Yeah. I think, I don't know where the echo is coming from, but I hear it too. If you have a communication with the recruiter, and sometimes they're giving you a phone number, text works as well. Just ask them, are you comfortable if I send you a text occasionally? That's one way to get a faster response. And then again, as far as what to say, I agree with you. Avoid I'm just checking in on the status. Just a simple, do you know the status of the interview process? When can I expect to hear something about next steps? You don't have to make it too lengthy. The shorter the better, is my opinion.
I feel like you can't wing it anymore. Be a human and don't overthink it, or the themes of this entire panel. And as we start to wind things down, we still have about 10 minutes, so don't you all go anywhere out there, everybody. I do want to make sure that you can connect with all these amazing people. So here's their QR codes to LinkedIn again. We're going to go around the room, and I want to ask all of you for one little last tidbit here. But before we do, there is an elephant in the room we have not talked about nearly as enough for how popular of a question it is and how popular of a question about a question it is. And Corey, I'm coming to you for this one, because I think this is about confidence building, rapport right away, and being a little bit unique. How do you answer, tell me about yourself?
So the important thing is you need to align your values and your talent, have a good understanding with it. And when you respond, that's what it should be. I'm an energetic, outgoing person, loves to work well with others. Relationship building has been something very important to me. I identified immediately as soon as I went to college what I knew I wanted to do. So I prepared. I have over 7 years of experience for this particular role in this niche area, and I think I bring a tons of value, and excited to be here to talk to you about it today. So what you do is you talk about how you spent your time to this moment, how you're valuable, how you're qualified to do this. This is the opportunity that you're giving them to hire you. So you lay it out that way. When you say, tell me about yourself, you keep it to your value, what you add, how you're cultural, how you fit into their culture, and how you can make a difference if they move forward. Keep it short, keep it sweet, keep it energetic, but take the story, right? Keep it compelling. You're hitting on all these points. And it just makes natural sense, because there's people who give you BS responses, and there's people that give you an authentic, sincere, hey, I want to be a nurse because of this. You know, my mom experienced this growing up, and this is what I want to do. You can just say, oh, well, my grandmother was a nurse, so I want to be a nurse. Have a little bit more edge to it. Tell your story. So that's how I'd answer it. And one thing I want to mention to an earlier question is, how do you follow up? When you're in the interview process, when you're face-to-face with somebody, the first time you get that preliminary call from that recruiter on the phone, how soon do you plan on making a hiring decision? Then you write that date down, right? When you get in person with the first person, ask them the same thing, and so on and so forth, to see if you get a consistent answer. Now, at the end of that interview, you're like, hey, I know you guys plan on hiring somebody by late February. I'll follow up with you about every 2 weeks just to check in. And then everybody set the same date. So this is probably really when they're going to hire somebody. Things can change. People are out on vacation. But now you have a reason to follow up, because you're not making it up. You're not assuming anything. I'm just going off what they told me. So it makes it easier to warm up and have that conversation. And don't be afraid to leave a voicemail first. make the phone call, make the connection, and then, oh, maybe they didn't want to call me back yet. Now I have a reason to follow with email and then have that rotation going.
Look at all of you, by the way, telling the host what to do over here. Angie, mute your mic. Angie, mute your mic. The number one thing I'm going to pull out of what Corey said is, well, you said lots of good things, both about the follow-up and about tell me about yourself. Don't feel like you have to be cookie cutter, but also don't be long in the tooth. One thing I think all of us have, like, we've missed mentioning is that, like, none of your responses cannot be longer than 3 minutes. Really, they shouldn't be longer than 2.5. 2 is good. And you can maybe have one that's a little bit longer, but we have no attention span anymore. Even the high level people, especially when you're not in person. Short is better. You do not have to tell everything. You do not have to tell someone everything you want them to know about you in one fell swoop, right? It will come out throughout the course of the conversation, and trust that. And so as we wind things up, we got to do two things. I've got a very important question to ask all of you, because there is one huge area about interviewing we have not even covered at all, and that is questions that we ask the interviewer. And we're going to round this out by having each of you give our favorite. But before we do, Sarah and I had a little fun on side chat and decided to give away a mock interview. So I've already pulled the random number. It was random 343, which I realize means nothing to any of you. But in order to feel like I'm being transparent, that number belongs to Bianca Lorraine. And so, Bianca, you just won a free mock interview session with none other than Sarah Camillo. So we'll make sure you guys get connected for that. Amazing. And now what I want to do is, as we close out this amazing panel, all of you are fantastic. I have great friends, don't I? We're going to go into lunch break. So we'll be gone for a little while. Everything will be muted. There are no breakout sessions for this one, although I think there could be. And then for all of you that want to be part of the job search, Ask Me Anything, which is a not to miss, y'all, not to miss. Be back here at 1:15 Mountain, which is 3:15 Eastern, because no one knows that Mountain Time exists. So always fun to make your event a time zone that no one realizes exists. So we'll have a half-hour lunch break coming up here in a few. And I am excited for what we have in store this afternoon, but we still got 4 minutes of value to give to you. So I'm just going to go down the line here on the order that you're on my screen. So I'll mute so I don't give you the feedback, which wasn't happening this morning, and now I'm irritated. Corey, I want to know from you, what is your favorite question to ask an interview? And I know that there's a lot of context that these have to come with. So if it needs a little bit of setup, it's totally okay. But tell me what your ask an interviewer a question strategy / favorite is.
Woo. Okay. I'll just keep it short. I'm going to say two things. Strategically have a certain flow of all the questions that you ask. And so they lead up towards the end, right? So what concerns do you have about me? This is assuming there's a problem and you're giving them a comfortable opportunity to share what their problem, their concern is. Oftentimes we walk away feeling good, but we don't create that zone where they can feel confident to be honest, because they don't want to get any legal issues. They might put you in your feelings. What concerns? I'd love to address them right here and own them. Sometimes it's a misunderstanding, and you can put yourself right back in the running as opposed to just a note with 8 other resumes and they're having a powwow Monday morning meeting. You don't make it. So you get an opportunity to stand up for yourself and correct an unfair assumption that they had right there face to face. So give them that space and ask them, what concerns do you have about me? That's an assumption question. The second and final most important thing that I need my candidates, if somebody walks away learning anything from Coach Corey today, is ask for the job. You did all this work. We spent all this time together. I spent 45 minutes. This is my 5th interview. This is my 7th round. You said meet in person. We did this on Zoom. We did this on the phone. Can I have the job? I've really enjoyed learning more about the company throughout this process. I would like to move forward. How soon can I start? And then you shut up. You may not get the job immediately on site. That's not the point. But real recognizes real, and they walk away knowing you want the job, and you're going to read their body language. This is when you shut up. You read their body language, you know if there's real interest. There's no way we can talk to any human being in this world for more than 15 minutes and not know if we like them or not.
Oh, that's good. That's ballsy also. I should have made Corey go last because I feel like all of us are going to pale in comparison. But How do you ask for the job without sounding desperate? I'm asking it because I know every single person out there listening is going, how do I do that without sounding desperate? So what's that sound like? What's the one-liner? How do you lead into it?
I've really enjoyed our time in learning more throughout the interview process. I would like to move forward to the final step and would love to work for your company. Say it in the same way, just different tone. Hey, you know what? Can I start Monday? I'm so serious. I get it. I come from a sales background, but you're selling yourself. Whether you're an accountant, whether you're or any type of role, a chef, you got to sell this person. You want to pay your bills, or you want to be timid, right? You have to take charge and take ownership. If they should see the enthusiasm and the passion. It's not thirst. It's not being annoying. It's not being desperate. It's you've prepared yourself. You've answered every question. You did a good job. You followed up. You were responsive. You have a beautiful resume. You didn't get there for just no reason. There's something about you that they already liked, and put yourself over the top. And life is high risk, high reward. They're either going to love you or they don't. Some people are like, should I wear my hair a certain way? Should I be natural? Be yourself. And if you really want that job, I think you should communicate that in a very polite, professional way. I'm not having regrets.
The big thing about all of that, I'll say, Renee, you're coming up next. What I'm going to say is the fact that Corey is ballsy enough to ask those questions is reflective of his personality. And so the fact that he says, be yourself, those are things that are integral and authentic to him. And also, if you have to think about the role. So if you're in a sales role, you got to act like the salesperson, right? And ask for the sale. And so there's different scenarios. And I think the delivery is the key to that, both feeling and landing genuinely. And that's the key. So there's food for thought. All right, Renee, what is your tip for questions to ask an interviewer?
You know, there's so many great questions out there to ask about, you know, what does success look like at the end of 90 days for this role, and so on and so forth. But I always tell my clients, you also want to prepare questions that reflect what actually matter to you, and not just what you think sounds impressive. And I call this your love language at work. For example, if you're leaving a role because of micromanagement, you can ask, how much autonomy will I have to make decisions about my work? Or if growth and development is really important to you, you can say, what does growth look like in this role? Or are there opportunities for trainings or conferences? Don't be shy about asking what matters to you. Again, you want to make sure there's a true alignment there, because the role may look great on paper. So I did this workshop called Finding Your Love Language at Work, and the title was, so you say this role looks great on paper. Well, so did your ex. You know, you want to make sure that no matter how great the role is, no matter how qualified you are you going to be able to have your engagement drivers supported? So don't be afraid, again, to ask the questions about what really matters to you.
Love the what does growth look like? All right, Sarah, you're up.
All right. I love what they've all said already, by the way. But one other thing I really love and recommend ending on is something like, what gets you most excited about the company's future? And that way they're excited, and they're walking away, they're hanging up with you or walking away from you excited about the company. And then they'll associate that feeling with you.
And they're excited that you are excited. So you have to seem excited.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, Delina, and then Chris, you get to bring us home.
Thank you. My favorite question is, what is the top priority for this role? Asked early on in the interview, not at the end of the interview, toward the beginning of the interview. A good place to position this question is after you've answered, tell me about yourself. And then you ask for permission. Hey, do you mind if I ask you a quick question? So you've said a little about yourself. Most of the time they'll say yes. You say, could you please tell me about the top priority for this role? And tell them why you're asking it. Say, I just want to keep this in mind as we're talking today, so I can be sure and address that at some point. So this helps give you a little bit of a compass and a little bit of direction versus asking this question at the very end so that when the time is out, the next candidate's going to be interviewed and you don't have the time to reverse engineer and go back and say the perfect thing that you could have said had you known the priority earlier on. One qualifier I have, this works better in a one-on-one interview situation, and particularly with a hiring manager versus a panel interview or something like that. But knowing the priority, super key, because at the end of the day, this is all about them. How do you solve their problem? How do you address, their issue?
Also, I'll add, that is one of my favorite questions to ask the recruiter at the beginning of the process. Essentially, like, what's the number one thing they're trying to solve / what mandate have you been given? Who have you been told to go find? Because then you can carry through that solution mindset the entire interview. Love that. Love that's an early strategy to pair with some of these like final things. And speaking of final, Chris, bring us home as we head into our lunch break. What's your number one?
So my number one, and funnily enough, it was mentioned in the comments a while back, but my absolute favorite question is to ask when we are sitting here in a year and we're doing my review, what have I accomplished? What mattered the most to you, your team, the project, the clients? And it's always okay to circle back and pick one or two of those things and say, that's excellent, because I did that here. We didn't get to talk about that. Can I tell you one last story? And I have had some pretty incredible things happen with my clients with that question, even at the end, and opening things up and really positioning them, because it's exactly what Delina said. The process is about the person doing the hiring, because it's all about them, their goals, their strategy, what they need to accomplish. And the person who gets the job answers those questions.
Great way to wind us up. I saw that in the chat and was like, yes, I love that question, because the other thing that does, there's a lot of psychology to interviewing. And we all study it. We all think it's fascinating. I am a former engineer who loves human, and my calling that I missed was being a behavioral economist. And I love the psychology of essentially selling, which is kind of what we're doing here. We don't like to think about it, but we need to assume that psychology. And what I love about what Chris said to kind of put a stamp on all of this is what that does is actually use the idea of, like, what will I have achieved in a year or even 6 months? What that does is actually leverage a very coachy philosophy and coachy tool, which is to put somebody in the imagine seat, right? So while you haven't said necessarily the word imagine, you are invoking the emotions of, hey, imagine I'm here, we're making the assumption, and I am super, super successful. What do you see? And that is a really, really powerful way to be memorable and create stronger human connection as you move through. Hey, I'm happily the candidate that goes, oh yeah, isn't that the person that asked us to imagine what they did a year from now? Hey, I will totally be that person, right? And so this has been absolutely amazing. Look, I can't shut them up. They're putting stuff in chat as we keep going. And so I am going to wrap us up, because I need to eat if I'm going to have enough energy to do 3 more events this afternoon, which, just so you all know, we are going on a break. We will be back in about 25 minutes for the Job Search Ask Me Anything panel, which is followed by 5 breakout sessions to ask even more detail of questions. And yes, I will continue to shamelessly plug the fact that you can buy a $2 copy of my book, Scary Good, Discovering Life Beyond the Sunday Scaries. It is a great tool to help you have a more integrated life and career. So there you go. And I want to thank you, Corey, Delina, Chris, and Sarah, and Renee, for being here, and amazing, amazing wisdom around how to nail your next interview, because it is more competitive out there. You got to prepare. You can't wing it, but you still got to be human. How's that for a good summary of everything today? Thank you, everybody. I know all of you out there can't give us an applause because we can't see you, but we can feel it. And so thank you all for leaning in, asking great questions, and thanks to all of you for giving your time, and happy National Career Coach Day. I'll see y'all after lunch. All right, everybody, we're gearing up for the Job Search Ask Me Anything panel. To all of you out there in listener land, you may hear just a little chatter while I get organized with my trusty panelists who just entered my green room. And for those of you in the green room, I'm going to get you on stage. If you're a panelist, all of you are going to come up on stage for the intro and the video, and then panelists will stay. And those of you that are just in breakouts, you'll just stay in the green room so you can track what's happening. And then a few minutes before we wrap, I'll have you leave here and go to your respective Zoom rooms. If you need anything from me, check out the private chat. And otherwise, let's start getting everybody loaded up here and get started. Yay! Let's see. We still have, oh yeah. And for those of you out there in listener land, if you haven't yet checked out Warmer Jobs, they gave us a great discount code for a month of their very network-driven job search. Pretty cool platform. I recommend checking it out. Obviously, we have the shameless plug for my $2 book download because I am trying to be #1 at my book launch. So of course I made it today. So if you have not picked up your copy of Scary Good, Discovering Life Beyond the Sunday Scaries, I'll encourage you to do so as we get started with this job search panel. So one of the things that we do around here to try to have a little fun is giveaways. So as we're getting everybody kind of back from lunch and on board, I'm going to bring our panelists up so they can just be part of the fun. Yes, Michael, you have video now, so I think we're good to go. So let's get all of these lovely people on stage. We're going to give some stuff away from them. And here we go. Wait, Michael, you still don't have video. I wonder what's going on with you. Might be bandwidth. I'll let you troubleshoot that. And then where'd Kathy go? She was here and she left. It's always fun time. Oh, there she is. Kathy, there she is. It's always a fun time when you have 31 amazing coaches who want to collaborate on an event, everybody. And a ton of fun with all of my favorite people who are here. Michael, I might have you leave and double check your settings. And then if you need to be off camera, it's totally fine. We will leave you alone. It's funny. We're not seeing it. It's just spinning, by the way. For all of you out there yes, Carrie, let me get you back to the discount code for Warmer Jobs is Career Coach Day 26. Lindsay, thank you for the shout out on my book. And in case, Carrie, you wanted that one, here's the QR code for my $2 Kindle. There are physical copies that will be available. It might actually be as soon as later today. I'm waiting for Amazon to load it. It's like any minute now. But if you want Warmer Jobs, check it out. It's super cool. It basically shows jobs that are open at places where you already have connections. So really neat, really neat. Also, if anybody in the audience is getting feedback from me that is different than the four-legged companions we have in some of the background, please let me know. We had a little issue with that last time, and I pretty much am just muting people that aren't talking. So let's give some stuff away for the start of this panel. So the way this works is I have a random number generator on my computer. In years past, I have been fancy and tried to show the spinny wheel, and for some reason that always creates an issue. So we are giving away 4 things. And so I am going to generate 4 numbers and tell you who won them all. And the number is a correlation to our registration list. So I pulled a spreadsheet of everybody that registered, and the row number is that the number generates is who wins. And there are 750 strong of you all. So clearly this was an event that was very much needed. And so I see some tech stuff happening on the back end here. Let's get back. Kathy, we lost you. We will make it work. We've got plenty of advisors to go around. So we are giving away Kathy, who you can't see yet because it says her device is not connected. Gotta love technology, even in 2026, is giving away a complimentary session. Dustin Beasley is giving away a complimentary session. Jessica Visick has a guide she prepared just for all of you that she is giving out to help you with your job search. And Bill Ostrom is giving away a seat in an upcoming small group job search cohort he has. And Bill is part of our breakout sessions. And so tons of fun stuff here. And so, all right, first up, we're giving away Kathy's complimentary session is going to number 236, and number 236 on my spreadsheet is Nicole Grogan. Yay, Nicole, if you're here, congrats. If not, we will email you. You do not have to be present to win these things. However, I decided to entice all of you to come to the ever so important mindset and burnout panel at the end of the day, which, by the way, is a topic we do not talk about enough in job searching. To entice all of you, I am doing a big fancy giveaway that you do not want to miss, but you've got to be there if you want to win it. All right. Next up for this giveaway is Dustin. Your complimentary session is going to an early registrant, number 52, who I need to spin again because that is one of our fellow coaches. And so we're going to flip to the other end and give it to number 620, Melanie C. You get Dustin's complimentary session. We will email you to make sure that Melanie Carter, that the two of you connect with each other. And now, Jessica, the lucky winner of your guide is number 43. Troy Polamalu, for this Steeler fan, will always be associated with number 43. Yes, I aged 5 years and 12 minutes on Sunday night. Josh Gibson, you are the lucky winner of Jessica's amazing guide. And last but certainly not least, the winner of the seat in Bill's upcoming job search cohort goes back to the other end of our registrants with 531, and that is Kimberly Jackson. Congratulations. I would be a really great bingo caller. Maybe that should be my retirement goal. What do y'all think, right? There's always some antics when Angie is around. And so without further ado, let's make sure we got everybody. Kathy looks like she's back. Michael, your video is still spinning, but we will deal with it. If you just want to turn it off and be a black screen, we will go ahead. And let's give all of these folks a huge round of applause for being here and being panelists, being here to manage breakout sessions, which y'all got your work cut out for you because we had 65 people in some of those rooms after the resume session. When I say this was clearly needed, I mean this was clearly needed. And yes, Jean, I will aspire to be a game show host at one day. One day, there's always a little bit of ridiculous when I'm around, and it's just fun because we're all human. And we might as well make this job search thing as fun as possible and as least stressful as possible. That is my motto, which is why I get my band of merry friends together to give you all amazing free advice. So as we do that, let me introduce you to everybody who is going to support us for the next hour and a half.
Hello, I'm Dustin Beasley, career coach, resume writer, and founder of Career Renovators. I work with students, mid-career professionals, and executives who are taking the next step in their career to develop personalized career strategies and professional brands that help them secure their next role.
Hello, Job Search Summit folks. My name is Michael Greco, and I am changing the world one cover letter at a time. I own and operate Greco Career Consulting, LLC, since 2021. And while I help clients in many areas, I do have specialties with project management, education, and the government workspace.
Hi, I'm Kathy Bailon, founder of KB Career Coaching. I optimize LinkedIn profiles, develop compelling resumes and networking bios to guide career transitions. I'm passionate about empowering professionals with the clarity and confidence needed to achieve meaningful career success.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Visick. I'm a certified career coach who predominantly works with mid to senior level professionals who feel stuck, uncertain, and quite honestly, unsure on what their next steps are.
Hey, everyone. This is Greg Roche. I'm the introverted networker coming to you from Denver, Colorado. My mission is to change the way you feel about networking. So I'm looking forward to sharing some of my insights on how to get past some of those mental challenges, those mental blocks, those things that get in our way when it comes to networking.
Hi, I'm Erin Gatling. I'm a resume writer, career and leadership coach. I focus on resume writing, strategic job searching, and confident interviews to help you tell your story in a way that employers understand.
Hi, my name is Kristen Dayer. I own Katie Vocational Services. My specialty is working with individuals changing careers or reintegrating into the workforce.
Hi, everybody.
This is Bill Ostrom. I'm the owner of Career Climbers, and I'm a certified master job search coach. If you find yourself in a career pivot or searching for a new career path, or if you're just getting started, this will be the event for you.
Hi, I'm Laura Johnson, CEO of LLEJ Careers. For the last 18 years, I've been working in different aspects of career transition. I believe the most meaningful opportunities aren't found by following somebody else's path, but by creating one that fits who you are and where you're headed.
Hey everyone, I'm Liam Darmody, founder of Liam's Brandstand and proud LinkedIn nerd. For over 20 years, I've been obsessed with one thing: helping people create opportunity through real human connection on LinkedIn. Today, through Liam's Brandstand, I help people build standout personal brands and smarter operating systems using AI, so that opportunity finds them and not the other way around.
I'm talking and I'm muted. It was bound to happen at least once today. So as we get started in this, first of all, we have an amazing lineup. And so I want, for all of you that maybe didn't join us this morning and you're here for the first time, open forum. So I will try to manage the chaos that is chat with this many people attending live. It's amazing. John, do I have no sound? Can you guys hear me?
You're good now,
Okay,
Angie.
we're going to keep going. Okay, cool. What'd you say, Jim? Do I have no sound? We're going to keep talking. I will just talk whether there is no one to, okay. Oh, it was John. It was my muted. Okay, cool. We're catching up. I think the chat's lagging a hair. However, if you've got questions about job search, networking, LinkedIn, and all the things, this is the place to do it. And one of the things I want to remind you all is that we do have these breakout sessions after this panel. And I wanted to preface the panel with this so that you can start getting an idea of who's talking about things you want to hear more about, and also where you're going to be able to deeper dive. So when we are done with the panel, we will give you info on how to access all the rooms. They will be on Zoom, and at least one of our room hosts will be there waiting as people kind of funnel over. We've got Jessica and Kristen are going to focus on LinkedIn outreach and networking. So that's more about how to go find people you want to connect with, versus Laura and Liam, who are going to talk more about how to brand yourself and how to build your profile and optimize it on LinkedIn. So I wanted to differentiate that we're going both angles there. One is more how to use it as an outreach communication tool, and one is more of how to show up on it. Bill and Greg are going to dig in how to interview. And the reason I paired the two of them together is Bill is a recruiter who's very extroverted, and Greg specializes in introversion and how to network when it feels a little awkward. So it'll be a great pairing for the two of you to help people through how to have great, meaningful conversations that create action as we network. We've got Dustin and Kathy, who are a magic duo, if you've never met these two, talking about how to really create a sound job search strategy and create a system and routine around it. And then I typoed the slide. That was also bound to happen today when I was making these at 9 p.m. last night. Aaron and Michael are our public to private transitions. They are military and government specialists. So that's the Aaron and Michael room. I will try to fix this slide before that so I don't screw all of you up. But we will put links in chat in order to get you all to the right place. But for now, we've got lots of talking to do, you all. So I want to kick things off with a little round robin, big picture view of what you all have seen change in job searching in the last maybe few years. I'm going to say a year or so. Real quick, I see a logistical question in the chat. Aaron, if you have two Zooms, you can attempt to be in two places at once, but ultimately you're going to probably pick one. You can hop between them, but I want to remind you all that if you are signed up for the event, you will receive recordings from everything, from this live stream and from all of the breakout rooms. So if you feel torn, you will be able to go back and capture the discussion that happened. You just won't be part of it live. So want to call that out because I saw that in chat. So as we get back to this kickoff, I want each of you, and Dustin, we're going to start with you because you're first on my screen. What are you seeing right now that's changed in job searching?
Yeah, so I think this is going to be a common theme from some of the earlier rooms, but you can't wing a job search in 2026. There has to be a system in place. You need to have a strategy, and even more importantly, you need to have clarity in what you want to accomplish. What are your goals with your job search strategy, and what is the outcome that you're seeking? Before this, it would be easy to say, I'm going to apply for a job. I know some people and I'm going to get in and it's going to be easy. But I think we can all agree that that is no longer the case.
You can't wing it was the theme of the interview panel. And so I think that that is going to be a recurring theme across the day. Kathy, I'm going to come to you next. What are you seeing, or what's the thing we all need to keep in mind in this big picture of job searching? Is Kathy frozen? Oh, she's back. No, you're just muted. There you go.
I think I'm now. Very good.
There you are.
I think what I've been seeing across the last year is the amount of multiple interviews that are happening. That is one thing that the candidates should be prepared for, that it is just more than a couple of interviews. It could go on. And then the ghosting issue, which is very frustrating. So I think those two things stand out to me as something that candidates need to psychologically prepare for, and to hopefully head it off at the pass by preparing a little bit more.
The psychological aspect. I said this at the beginning, right? This is why we have a mindset burnout panel included in this. We don't talk enough about the emotional, mental toll that job searching takes. And I think that's even more true, and that the toll is even stronger now, with processes taking longer. Communications has become really, really spread out. We talked a lot about that kind of stuff in the interview panel. And while we're going to talk about it again here, if you want to understand a little bit more about an interview specifically, I definitely encourage you to go watch the playback from the earlier session. Okay, Jessica, I'm coming to you with kind of just what are you seeing that job seekers need to be thinking about that's maybe like changed or coming down the pipeline?
Well, I mean, the insurgence and increased use of AI, I think, is in part of the whole job search process from soup to nuts. I'm sure that was touched on in the interview panel with regards to AI-driven interviews. So I think job seekers, those that are re-entering the market that maybe hasn't been out there in a while, they have to recognize that AI is a big part of it. That, you know, even though Angie and I'm a big advocate as well, is the getting to the human is so important. It's still a human-to-human process, but unfortunately, there are some hurdles that job seekers need to recognize, i.e. The use of AI, and employers integrating that more and more.
I'm muted. I'm not used to this toggling mute on and off, but apparently there's feedback when I don't, so I just have to deal with it. I had attendees yelling at me in the last session. Apparently you can do that to hosts here. Greg, I'm coming to you, and I'm curious what you're seeing. Same along the lines, just like what should job seekers be watching out for? And in your case, I really want to understand what's changed in the networking game.
I think that with a lot of the things that everybody has said about technology and AI and strategies, and I guess I would say the same thing as you said earlier, is you can't just wing it. You can't just go to an event or to industry events and think you're going to meet the people that you need to meet in order to connect you with the opportunities that you're looking for. And so you have to get very intentional about seeking out those people and finding ways to connect with them. Maybe you do that online through LinkedIn, but it can't just be, I'm going to send them a LinkedIn connection request and that's going to be it. You've really got to engage online with their content, with what they're doing. You've got to find a way in which to become known to them before you start to have those conversations with them. And not everybody's on LinkedIn. So that's the other challenge. So you've got to really think about, how am I going to take steps towards getting towards those people. So maybe it's not the exact person or the hiring manager I need to meet, but it's somebody else who's maybe connected to them. So I think it, again, is just getting very intentional about your process and a strategy and figuring out how you're going to continue to make those connections and move closer to those opportunities that you want.
Intention is, I think, the word. Earlier in the resume session, Franklin pulled out the one word relevance, which I think is also really important. But intention and having a strategy, which is why this session is going to be really focused about. It's why we created a breakout session around job search strategy, because you can't just wing it. That's the theme of the day. And in networking, I think you have to be even more intentional about it, because now that's a second bottleneck. Right? We online applications have been a bottleneck, and we've been preaching the need to network. And now that people realize it doesn't mean they're doing it the right way, they've now created this like connection lockup. And so there's, it's trickling down, but there's ways to navigate it. And that's really what we're going to dig into today. And so, Michael, I want to hear from you kind of what you're seeing on the scenes. And also, by the way, we have to congratulate Michael, new dad. And also thank you for being here, Michael, new dad. Like what? Like a week or two?
So I announced it a week ago, but we're expecting June 30th. So I got a little bit of time, but definitely
okay.
We're approaching
all right.
second trimester.
So he's not exhausted, and you can believe everything he says for the next 6 months, people. All right. What are you seeing out there, Michael?
Thank you so much. So I'm seeing a couple different things out there, and I think we touched on a lot of great points so far, and every single point has had a lot of relevance. And what I would talk about too is how important your strategy is going to be for a few different factors. You have a lot of job hugging that's happening, where people are holding on to jobs longer because of the market and what is going on with the different changes in technology. With AI, you're seeing a lot of people focusing on trying to have really high applicant tracking scores, and not necessarily about the human touches and elements that should be in your written materials that get you to the recruiter. And then last but not least, when you're looking at the market, we had a pivot of going to remote work with the pandemic that happened a couple of years ago. And now we're starting to see a lot more in-work opportunities. We're seeing a little bit of a hybrid mixture, but there are a lot of folks who maybe want specific roles in one of those areas. And so increased competition is happening. For example, if you're wanting a remote role, that's probably not going to be as prevalent with places going back into the office. And that's just something that we'll continue to see how that evolves and changes over time. But with that, and with those changes that we've had in the last few years in the past, we're going to continue to see that evolve as we go forward. So I think going off of the strategy component is so much more important now than ever, to really have a tailored strategy, not just going for anything and everything out there, but also keeping your eyes and your mind open to the current conditions in the market is going to be so much more important.
Trigger happy on the apply button never really worked very well, especially if you actually wanted a job you want. Now it is futile. And Aaron, I want you to round us out before we have a very tantalizing question in chat that I'm going to bring up on the screen. So Aaron, tell us your thoughts on kind of this madness that we're experiencing right now.
So I'm last, and of course, everybody had really amazing things that they shared. So I was already thinking I had to get a little creative with this. I'm going to flip the AI part. That's what employers are looking for, right? So especially in the tech space, it used to be where if you were a software developer, or you were a data analyst, anything like that, it was, you got a buyer's market and a seller's market, right? It was the person looking for a job. They had multiple options. They could write their own terms. Now that's kind of moved aside, and the big buzzword is AI. So not just AI being used by employers, but they're actually looking for folks who can demonstrate AI in not just the tech space, but whatever space you're going in. Are you familiar with the tools in your industry that are AI driven? Are you familiar with how AI works? I think that's huge to mention, that it's not just in the employer space, but that's what they're looking for, not just the tools they're not just the tools they're using to find applicants, but what they're actually looking for. I think the other thing that I've really seen too is, and having older kids myself, There's a really big, I think, generational gap with who's coming into the workforce right now, who's in the workforce, and who's still in the workforce, right? Kind of like what Michael was saying with job hugging. I think employers are, I think, having a hard time understanding, the values that are unique to the younger generations and this new generation that's entering the workforce. And I think the new generation that's entering the workforce is having a hard time understanding some of those key business values. So I definitely see a mismatch across the board with that. And then there's also, I think it was mentioned in the chat though too, there's a lot of scamming going on right now, right? So just like we talk about a buyer's market, a seller's market, right now people are looking for jobs. And there's always going to be bad actors, but I feel like more than anything over the past year, people are really taking advantage of that. And so now, you really have to do your due diligence when you connect with somebody. Are they really part of this company? Is this job a legitimate job? And that just puts a whole nother added level of stress on job seekers that really they don't need.
It's unfortunate that there will always be somebody who wants to prey on the unfortunate, and when there's lots and lots and lots of job seekers, it becomes, advantageous to do that. And I don't know that there's really much we can do about that. But Erin, I made you go last because I knew you could be creative, and you kind of threw down the gauntlet with part of what you said with the generational stuff, because there's a lot in there I kind of want to tease out. Also, side note, Ashmita, you asked about who works with project management. That's Michael's specialty. So there's the plug right there. So there you go. Question answered. What I think is really interesting about the generational thing, it is going to call back a conversation I had yesterday with kind of a seasoned job seeker who is frustrated by feeling like they are looking for jobs that require experience, but companies want a 30-year-old to do it. And this is going to become an increasing problem because we're living longer, we're working longer, we want to work longer, we need to work longer, we don't have pensions. And so, like, at some point when push comes to shove, we're going to have to, as a workforce, really figure out how we support more generations in the workforce, because we're going to have this for a long time now. There are more generations in the workforce now than there've ever been, 5, and soon to be 6 at the same time, because there's still a couple silents and there's boomers who kind of aren't retiring. And it's a challenge from a leadership perspective to figure out how to make a space for all of these people, but then how to have a culture that supports all of it. And to me, again, a giant one word that surfaces here is empathy, right? Like, let's have empathy for each other and also look at what strengths we bring. More seasoned and senior job seekers and employers are going to have, I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it, more human and stronger communication skills, whereas younger people are going to be more apt to adopt to these AI tools that people are looking at. And so I think that's important groundwork to lay as we get into this conversation, Erin, and you kind of knocked it out of the park with wrapping us up there. But this question popped up in chat that I find just very compelling, and we have to make an assumption on what this means. But I'm pretty sure Joy posed this question when we were talking about kind of like ageism and the length of time we're seeing between everything. And essentially, why as job seekers are we tolerating this? Dustin, I am letting you field this very loaded question because you seem to always feel like a voice of reason. And I think there's lots of reasons that we kind of have to tolerate it. And that might be part of the answer. But what are your thoughts on this?
Well, we unfortunately do have to tolerate it because we do have to work for a living, as sad as that is. The reality is, though, the mindset of this is important. So we have to tolerate the changing in the market. We have to tolerate the way that markets change. Sometimes it's an employer market, sometimes it's an employee market. Being adaptable to that, I think, is important. But what I have been talking to my clients about, because I've worked with a lot of folks that have been very highly and emotionally charged in their job search. They have either been looking for a long time, they have had a lot of rejections. Maybe they've even had their confidence broken down because they're not feeling like, they're 1 out of 1,000. And I let them know that, the mindset is important, and really tailoring their expectations is also a critical piece of an effective job search strategy, and just making sure that we can all just be real. The job market sucks, and when we get really transparent with our clients and with people, I think that kind of goes back to the point of empathy. We're all relating. There's nobody that's sugarcoating it. I don't. I used to, and I'm like, no, we're going to pull the rug out. It is what it is. However, navigating the market, if you take a little bit of control, if you have a little bit of strategy, if you build a roadmap, and you have confident points throughout your entire, how to talk about your experience, how to make sure that you're creating a routine that doesn't burn you out, all of those things is going to make it more tolerable.
You got to call the spade, because, and the thing is, all of you out there have to realize we feel this with you because we're in the kind of in the trenches, and also have multiple of you. So like, there is a little bit of shared frustration on our end. And I want to get down to brass tacks. Jessica, I'm coming at you as we just rip Band-Aids off and have a very transparent conversation with everybody out there in order to adjust perspectives, right? I do want to go back to what Dustin said, is that a lot of how you navigate a job search right now is all about your attitude and the perspective that you bring to it, because guess what? You can be miserable in a miserable situation or make the most of it and figure out a way to make it work for you. So Jessica, right now, how long is it really taking to find a new job? What should candidates be expecting?
Well, and like the first question, how you led everything up, very loaded, because I'm going to caveat it by it depends. Certainly depends on where you are level wise within your search. Naturally, as you grow with up a career ladder, there's less and less opportunity, and there's obviously a heavier level of competitiveness. And again, the saturation factor competes with that as well. So in general, and my colleagues and peers could certainly add to this as well from a length perspective, 3 months, 6 months, maybe a year. I mean, I know, Ange, you've mentioned, you work with executives that have, searches that go potentially a year. I've seen between 3 to 6 months. And as Dustin says, you have to level set, you have to set expectations from go. And, just to echo everything, like if you go into your job search with very little kind of from a perspective of like understanding what the market is right now. So you have to do your research. You have to recognize as of this point in time, what is the market looking like and where do I fit in? So again, knowing the strategy, knowing where having that clarity from go, that could then help you determine, okay, what is the realistic expectation now as now the job seeker that I am as of today, January 8th. And, I get it. I've been on the other side. It really, after a while where you feel like you're not making any real headway, it starts to really diminish your confidence as well as, but then again, hey, if you continue doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, you gotta really take a step back and really do a lot of self-evaluation too. So it's all of that.
I usually say that job searching is one of the few places in life where insanity will actually eventually get you a different result. However, you've got to keep your sanity while doing it. And so, Greg, there's a question in chat I'm going to kind of throw your way that's related to this whole situation of like, okay, how do we navigate the stickiness? Jerry asks, he says he's hearing referrals are more and more common now and not necessarily the standout strategy they used to do. Still worth doing. What are you seeing on this trend and any advice on how referral networking, how we can stand out again, leveraging referral networking?
I would guess I want to know more about why referrals aren't a strategy anymore. And I guess the only thing I could think of is that people are not getting referred by people that actually know them. Right. Again, it's everybody's going out and trying to say, well, I need to get a referral, so I'm going to just find anybody who will maybe pass me along. And then those people don't really know you or give you a good referral. So I'd have to kind of understand more about about the issue that we're seeing with that.
I can
I
add. You
think-
want me to add a little color to what I believe is happening? Because
Sure.
I do want your thoughts on this. I think that there was a previous sentiment that a referral guaranteed or close to guaranteed you the recruiter call. And in many situations, it kind of, like for a while, and in many situations it did. And now there's a higher volume of referrals going in. And so I believe that's what Jerry means when he says it's not a standout strategy anymore. It doesn't really it doesn't really guarantee you or increase the likelihood of getting in front of a human as much as it used to. So how do we navigate that part?
What I would say is then stop targeting the recruiters and go find somebody that actually works at the company. Because what you want to have happen, the recruiter's trying to fill the role. Understand the recruiter's trying to fill the role. The recruiter will do anything that they can to make that happen faster. What can make that happen faster is when somebody they know that already works at the organization comes to them and is like, I have a great candidate for this role. If you're a recruiter and somebody that works at the company says, hey, you should look at this person. They were referred to me, or I've talked to this person. I know them. They're 100%. They're not going to look at that person and go, oh, forget it. I'm too busy. I'm not calling them. Like no recruiter in-house is ever going to say that. So the recruiters are busy. Recruiters have candidates to screen. They're getting all these people pinging them going, hey, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. You got to come in with the person who already works there. And if you can, multiple people that work there. Because if a recruiter hears your name from 2 different people that work there or more people, I guarantee you're getting an interview. Like they're not going to not talk to you because that's just a professional discourtesy to that person who works there, right? To their client. So I'm not saying that's easy, right? I'm saying that like that's what you should do. I'm not saying that's an easy thing to do. It is hard. It takes work to get there. Stop sending your referrals to the recruiters if you want to stand out. That's what I would say to that.
No offense to all of the recruiters I know are watching, but go via the human angle, not the recruiter angle. That sounds awful,
Well,
but
it's not.
It comes
It's
down
not
to like
an
the
offense.
load.
Yeah. I'm not.
Right.
I'm not trying to. I'm not dissing recruiters. I'm saying they're super busy, and so
Yeah.
that's the
It's
point.
not-
You got to
it's
stand
not-
out.
Yes, it's the path of greater resistance in. And so when you go to a non-recruiting human, you have a higher likelihood. But what I'm going to add to because Greg, I think you hit the nail on the head, and that's exactly kind of where I was hoping that you would go. And the thing I want to impress here is that now the importance of an existing real human engaged network is more important than ever, because the idea that you can make a connection with somebody you don't know and get yourself in the foot in the door through, let's say, a colder referral is much, much, much harder. That's all easy to say if you already have a network, but if you don't, the whole point is listen to everything you're hearing today, start doing it and never stop so that you have the Rolodex to pull from and you have those warmer connections. Because what Greg said that I really wanted to highlight was the fact that 2 people can't ignore you, because at the end of the day, a job search is a marketing campaign. And what do we know about marketing? Average 8 impressions to get somebody to buy from you. So the more impressions you can create for yourself as a candidate, the better off you will be. Great topic around that whole kind of like your networking strategy should be long-term, not short-term thinking is I think a good way to kind of put a button in that. So let's flip to the other side of job search strategy, and that is the online application situation. So Kathy, talk to me a little bit about, again, standing out with, we hear all these hundreds of applications, or I went to apply to this role and had 300 applications in an hour. How do you advise clients and job seekers to be kind of proactive and not fall into like the trigger happy on the apply button or apply, wait, eventually I will get a call, insanity will have a different result trap?
Well, I tell people not to hit the apply button. Not on LinkedIn, not on Indeed. And it was something that we were talking about earlier, that we don't know if that's a legitimate or current opening, and it's best to apply through that company's website. And then you know that it's a real job, and that you can see what other positions are being, are open at that company. You can, and then that's your beginning of starting your research with that company, also starting to see who's working at that company, who you may know, who you may have contacts that know, et cetera, et cetera. And I think through this whole process, instead of just blindly applying for everything under the sun, you have to know who you are. There's lots of jobs out there, but what is the job for you? So know who you are, know your value, know your capabilities. And if you are looking at positions that you might be qualified for, you also have to make a decision as to whether you need upskilling, whether it be in the AI space, if it, other technology related things, other coursework that you can be doing in the meantime as you conduct your job search program.
Oh, I'm gonna add to what Kathy just said. The upskilling piece. First of all, this goes back to what Aaron said about how we can look at AI as the devil, or we can look at it as an opportunity. And guess what? It's new enough that all of us need upskilling in it. So if you're barking up a tree, go there. It's the future. Does that mean you need to be an N8N nerd who builds agents like me? No, it just means you need to understand how it works in the environments in which you want to go so that you can be an AI-enabled human in them. The second thing I'll say is we're also past what I believe was the time of I need hard skills upskilling. Make sure you are refining, fine-tuning, and gaining human skills that will help you be different than our AI coworkers that we're inevitably going to have. And so now I'm going to go back to chat with a question. Dustin, I'm going to come to you on this one. We mentioned ghosting earlier when we set up a giant can of worms and we're going all over it, but we're covering all the things. We mentioned ghosting earlier and just the length of time between communications, whether you're here or not, all of this is happening. And so Nicole asked a really good question on how do we navigate it? Essentially at the simplest, how do you find a balance between like effective follow-up and then finally just saying, okay, I'm giving up, for lack of a better term?
Yeah, so one of the first things that I recommend in a job search is tracking your applications. So you have real-time data and you can go back, not only so that you can make sure that if you do encounter a ghost job, you don't encounter that again, / let anybody in your network know, don't engage in any openings with them. But the other thing is from a follow-up perspective, you don't want to be spinning your wheels constantly with an organization that has already found their candidate. The sad reality is we're competing when you're in an active job search. The first people that you're competing with are internal candidates, and they're going to be the strongest. They know the company culture, they know the insides and outs, they know the jargon, they know everything that they need to know. So you have to stand out in that. And if for some reason you are not the fit, following up and getting really stressed out because you haven't heard back after 4 and 5 and 6 weeks is not adding any value to your job search at all. So I typically recommend you apply for a job, kind of temper your expectations based on how large the company is and where the market is kind of moving. But usually if you haven't heard anything after 2 weeks, I think it's appropriate to follow up once, maybe twice. And then after that, if you don't hear anything back, put your energy and effort towards something that's going to be more fruitful in your job search. I know that you have those jobs that are like, oh my gosh, this is my dream job, I have to have this. Sometimes it's just not going to work out. And you'll probably hear me say a lot, tempering your expectations really does make a job search less stressful. It lowers the anxiety. And it also puts the control back to you because we have a lot of things that are outside of our control in a job search. And then if I can just real quick to expand on the point about the job boards, applying online is just one lane of a very busy highway in a job search. We're probably going to talk about a lot of those different lanes, but if you're only sticking to one thing and you're saying, I've applied to 25 jobs in a week and I'm not hearing anything back and I'm getting really frustrated and I need to go and cry and get a box of chocolates. You've got to rethink it. And in this market right now, you have to be nimble and you have to be agile and you also have to be innovative because what worked in 24 and 25 may not work now. But it's tempering that mindset and also just being very adaptable and flexible in any ways that you're looking.
This is why I love Dustin's voice of reason. The highway analogy is perfect. Because if you set cruise control at 55 miles an hour and park it in the passing lane, you're going to have a whole bunch of people screaming behind you about being a left lane driver, right? However, if you never get into the left lane, then you're going to be behind one of those going 45 in the right lane. And so to some extent, we've got to drive in all of the lanes and know how to maneuver that. And so, Dustin, I'm going to come back to you because I think it's important to tell people what these lanes are. Just let's say fundamentally, we know the online application is one lane. What do you consider the others?
Yeah. So the other lanes are going to be the human approach. So building relationships, networking, making sure that people know who you are, what you're about, what you're seeking. The other is being very mindful about yourself. I think Kathy mentioned it. Like, who are you? What do you bring to the table? What is your skill set? What are you best at? Is really, really important. And then the recruiter / other informational interview, seeking other people in your target companies. Rewinding, having a list of target companies is also really important instead of just looking at role and function. Who do you want to work for? What industries do you want to be in? Getting really kind of organized about, this is the kind of positions I want. These are the companies I want to work for. These are the industries that I want to be in. And also, this is the kinds of roles that I'm looking for. Are you looking for remote? Are you looking for hybrid? Do you have all of those things together? Because those strategic points are going to make you a lot more focused. It's going to also make you a lot less likely to get really frustrated because you feel like you've got all of your eggs rolling around in a basket and you don't know where they're at. So those are the lanes that I'm looking at. Angie, did I miss any?
I completely agree. And the big thing there, I'll say, is the eggs in the basket situation. Because I've always subscribed to this idea of like, do a little bit of everything, but you proportion it based on your goals and where your jobs most likely live. But if you don't look at job boards at all, you may miss an open opportunity at a company where your best friend works and they just didn't know you were job searching and didn't tell you about it, right? So there can be value there. The mistake on that side is blindly applying and hoping that after 100 applications, you'll get 5 calls. But we aren't in that market anymore. If you are specifically, I'll call out anybody that's in tech out there. If you are job searching right now, and you have not job searched prior to January of 2023, we are no longer in the apply to 50 jobs, get 5 interviews, get 3 offers, pick one, and have a new job in 6 weeks. The pendulum has swung hard to 6+ months and a robust strategy where you drive in all of the lanes of the LA Superhighway. So let's help everybody drive in some lanes. Greg, I'm going to come at you with a question that I think is a good piggyback on what we were talking about earlier with who do you network with? Because Angel asked about finding online events where they can connect with recruiters to help get on their radar. And so first, I think I'm going to ask about whether or not we should be getting on recruiters' radar, just to revisit that. But also, where can we network in addition to LinkedIn? I think is a good question for that.
Look, I'm not saying you shouldn't get on recruiters' radars. I'm just saying you're going to be like everybody else. And that's what everybody's trying to do. So if you want to do what everybody does, then that's fine. Go ahead and do it. Just don't be surprised if it's not as effective as you thought it was going to be. So I wouldn't say avoid an event if there's a bunch of recruiters there and it's specifically designed to get recruiters connected with people. Go for it. But you're also at an event.
I can't name a single one of those, but okay.
But you're also, but I mean, so everybody else at that event is doing the same thing. So again, you're not going to really stand out much. Besides LinkedIn, think about where it is that the people who work at the place you want to work, where do they show up online? Are they writing things? Are they posting things? Are they on other social media platforms? Are they on other forums? Do they go to certain places? I mean, you've got to figure out where that is, and it's not always going to be right there listed for you. You have to do a little bit of investigating, a little bit of sleuthing here to figure out where those people are. And then you use the same strategy you would use on LinkedIn. So, I mean, I think the LinkedIn strategy is who is already posting, who is showing up. Maybe they're not posting, maybe they're commenting. Who else is commenting from the places where you want to work? And when they're commenting, are you commenting on their comments, or are you showing up in the same comment sections that they show up on? You're kind of putting yourself in virtual rooms next to the people like that you want to connect with. And so you have to, those are the things you're going to want to do. So if that works on LinkedIn, that's probably going to work in most other places, that the people are not anonymous. And that's, I think that's important, because I don't think it's probably going to make a lot of sense for you to go hang out on Reddit all day and look for a job. Now, you could, you might, maybe, but everybody's kind of anonymous, right? I mean, you don't really know who people are, so you don't really know if that's people who are who they say they are. But if you just like to do it for the entertainment, go ahead. That said, I mean, I'm sure there are forums there that industry experts get on and talk, and they share what they do, and it's possible. But again, it's going to be hard to know who you're talking to. So I think you've got to think about, where's that person I want to get in touch with, and how can I get in the same area as they are, so that when I speak up, when I talk, when I share my ideas, when I add value, they look and they go, "Ooh, that's somebody interesting. You caught my attention." Now, when you reach out to them, they're like, "Oh, I remember you. You said this, this, and this. Let's talk." And you're not some anonymous random person who's just showing up because they have an open job opportunity.
Intention, focus, strategy. That's like in a nutshell. And it applies to all of these. I mean, if you want me to beat the dead horse about the lanes, Dustin, thank you for giving me that analogy to go total math teacher my dad on, is you don't go onto a 6-lane LA superhighway and go, I mean, if you want to live, maybe you don't, right? You make strategic moves. You look at what's around you. You think, okay, I think this is a good time to move into that other lane. And there's some intention behind it. And to me, that's like the name of the game when we talk about why we can't wing it anymore. You have to have a job search strategy. So I'm going to take a little turn for a second. And Michael, your video is still not on, but that's okay. I want to talk to you and Aaron specifically for a second. And Michael, I want to start with you about government, military, public to private transitions. I'm sure there's somebody out there listening who is in the government transition situation right now. What is your advice for people who are making that shift or considering making that substantial shift at a time a lot of others are too? Michael, you go first, and then Aaron will hear from you.
Sounds good. And apologies, it looks like I might be having some network issues, which we gotta love in the middle of a presentation, but we'll make it work.
That's
So
right. We can hear
yeah,
you loud and clear. So at least there's that.
perfect. At least the sound is there, right? So, I actually have personal history with going from, going from the government sector space and going back into working for a company like a Fortune 500 company, and doing that transition was something that was unexpected at the time, but it was also a very unique challenge, right? Because in working with a lot of people who've also done a very similar thing, and working in that government sector, there is a lot of accomplishments and things that they've done that are at a very high level. But then taking that and incorporating that with a Fortune 500 company, for example, is, your skills are going to be very transferable in a specific way that it will help you in your search if you market what you've done in a way that shows this is the future value that I can bring to your company based off of what I've done before. And so quite often when I'm working with clients who are making that transition, there might be a lot of technical components that they did in their previous government role, but we have to put that into a mindset of what does that success that you've had with that specific point look like if you were to be in a different space and sector. And, within the federal workspace, there's a lot of different changes and things that are happening and ongoing too. There's a lot of thoughts and feelings behind that as well. So being able to navigate all of that and put your skills into a different context to help you be marketable in those ways is so important. But it's also, recognizing that it is a challenge. And on top of that, you're competing with folks who maybe have been in that space for quite a bit of time already too on top of it.
I think that's all really sound advice. The big, and as we transition over to Aaron, because I want to hear your thoughts, because Michael comes from government transition, Aaron comes from military transition. And so the thing that I kind of heard there, Michael, is this idea of like, you have to remember to speak to the audience of where you're going and almost like untrain your brain on the jargon of the past and think in that context, right? And so when you brought up like the Fortune 500 transition and all those kinds of things, that's one way to really start thinking about it, because think about it as changing industries, not giant market sectors. Erin, what do you want to add to this?
Thanks, Angie. I agree with a lot of what Michael said. Also, I am a U.S. Army veteran, so I came from the military space. I worked in government contracting, and I also was a federal worker too, which I am also no longer. So I've transitioned from the military, from government contracting into the federal space, and then out of the space as well. So I've kind of seen it all from that perspective. But everything Michael said is very true. And I just focus very heavily with my clients on translation of your skill. So whether it's the military or the federal space, it's its own world. It has its own language. I mean, truly, the acronyms, the things that you've been around and the things that you say every single day, you have to figure out, does industry say those things? And if not, then like Angie said, drop them from your vocabulary when you start talking about this new job search. I mean, you need, when I say drop them, learn what they translate to, and then, stop using those acronyms, stop using that terminology. I think it's also really important to do your homework. Does industry, whatever industry you're in, how do they do things, right? So before you even start looking for a job search, find somebody, whether it's LinkedIn, whether it's your neighbor, whether it's your neighbor's friend, right? Do you know what your neighbor does? Do you know what your best friend's husband does? You need to know all this, because just having a conversation and saying, hey, you know what? I do it like this. For example, the software development lifecycle in the government, recently went through transition, but it was very specific. It's trying to catch up with industry, but if you left the government space with a specific set of skills, you might not be competitive if you don't actually know how industry is doing things. What are the buzzwords you need to know that everybody knows in industry? There's always a translation. You need to learn what that translation is. And then you need, just like Michael said, you need to figure out how to communicate your unique value in that space. The other thing is job titles. Oh my goodness. I know job titles are proprietary for, every organization. But if you're a program analyst 3, right, what does that mean? Are you building rocket ships, or are you, reviewing contracts? You need to understand what you're really doing. And I think you actually have a lot of leverage in that way too, because there's so many jobs in the government space, program analyst 3, whatever that means, right? You've actually got some leverage because you have the opportunity to look at what you're doing every day and how does that translate to industry. So you could easily qualify for a project management position. Maybe you're really a product owner and you don't even know it. So do some homework on what you're doing every single day and learn what that translates to, or how many different opportunities that could translate to.
I love that you're like, I've done all of the transitions in the public to private situation. But there's a really good point that I want everyone to hear. What Erin just said is that fundamentally, what a public to private sector transition is going to do from a strategic perspective is no different than what anybody is doing when it comes to knowing your unique value proposition and clearly communicating that to the target audience in their language, right? Same thing across the board. The big factor here is you've got to get in front of it and figure all that stuff out, which is the strategy part. I want to have a very human moment, and Jessica, I'm coming to you for this one. There's a question in chat that I think is important for us to address in this moment. I am wearing a t-shirt that says human, by the way, and that is intentional. It may or may not be branded on the back as the Modern Coach. So somebody asked, how can I stop hating AI when it is devaluing my field? So from a psychological human perspective, how do we manage the introduction of this into our space and the disruption that it will cause, whether that is big, small, or detrimental?
No, I love that. I think it's all about how, okay, when you think about AI, are you looking at it from the perspective of it's eliminating jobs? Like it's how you're really framing AI? Or are you using AI to put yourself at a higher level, or it's a tool that I'm going to be integrating into for obviously our purposes for the job search and how to integrate it. And also at the end of the day, recognize what AI is there for. Yeah, in certain parts of the market, it is there for efficiency. It's there to, from a business or process improvement perspective. And, I can speak personally that my view on AI, when it came out for our industry a few years ago, I went with it 100%. I want to see how this is going to help me. How is this going to help enhance what I do as a career coach? And then ultimately translating that to my clients. So for job seekers out there, and I say this to my clients, I'm like, hey, don't feel timid by saying, hey, I use chat or I use Claude or whatever OpenAI that you use to do X, Y, and Z. That's great, but let's make sure you're using it again in the right way. You're leveraging it. You understand its limitations. You understand, okay, kind of put guardrails around it, and then really then again incorporated it, and again recognizing what it's there for. And I guess from an expectation.
Oh, good. I accidentally muted you, and I was like, no, I didn't mean to do that.
No, that's okay.
You left off with the perfect word that I was thinking, and it's expectations, and again, this idea of perspective, which seems to be a common theme around this conversation today, and that is that I'm so glad that you talked about the fact that we experience this as well, because we're, as writers and as resume writers, there is now this perception that I can write my own resume via ChatGPT, and you can, doesn't mean you should. And I think the same thing is for other industries where there's like heavy disruption or perception of replacement. And so this comment came from somebody who's a graphic designer. And there's a real challenge there where there is this heavy adoption of AI that I believe we're in a space that's going to go back to human, but we're in this AI gold rush. Everybody wants to use AI for everything. And I think the worst thing that we can do, to be completely honest, unless you are less than 3 years away from retirement, the worst thing you can do is pretend like it doesn't exist, and just concede. I think the best thing you can do is look at it from the perspective of this is another entity in the market with which I am competing with for jobs. And so therefore, how do I differentiate myself? How do I communicate my unique human value? Because those are the skills that will differentiate you from that non-human competitor. And then most importantly, how do I put myself in spaces where either there is the intention to keep design or creative work human, or where design or creative work being done by humans is more important. And so I think it's one of those things where, once you get over the blow, you look at it as, okay, this just tells me what highways I need to be on. And maybe I'm taking a back road because it's got less lanes, but there's still a pathway forward. And also, unfortunately, adopting the thing that you hate on some level, because I think that's, again, goes back to the thing that's the worst to do, is to stick your head in the sand and pretend like it isn't going on. But I do fully believe, again, I'm wearing a shirt that says human on purpose, that we can be AI-enabled humans on purpose. And I believe that we will find solvency in our careers if we do so. And I think that's an important thing to think about, because it is a big consideration in job searching. I think it's one of the lots of factors that are really making things challenging, which brings me to a loaded question that's in chat. And I don't even know what my answer to this question is. Oh, shoot. I thought I started, but somebody wants to know. I'm going to let whoever wants to take it. That's how loaded this is. So you ready? Here it is. Any thoughts on if and when we will cycle back to an employee market? I think I have an answer. I'm not sure I'm allowed to say it on a live stream where there's 200 plus people. January 21st, 2020. What year is that going to be? Anyway, I think that there's other answers to this. I'm actually genuinely curious to hear what some of you have to say. So who wants to take it?
Angie, I'll bring up one point. I don't have a prediction of when it will cycle back, but I think that it is really important to understand the multi-generational market right now. I think that there will come a time, maybe not as soon as we want, where people are going to age out of work. You know, we're at a time right now where there is a lot of uncertainty based on a lot of factors, some that
Yeah.
Angie alluded to, you know, some not. But I think that there is something to how many of the, I guess, earlier generations are still working right now. And I think that's something that we should all be keeping our eye on, right? That's just a timing thing, unfortunately. Um, I also think that there is a lot to AI and what's going on right now. And I'm not going to predict any sort of bubble or anything like that. But as with every new thing, things do even out. Now, the job market coming back to an employee market might look very different though in opportunities. And I think that's one thing that people need to be aware of as well. When it quote unquote comes back, it might not look the same in all industries as it did before. And, you know, I think tech is a perfect example of that, right? You know, we talked about what I don't think tech will ever be what it was, you know, 3-4 years ago. It's going to look different. It might swing back to be more advantageous for employees, but it might look very different.
I'm actually gonna, and then Kathy raised her hand, and I want to hear what you're gonna say. I'm gonna bridge it into that with the idea that I joke about it being January 21st, 2029. I really hope it isn't that long away, because I don't necessarily know it's a when. I think it's a set of factors more so than it is a timeline, because we have a convergence of things going on right now that are a lot like what happened in 2008 to 2010. And so, because we've talked so much about generations, I'm going to talk about something that I talk about on most stages when I talk about AI and being human. And that is that I am an analog kid. I am the youngest Gen X you can be by 21 days, born in December of 1980. And also, I grew up in the middle of nowhere in Pennsylvania, where we didn't have technology until I was like a senior in high school. So I really did grow up as like a Gen Xer influenced by millennials. So I'm pretty much a Gen Xer with millennial tendencies, which makes me slightly less emo. However, I remember life before technology, and I started my career as it was emerging and essentially becoming the mainstream way we did business. And so I had to adapt quickly, but I was an adult and I remembered and I know what that felt like. And now here I am halfway through my career doing the exact same thing with the transition from digital to AI. So we went from analog to digital at a time when we had economic uncertainty and an economic downturn, digital coming in and transforming that at the same time that also millennials were coming into the workforce. Now we have the digital to AI transformation at a time of economic uncertainty, at a time there's a giant generational shift in the workforce. Aaron brings up the point that there's also a clog right now because there's still a lot of baby boomers working, and that's going to change over the next few years. And so when I think about when, I think it's more about like how it's going to go back to an employee market than when. It's once we get some of these baby boomers out, and I think the uncertainty is keeping them in. It's once we get through this AI gold rush where everyone wants to use AI for everything, and we figure out how the dust is going to settle, and that's going to look long term. And maybe it's once some of the political, social uncertainty also kind of dies down. That's a lot for everybody to handle and creates uncertainty at a lot of levels that impacts all factors of a labor market. And so, Kathy, I want to hear your wisdom to add on to this. This is also kind of a great way to close out this session, by the way. So I like this and want you to kind of close this out. So add your thoughts.
Well, the thoughts that came to mind when it was about the employee side of things, this goes to the conversations we've been having about the human side of things. So even with technology and AI and all of these, the technological advances that are happening, You still need the human to coordinate, facilitate, do the project management, be a manager, be a leader, bring a team together, hold people accountable, and also be aware of the logistics side of things and the operations. So I think there will be more of a realization that you must have people that have the abilities to do all these kinds of things and coordinate people and technology.
Yes. I'm going to bring this all full circle. You ready for this moment? We're still the ones driving the freaking car on the 6-lane LA superhighway. And I'm pretty hopeful that in my lifetime, it's going to stay that way. And I think that there's things that we can do very intentionally to ensure we are always in the driver's seat. Because I do believe you can be an AI-enabled human on purpose. I also saw all the things in chat about this shirt. So maybe we'll figure out a way. I can actually do it. We'll get everybody the human shirt. I would love it. But I think this is a really great way to kind of start to bring this close. This was a really interesting and different job search session than I expected, because it was really around the mentality, the perspective, and the psychology of job searching today, with some level of tactics on how we navigate that. But ultimately, the tactics are only as good as the perspective and the mentality and the emotional fortitude we have to kind of handle it. And I think that's important when we're in this snapshot that is the 20-year cycle that was, the Great Recession situation and convergence of factors. And I appreciate the level of human coach wisdom that you brought to this today, because I think it's important food for thought. And obviously we now have breakouts in which we can go deeper into more tactical stuff around some of the specifics of these things. And so y'all have your work cut out for you. So it looks like Kristen is the only breakout host still in my backroom studio. So I'm actually going to kick her out so she can go head over to Zoom. So we're going to get Zoom rooms open and start getting some logistics of things set up. So what you're about to see in chat are 5 Zoom links, one corresponding with each session. So as a reminder, we've got Jessica and Kristen are going to be in a room talking about how to network on LinkedIn from an outreach perspective, right? So if you want to build a network on LinkedIn, or if you want to use it as a messaging tool, or if you want to find people, that's the place to go. Bill and Greg are going to talk about what do you do once you get the conversation, right? How to navigate informational interviews, how to create action through your network. Dustin and Kathy are going to talk more about this strategy stuff. And so you're going to get to hear more specifics about Dustin's lanes and how you can create systems regardless of what level that you're at. And real quick, there were some questions I didn't get to address in the chat from younger professionals, newer grads. If you're not sure where to go, I'm going to suggest you go to Dustin and Kathy's session, because I think that job search strategy and focus is the most important thing for a new grad starting out. And so if you need a little advice there, that's where I would head. Laura and Liam are going to be doing our LinkedIn and branding session. And if you've never learned LinkedIn branding strategy from Liam Darmody, there you go. That's a good place to go. And then Aaron and Michael are going to dig more into this public-private transition. Or if you want to talk, I'm just going to say career change strategy. That's a really good place to go. So it doesn't even necessarily need to be public to private, military, government. It can definitely be career change focused, because as you've heard, both of them have kind of been through that on many factors, and there's lots of strategy and philosophy that's the same. So let me find. Okay, here come the breakouts in the chat. It's a little tricky because they kind of get lost, and we'll just keep posting them. But rooms should be open. The tech snafu that we had earlier today should be resolved, so we should be able to kind of hop in there. Panelists, I want to say thank you all for being so amazing and awesome. I'm going to let you start kind of falling off and heading over to the rooms where you get to continue the conversation at a deeper level. And thank all of you who were here and listening live and chiming in and leaning in chat. This is vulnerable, personal stuff. And I always appreciate when you're willing to bring it, because we can help you more when we know exactly what's going on and what you're concerned about. And it helps us curate kind of the offers and the knowledge and the thought leadership that we put out there going forward. And so we have Just a couple housekeeping as those of you kind of migrate over to breakout sessions. We have a break after the breakout sessions for about 15 minutes. And then we've got our AI panel at 4:15, I think, 6:15 Eastern, right? Sound right? No, 3:30. Mindsets at 4:15. So we've got breakouts until quarter after, and then at the half in an hour, we've got the AI panel. And based on this conversation, I think it's going to be a really, really hot one. And I am excited and partly glad I'm moderating and not on the hot seat because I'm going to put them all on the hot seat. So I hope you all join us, and I will stop talking and let you migrate over to breakout sessions. If you are attending the stream and need help with anything, just put it in chat, and one of us will be here to support while you make your way to the right room. And then we'll see you back here in an hour for AI. Chat GPT versus Career GPT. Seems like the perfect extension after this conversation, doesn't it? Thank you all again to Greg, Jessica, Dustin, Kathy, Aaron, and Michael for sharing your very human wisdom here. I will let all of you go and hop to your Zoom rooms. And I'll see you all again back here in an hour. Have fun talking about career strategy. All right. I see Kathy. I see Liam. I see Jessica. What's going on with the three of you?
I thought I was supposed to be in here and then go into the breakout room.
No, you're going to go into the breakout room right now.
Okay.
They're open. I had you in here at the beginning of this thing, but it's okay.
Okay.
But you are coming here at the beginning of the AI panel.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Okay. Jim's trying to get you. Okay, there's you. Oh, Kathy, the reason your video isn't working in Zoom is because you're still in here. So you need to leave here and go to Zoom. All right, gang, I guess we'll start getting organized here. For those of you on the live stream, you might hear a little chirp chirp over here while I get these guys organized and into the room. And we'll get going here in about 3 or 4 minutes, and we'll kick things off with giving away some free stuff. Because, hey, what else would we do, right? Oh, okay.
Hey everybody, my name is Mark Missiano. I'm a certified professional career coach and a certified executive.
Nope, don't do that yet. Told you I'd be chirping. Mark, I like how you changed your Cubs hoodie.
I gotta look presentable.
I'm waiting for Liam.
Angie, I thought it was pretty funny this morning seeing you in lipstick and me in lipstick.
Guess what? Haven't put it back on since.
I had to find my makeup. It's been that.
Should I be wearing lipstick too?
You should be wearing lipstick too. So this would be the peanut gallery that everybody gets to hear behind the break time slide as we get ready. This is the crowd that is the peanut gallery, so they should all get ready.
Mark, we'll bring out your eyes.
What?
Are you ready for a crazy weekend this weekend? Are you going to be home?
It's gonna be crazy.
Oh,
I'm so
Eagles.
excited.
Yep.
Football.
Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Yeah, are you really seeing the closer it gets, the more Go Birds becomes a noun, a verb, a hello, a goodbye, everything.
All right, well, we might as well just take this slide away because here we all are. Oh, wait, no, I don't need to do that. Hang on. Let's do it this way. There, we'll just start like that. Oh, wait, that's who I put on the stage and I shouldn't have is Handy Dandy Greats, who has saved my butt today. What do we think? Shall we talk about AI some more?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kelly, you guys all got to be chatters in chat, so I got to bring my friends up and have a little fun, even though Liam missed it. All right, so all of you out there in listener land, we're kind of getting ourselves ready, and we're moving towards doing something here in the next minute. We're going to talk about more AI. It's definitely been a little bit of an undercurrent today. It has not been a hardcore theme, but I think this is going to be really interesting to see just what comes up and where we take this. But we've got stuff to give away first, real quick. And I got to do this quick because we've got 45 minutes and a lot to talk about. So the way I have been doing this is a good old random number generator. I have a spreadsheet where all of the almost 800 of you people are in a row with a number associated with them. And so I random number generate. I didn't bring the fun spinny wheel onto the screen this year because I feel like every time I tried to do that last year, I was never actually sharing my screen. So we're going to give away, we have 4 things, but 2 of one of them. So Mark, what's it called? You have a sweet AI guide. What is it?
Oh, the one that we're giving away?
Yes.
Oh, yay. Okay, so this is
You told me what it's called earlier. Just say what it is. I don't need backstory.
AI prompt library to
Thank
automate
you.
your job search. Yes.
I just couldn't recall that set of words because I've said a lot of words today. All right, so we're going to give away an AI prompt library from Mark. There's Liam is back. Diana, who is not in this session, she's in the mindset session, so I'm shamelessly plugging that because you all want, speaking of giveaways and speaking of the mindset session, you all want to be there for it because I am giving something that you cannot buy away. There you go. I have decided more about this nebulous giveaway since this morning, and you must be present to win it. So there's that. But we're going to give away Mark's AI guide. Diana, who's in the mindset session, is giving away a complimentary one-on-one session for either LinkedIn or resume review of your choice. And then Gina is, do you want to tell everybody what you got?
I am going to send in the U.S. mail a copy of Qualified Isn't Enough to 2 lucky winners. So you'll get my new release.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to random number generate for Mark. I'm going to random number generate for Diana. And then, Gina, what I need you to do is spend the next 20 seconds thinking about 2 numbers between 1 and 803.
Okay.
All right. Random number generator for Marks is, oh, wow, lucky number early registrant 12, Jeff Smith. Hi, Jeff, which is awesome. We've seen Jeff in chat all day, and you're getting a prompt library from Mr. Mark Missiano. So you can have some fun with that. And then, Diana, you are going to get to have a one-on-one strategy session because I know you're sitting there in the audience. Resume or LinkedIn session, winner's choice goes to number 202, Karen Mays. There you go. Congrats, Jeff and Karen. You two are lucky winners. Let me write this down. And then, all right, Miss Gina, who are our lucky numbers winning your 2 books sent via U.S. mail?
You want to know them now?
Go ahead. Give me the first one. What's the first number?
87.
Number 87 is Brianne Dyer. Congrats, Brianne, if you are around.
And the second one is 91.
Close together. Jerry Hollins. Jerry Hollins and Brianna are the lucky winners of Gina's new book, Qualified is Not Enough, which is sure to help you through the crazy market that we have all been trying to help you navigate. So you're about to get even better resources. Love giving fun things away. And so don't forget, there is a biggie coming in the mindset panel, but you got to be live to get it. So I hope you will all join us because we do not talk enough about the mental, emotional components of job searching today. And it is super, super important, almost as important as this AI stuff that feels like it is taking over all aspects of our lives. And so as we get into this, I want to introduce you to the friends who are going to tell you all about it.
My name is Mark Missiano. I'm a certified professional career coach and a certified executive resume writer. I run Resume Ready, and I focus on helping people level up in their careers, going from individual contributor into leadership roles or leadership up into executive leadership. I can't wait to meet you all.
Hi, everybody. My name is Denise Bittler, and I'm the founder of Resume Interview Success. As an award-winning resume writer and career coach, I've been helping professionals navigate their career in the job market since 2015.
My name is Matt Thomas. I am a career coach currently at a company called Guild. We help with career mobility for frontline workers, as well as helping with upskilling and training. I do some coaching on my own as well. I'm a career coach 15 years.
Hey everyone, I'm Liam Darmody, founder of Liam's Brandstand and proud LinkedIn nerd. Through Liam's Brandstand, I help people build standout personal brands and smarter operating systems using AI. When I'm not on LinkedIn, you'll find me in Raleigh, North Carolina with my wife, 2 kids, and our golden doodle, Lucky. Most likely eating something covered in hot sauce.
Hi, I'm Gina Riley of Gina Riley Consulting, and my primary focus are leaders and executives who are either planning a career transition or experiencing a career transition.
You know, sometimes we just save the characters for the afternoon because, you know, I've been at this a while. I don't know whether it's 9 a.m. or 9 p.m., to be honest with you. I am not quite sure I've eaten even 99 calories today, but this has been so super fun. We've helped a ton of people. And now I'm going to let all of you and all of your hot sauce glory sound off about some AI. So let's get into this thing. So again, if you have not been joining us, it's kind of open forum over here. So if you've got questions, put them in chat. I will field them as I can and as the chaos of the chat today allows. But I've also got some stuff lined up for these folks. So where I want to start is I'm going to come to you, Mark, first. We're going to set a big stage here. here. And I kind of want to like big picture look at AI and the impacts on career, and then funnel down to like job search and what we do with it. So I want to know, Mark, from your perspective, what should professionals be thinking about from a career standpoint when it comes to future-proofing their skill set or keeping their competitive edge as AI continues to evolve?
Play around with stuff, because like when it comes to you're not going to break anything, right? And so starting to get comfortable with tools that you'll be expected to use in the workplace can be super important, but start by like finding what it is that genuinely interests you, and then go play around with it. Because I will tell you, Denise is the perfect example of this, because I was really scared of AI stuff for a really long time, and I use it every single day now in lots of different ways. But Denise was a really big inspiration as an early adopter of AI stuff, where I was very nervous about it, and I feel like I am now behind because I didn't adopt early enough. And so I always encourage people, like, adopt early, play around with it, see what passion you have for it, how you can use it, and then actually become an expert in a specific area. You don't have to know everything about everything, but you can become a really good expert in specific areas. And I think it's super important to show that you have some sort of expertise when it comes to AI.
Gary just put in chat and I smirked at it. First of all, Mark, that might have been one of your succinct, full of the fewest commas responses I've ever heard you give, because I'm looking at this screen realizing I probably put the talkiest, most opinionated, long in the tooth people all in one panel that's only 45 minutes long. What was I thinking? Anyway, Gary just put in chat, or ignoring AI, and we were talking about this in the job search panel. It's like saying I'm afraid of transportation at this point, right? It is not going anywhere. And the worst thing you can do, unless you're 3 years or less from retirement, is just pretend like it isn't there. And we've got to find a way to stay relevant while still remaining human. My shirt says human, not human. Okay, Gina, talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing AI do and change in hiring processes. How is it shaping the job market right now? Loaded. Oh, you're muted.
See, you were getting ahead of the game, muting all of us too. In actual hiring processes, I think that, first of all, I'm not in the recruiter seat anymore. I used to do executive search, so I'm not on that side and I can't speak to it today. And everything's moving so fast, I don't want to date whatever it is I'm saying. But what I would say is, on the job seeker side, what I see is it actually is sometimes making it harder, because all of the processes are meant to be streamlined for whom? The end recruiter. So easy apply, getting people into these systems and databases. They're using keywords to pull out, and create their candidate pools from that. But really, recruiters, especially at the senior levels, want to seek and find. They want to find you. That's what executive search or recruitment search is for. And so that's why optimizing your profile top to bottom, having an awesome and relevant resume, but more importantly, you know what you're saying in networking conversations so you can get referrals. So aside from the fact that AI is being constantly embedded and upgraded into these hiring systems and tools, your best way today in 2026 is to build relationships so you can get conversations, so you can get seen. You have to get seen to get heard.
I said this earlier today. By the way, I don't know who, somebody muted me. It said host muted you. And I was like, WTF, I'm the host. So I have a feeling there's a little guy on the other end of my house doing something. I don't know. Anyway, or we have a gremlin in the system. Who knows? It's really the same thing. Jim and a gremlin are the same thing, right? Anyway, Gina, I really like how you took that from like, we've got this big picture of like, we know it's here. We need to adapt, be an AI-enabled human on purpose. And as we get more into the job search side, we don't always know what's happening on the hiring side. And that goes from AI all the way to like what they're thinking in general. And so, Matt, I want to come to you. Since you do coaching inside of an organization that really focuses on upskilling the workforce, I'm curious what the narrative is as far as you communicating AI adoption or even AI tool usage in job searches to the people you work with.
Yeah, good question. Thanks. Yeah, a lot of folks are asking about, sorry, I have an echo, I think.
It's probably me. That's probably why I got muted.
Okay. Echo. Okay, it's gone. All right. AI. So yeah, a lot of job seekers I work with are asking about, hey, Matt, I hear about AI, like I want an AI job. And I think what's been said already is AI is touching all of us in some way, touching every industry. So I've been talking to people about using it in their job search as well as upskilling, to your point, because it's important to be able to talk about it. Like Gina said, if you're in conversations or putting on your resume, how can you use AI now in your job? How can you play with it, like Mark said, play around with it. This would be a lot of the LLMs, large language learning models, like the Chat GPTs and the Copilots and the Claude. There's a lot out there, right? So we've introduced a lot of just certificates and programming for AI prompting. What you're putting into it is what you're going to get out of it. So that's some of the things I've been talking about.
And I didn't even think of the fact that Matt and Guild are a great resource for upskilling, by the way. So there's a shameless plug for Matt and Guild Education if you're seeking some good options, because the long and short of it is, in some way you've got to continue upskilling. And I actually saw Siobhan asked a question of, like, if job searches are taking so long, how do we make sure our upskilling is relevant? Well, you keep upskilling, my friend. You keep upskilling. And so now I want to get even more granular and really get into this. Where is it impacting job searches specifically? And Denise, get ready, because I'm asking you the very meaty question that I know you're going to love, which is, what do job seekers need to know about how AI is evaluating resumes or even interview performance?
So it's not this big be all and end all. Let me just put that out there. Okay. AI is not out to get you. It is all based on how it's being designed, set up by a specific recruiter, by a specific company. So can I say that it's never going to bypass you because you didn't have a keyword? No. Is that the norm? No. So treat it as a tool, but know that you want to make sure that you are using the right keywords. But again, show, don't tell. Don't just list keywords, demonstrate. Because that's one of the nice things for recruiters that AI can now do quickly, is it can evaluate your skills. It's not just looking for keywords, it's looking for those keywords in context. It's looking for those keywords demonstrated in action bullets and things like that. So you need to make sure it's not just dumping keywords anymore, it's making sure that you are demonstrating how you've used it, demonstrating your value. Same thing with interview. I mean, AI is such an incredible tool for people prepping for interviews. Okay. It can mock interview you. It can help you do research. I have this prompt that I did for my brother before his big interview, and it did a deep research in using ChatGPT and came up with like a 20-some page guide for him. Everything there was to know about this company, their hiring practices, their this, their that. Then it did a deep dive on key people that they were going to meet. And it was the most amazing outcome. So don't be afraid of it. Use it, because it really can, it can supplement your value, supplement your knowledge. It can't replace it.
By the way, Denise is the queen of the 20 to 45 page guide. She gave away one earlier. You weren't here to see it, but it happened, Denise. Somebody has a 49 page interview guide, compliments of you. But I think that we can say, don't be afraid of it. You've got to dig into it. But I think you add a good stamp on that. It's the fact that we have to figure out how to be enabled by it. But ultimately, like, we're still the human behind it. And so now I want to talk about where we have to be careful. So Liam, the personal branding LinkedIn nerd that you are, also seeing LinkedIn nerd under your name kind of wants to make me change mine to say human nerd, but I'm not sure that would be taken the right way. LinkedIn communications, personal branding. What are some common mistakes you're seeing as people try to bring in AI? There is kind of a right and a wrong way here. So what are some of the things we need to be watching out for?
Yeah, so I think, obviously one of the upsides of AI is that it makes it super easy to create content, and you can just go in and say, write me a post about X, and a lot of people are just copy pasting that and putting it into the platform, and that's fine for some people, but I think a lot of people will realize that that is not really you. Your network will probably pick up on it. People are starting to get a lot wiser to what an AI post looks like, right? I think we had like our first 2 years where it took people a while to figure out what was AI and what isn't. It's a lot more obvious now. And I think, the thing for me about AI is that it is a tool that helps you amplify who you are already in a more efficient way, but you have to use it the right way in order to do that, right? And so I think a lot of people are just one quick prompt and then they take the output and then they paste it. Well, that sucks. Sorry, it does. What I do is I will go for thought walks and I will just dictate stream of consciousness into an AI. And this is a topic I want to talk about. And then I have it synthesize all the crazy ADHD riddled thoughts in my head into something that's a little bit more cohesive. I'm dictating that into a project that's already trained on 250,000 of my words through 4,500 LinkedIn posts, right? So it knows how to write like me, and I'm telling it exactly what I'm thinking. So it's then just taking those thoughts and kind of finessing them into something that looks a little bit more like something that I would write coherently. And that ultimately is what I think is the best use of AI from a personal branding perspective, because you're still using your words, you're still telling it everything that you're thinking, and it's writing it in your voice. You're just not physically the person staring at the cursor being like, what the hell do I write? And like, that is, at the end of the day, I think the biggest value in AI is it makes us more efficient human beings. We don't have to lose our authenticity. We don't have to lose anything about who we are as people or what we know or how we do what we do, but it helps us get there faster. So I always tell people, AI is promoting you from a staff writer to an editor. Every newspaper has writers and editors. The editors are way more efficient at covering more ground because they don't have to physically sit there and type all the content. And so if you take your thoughts in your brain, you bypass the keyboard, you spit them directly into an AI that you've trained with your voice, you will be able to put out a lot more content that sounds very much like you in a shorter period of time.
Oh ho ho! I could be the human nerd to show you all kinds of things I was doing to do just that. But this is the thing: is that like, if you invest a little in training it, I wanted to find a sexier word than that. But if you actually do spend a little time training it, it can actually enable you and augment you, which I think is a really great word. Actually, I will shameless plug that earlier this week on the No More Mondays podcast, I had a guest named Earl Hoig. And he is the founder of a business in Canada. He's Canadian, which means we automatically love him, just like Liam, called People First. And he and I kind of got into this idea of like the future of work and how do we lead in being human. And we talked about this topic of thinking about AI as augmenting us and not like replacing or or trying to like be us. And I think the number one thing Liam said is please do not copy paste, because the last thing I want to do is engage in comments that are clearly copy paste. Also, an M dash does not clearly indicate AI anymore. So I want to get a little practical, and we're going to get little tidbits from everybody. But before I do, there's a comment or two in the chat I want to pick up. And John Werner asked a question I think is important. I'm not sure any of us, no offense, are qualified to answer it. So I'm just going to throw it out there, and whoever thinks they know something about it can raise their hand and go for it. But he asked what kinds of safeguards are being implemented around AI to minimize hiring bias. Who knows anything about this? Matt, you might be the one who could. I would say there, I mean, if you put AI and guardrails in the same sentence, right now we don't have a whole lot. Matt, do you know anything about this? Or I should say, what do you know? Because you're probably the most likely to have come across this.
Talking about AI and hiring bias. Is that what
yeah, but like safeguards is more it. So like what safeguards are in place to minimize
bias in hiring? Are there any? Yeah, I don't know if I'm
qualified either to answer that, but I mean, I think they're continuously working on it, these programs, but I don't know for sure. I don't want to like misspeak or anything.
Yeah, I think the best thing is, John, you asked a good question that there may not be an answer to. Just because the 6 of us don't have it doesn't mean there isn't, but I'm inclined to say, that might be something that needs to be looked at. But I'm also, now that I'm like, I think while I talk. And so I've come to one thing that I think is probably important. Even if there were safeguards, this is going to be a really unfortunate human moment, so just get ready. Even if there were safeguards in place, or let's just assume there are safeguards in place to mitigate bias in hiring, you will still never remove the human bias that will exist once the candidate is past AI. So it's kind of moot. And I would think that the efforts that we make to mitigate those biases are the same as what you would do with AI. And so that's the unfortunate human moment is actually humans are more biased than AI. Denise, I'm going to come back to you because you are the nerdy one when it comes to the resume situation here. And Courtney asks, she wants us to talk a little bit more about keywords and how much they need to align exactly with job descriptions. Keywords can be said in 47 different ways within an industry or capability. So this kind of rolls up to, I think, almost more resume strategy, but to keep it tight and not turn this into another resume session, how do you deal with that specifically while using AI tools? And maybe how do you leverage AI tools to support the keyword game? That might be the right question.
So I just dropped a prompt in chat. In the chat, it's a 2-part.
Of course you did.
That is, my clients use it. It's been refined. It basically allows you to take your resume, take the job posting. It will go through the job posting, identify the key skills, whatnot. It will then compare it against your current resume. It'll identify any areas that maybe have gaps or maybe should be explained further. And it will come back and give you some recommendations. It's not making changes. It's not writing the change, but it's making recommendations. I have clients that use this that we're spending an hour trying to customize the resume, customize the cover letter. I have another prompt for that. And they've got it down to like 10, 15 minutes. And it's a way of taking the emotion out of it, if you will, and keeping it almost formulaic in this is what the recommendation is, this is why. And you can look at it and say, no, I don't really have that, or I'm not comfortable with that, or whatever. And it's giving you recommendations on changes that you can then tweak in your own voice. So hopefully that prompt will help some people. But it doesn't mean rewriting your whole resume. I look at it this way. If your original resume is written well, you should not have to tweak more than 10, maybe 15% of keywords, because you've done it, you've based it on the normal job posting, which the consistency across job postings for certain titles is going to be the same. And then there's that 10, 15% that is specific to a company. They've got a merger coming up. They've got this, they've got that, whatever. That's all you're really tweaking. So that's what this really helps with. This prompt helps with taking, again, the emotion out of it and focusing on just what really is different that is impactful.
So for any of you who are sitting here going, wait, I heard that 10% thing earlier this morning. What? Yeah. Guess what? And I didn't tell Denise to say it. But if ultimately, if you have crafted, and we're going to come back to AI, but I think this is an important full circle moment. If you have done a good job to craft a clear, targeted job search strategy, you then know what resumes and stories you need to tell and can develop documents that are 90% accurate to them, at which point now you leverage AI for the last 10% of efficiency and tailoring, right? And so you're not reinventing the wheel. Targeting or tailoring a resume does not mean rewriting it. It means tweaking it. So full stop there. And
one quick thing. So it seems that part of prompt 1B got cut off in the first thing I put out there. So I just dropped the full prompt 1B in the chat.
So I'm just going to volunteer Denise that we will put some of these prompts in the resource dashboard you're all getting, because by the way, you're getting more crap from us than just what we say today, right? So we've given stuff away, and we're going to give some stuff away. So we'll make sure we copy this stuff into like a document that has it easier than in this madness of chat.
And if we're going to do that, I'll send you one on customizing your cover letter too.
See, there you go. She is the reality. Mark ain't got nothing on Denise in the prompt library, but somebody did get, but Jeff, you did get Mark's prompt library. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to do a little bit of like round robin advice. So we're going to do some sound bites here to give people lots of little like tools. I want to know from each one of you, what is your favorite way job seekers should use AI? We may have already talked a little bit about it, but let's just have some fun. Whether it's a specific tool, whether it's a methodology, whether there's a secret or a favorite prompt, whatever it is, what's your favorite way for a job seeker to leverage AI in their job search? And Gina, I'm going to start with you.
Wow. I love talking about interview prep. So I think leveraging ChatGPT or your favorite AI tool is amazing to create interview prep packets. And my most recent one for a CEO that I'm working with, who's interviewing for a couple of CEO and COO roles, it's 44 pages long. The packet is. And I'm just going to give you a couple of highlights reel on the things that chat or AI can do to populate a packet for you so that you can start your research really efficiently. You can ask it about the market size and the growth areas for whatever job and industry that you're interviewing within. The key market segments, all of the different segments, it can dissect it for you. The macro forces and the micro forces that are impacting that particular business. It can look at the whole competitive landscape and talk about all of the competitors and where they sit in the entire ecosystem. And I could go on and on because it's 44 pages and there's plenty of panelists to talk. So what I will also say is I upload the information about my clients without their personal information, their job search history from the resume, LinkedIn profile information, all of the other information I gather about their unique value proposition. And when you put that in, you can ask AI, poke holes in my application process and the kinds of things I'm going to get asked by interviewers that would cause them pause, that would have them go, I don't know about this person. Ask about what the elephant is in the room. And so you can completely make a huge interview prep packet just based on this. Plus I convert all of the bullet points from a job description they're interviewing against into behavioral questions. Then I use the SOAR methodology and I have them fill in on their own all of their stories. And then we can work together then human to human, Angie, to fine tune those stories. So I love AI for interview prep.
It is, at the very fundamental, and Liam, get ready because you're next. At the very fundamental, AI, generative AI, let's be specific here. I am a human nerd and a human nerd, however you want to take that. Generative AI at its very, very fundamental is a data parsing tool. And so if you dump data, which can be characters, not necessarily numbers, because ironically, it actually sucks at number data. It can parse this kind of stuff and also do the deep research into databases and assets that we don't necessarily have access to. And so this is where it can enable some serious humans on purpose. Liam, you're up next for same question. What's your kind of favorite way job seekers or professionals should be using AI, or your favorite AI for job seekers or professional, however you want to take that?
I'm going to go the route of basically using AI to help tell your story, right? Like, you could have AI interview you as if they're a VP whatever at whatever organization and have them pepper you with questions so that you can think about the ways that you want to answer those questions. You could take your resume, upload it to AI and say, act as a ghostwriter and blow out some topics that I could be writing about on LinkedIn as it relates to my experience in these areas. My personal experience on LinkedIn is that all of the content that I've created there has led to all of the opportunities that I've received in the 5 years since I started creating content on LinkedIn. And so I ultimately think that 5-10 years from now, all things being equal, if somebody is interviewing for a position and they have a company that's deciding between two people and one of those people has 20,000 followers and they're able to get those people engaged and talking versus the other person that doesn't have that, that person with the following that can get people talking is going to get the nod. So I'm always encouraging people to be sharing who you are, what you do, why you do what you do. You know, to me, your resume is what you've done, where you've done it, and when. LinkedIn complements that, right? It's who you are, it's why you do what you do, and it's how. And the combination of those two things is really the perfect personal brand. And so if you're using ChatGPT to get through the interview process and to make sure that your resume looks great and to answer all the interview questions the right way, that's awesome. You're doing it so that once you get the opportunity to talk to a company, you're as prepared as possible. But what are you doing to fill the top of that funnel to get more people at companies interested in potentially giving you a seat at that interview table? That is what I would suggest using LinkedIn or ChatGPT for, or Claude, or whatever your preferred LLM is, to really help you tell the story online about who you are, what you do, and why you do it.
I loaded up this panel, y'all. Told ya. Also, a quick side note, I want to, if you weren't here this morning, we had some like hoopla and celebration for National Career Coach Day. Happy National Career Coach Day to those of you that have stuck around with us and all of you here on the screen, including especially Gina and Mark, who are 2 of my 9 founding coaches for Job Seeker Summit. So they have been with us for all 3 of these things and took a chance on this. Hey, sure, let's do this event 3 years ago, which required much larger of a lift than now. We did collaborative presentations at that one and a whole thing. Now I just have ChatGPT print out a bunch of questions for me and I stand here and figure out who I should ask them to. Gotta love it. Okay, Mark, you're next. What is your, also, I am only about 70% responsible for everything that comes out of my mouth for the next 2 hours because I have also been doing this for 7. So we're going to start getting a little slap happy. It's going to happen. You're all about to see real full human Angie in all of my glory. Mark, I want to hear your favorite AI tool or tool for AI in job seeking.
All right, I have one that is really off the wall, mostly because Gina stole my idea, thief, and because I had a client actually do this, and I thought it was a fascinating thing. Denise is going to love this. Denise actually, I think, was the one who introduced me to Notebook LM, which is super fun and cool and very, very interesting. But I had a client use it in a really unique way. So Notebook LM has the ability to create a podcast based on content that you give it, which is a wild concept. It's still decently early. I think there's only 2 voices, but they talk back and forth to each other and it sounds ultra real. I had a client feed it a ton of information about himself, and he had it create I think like 3-minute podcast that he sent to an employer along with his resume. And he gave it the job description, the company information. He did a deep research on ChatGPT about the company and where they're going in the next 5 years, and then had it relate how his experience will make that possible, and then had Notebook LM come up with a podcast about it and sent basically the soundbite of it with his resume to a potential employer. So this is like, AI is this thing where it's like, if you are a creative person, you can jump into this. And I mean, this is why Denise has been so successful, because she's naturally a creative person and then brings that into, like somebody put in the chat more nicely than I put it, garbage in, garbage out with anything related to AI. I always say shit in, shit out. If you are good at what you do, and right, like you have the ability to treat AI like a thought partner. Somebody else put that in the chat too. Like therein lies your ability to be unique and different than other people. And so this idea of drowning in a sea of sameness goes away when you use AI tools in unique and different ways.
Aha! I'm so glad you talked about the sea of sameness. Because this dovetails off of what Liam was talking about like having a conversation. So I think that we should, the fact that somebody ever coined the term and the role prompt engineer is like totally wrong, because you don't really engineer prompt. If you approach generative AI as an entity you can have a conversation with, you will get better output because you're giving it better input. And also it's reflecting you, right? So your AI, I'm sorry, people, is only as intelligent as you and your ability to creatively direct it. And how cool is this concept of like, okay, everybody has access to this shit. How can I wield it to differentiate myself? Love it. Also, every career coach sitting on the other end of this screen is going, gonna add that as a service now. Love it. All right, Matt, you're up, and then Denise.
Yeah, I think I'll go a different direction with, because it was mentioned earlier in the chat about like the resume and like, and we just talked about career clarity, and if you have a target. So I think you can use a lot of it if you're like in between trying to figure out like what is next, what do I fit with. You can use it for career exploration and come up with data points and lots of career paths, including reverse engineering job search, where you would target like, what are 20 companies I'm interested in? So you can use it almost like a simple Google search in a way, but using AI to be like, I'm interested in, like today I was talking to someone who wants to be in sustainability or nonprofit. And I was like, what about like B corporations, right? Think companies that are making money that want to do good for the world. And so you could just search, use that as a, what are 20 companies in, the Denver area or X area, as a way to just give yourself a starting point. But you can also do that with, again, job titles as well. And it doesn't do, some of them don't do well pulling data from websites yet, but I think you could still throw in your resume, say, hey, based on this, what kind of career path do you suggest? And then you can keep iterating your prompts from there and dig deeper and deeper. So that helps with the clarity, maybe a target, and really like a starting point. I think sometimes we have to get to the starting point.
If you have a general starting point, if you're in the first ring out and you need to bring it into the center, that is fantastic advice. Where I am going to give a shameless plug for everyone on this screen and the other 25 people who have been part of the day. If you are in the second or third ring out, please call one of us, because you are going to put yourself in a hamster wheel trying to get generative AI to get you into the middle of the bullseye. But if you're close, it can really help. And the hit list suggestion is on point. Okay, Denise, round us out with the AI tool or the tool of AI.
So I couldn't pick just one. Sorry.
I would expect nothing less.
Well, two things. One, the deep dive research prompt, I will send that to you so you can put that in the list as well. I don't know if anybody has used or tried Crystal Nose. It is a phenomenal tool.
I literally thought you were going to say crystal meth.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
I told you I'm off the rails, but for some reason it really sounded like that was going to come out. What's it called?
It's called Crystal Nose.
Okay.
The free version, you can run up to 5 things. I think it's a month. I have my clients use it. It is a great tool to try and get information on people you're interviewing with. What's their communication style? It goes out and searches LinkedIn. It searches the internet. It searches everything and uses kind of like the DISC idea to really identify what, how you can speak to them. Like, is it somebody that just, they want the facts? They don't want the fluff. They want this. They want that. It's just a really great tool to help you kind of decide how you're going to interact with the interviewer. Not so much what you're going to say, but how you're going to interact with them. The other thing too is, and this, somebody mentioned this before, but uploading samples of your writing is a great way to help AI learn your voice, learn how you speak, what words you use, the tone you use. With my clients, I always ask them, if you've written anything, send it to me. I don't care if it's a blog, I don't care if it's an article, whatever. Send me something. And I always make sure I've uploaded a whole bunch of stuff of mine so that now when I ask it to write something, it's in my voice. It speaks the way I speak. I don't speak very formal. I'm from Northeast Philadelphia. We don't speak formal. So it knows that it's learned it. So that's another great tool. The last piece, and then I'll shut up. People are always like, we tell them, and Liam kind of talked about this, being visible on LinkedIn, posting, commenting. So many times I hear people say, but I don't know what to write about. I don't know what to post about. Guess what? Set up Google Alerts. Go in, pick 3 topics that you're passionate about, and go in and set up Google Alerts on them. And once a day, you'll get an email that'll have podcasts or newspaper articles or whatever about that topic. So guess what? Instead of having to create a whole new post on your own, if it resonates with you, you copy the link, you go out and do a post. Just read this great article. This, and resonate with me. Check it out. Now you created a post and you didn't have to do any work for it. So set up the Google alerts to get ideas on post ideas is another great tool. So I'm done.
We could just, I mean, Denise will give you tools, prompts, resources all day long, which is why we love her. I'm very glad. Kyle, thank you for putting that in the chat, because with her from Northeast Philadelphia accent, I had no idea what KNOW was supposed to be in that URL. So now we have it. I love you all. All right. And where is FJ? Why is he not in the green room yet, hearing me talk about how he referred to me as Van Wilder after Mark decides to say he prompts his AI like Ryan Reynolds? So this was entirely too short, but what we're going to do is do a one final round robin as we just top this off. And I want to hear from each of you. If you have to give one piece of advice to every job seeker out there who's looking to stay ahead of the curve, either with or in this AI environment, what would it be? Liam, you get to kick us off.
I mean, mine is not necessarily tied to AI specifically. It's more so you have to go out there and you have to meet people and you have to tell your story and you have to not worry about, to have an abundance mindset instead of a scarcity mindset, right? I know that's hard because the job market is so shitty right now, but if you are worried that every single step that you take on a platform like LinkedIn is going to somehow strip you of opportunity, but you're not thinking about the fact that it's also potentially going to create a lot of opportunity for you that you otherwise might not have known existed. That is the way to approach it, right? Like you just have to find companies that might be hiring in the space that you're in. Use AI to do your research, tell stories, tell narratives. Put people's LinkedIn profiles into it and ask them how to approach them with an icebreaker. Like take the job search into your own hands and really tell your story and have faith that folks will find you if you're having enough conversations.
Man, I should have had that be Liam segue us into the mindset panel, but I think it can happen to you or it can happen for you, and you get to choose which direction you go. Love that. All right, Mark, you're next. And side note, 2 quick things. QR codes to our lovely panelist profiles if you haven't already followed along on them today. You get more of this exact great wisdom in the books we write, the content that we post. And so I highly recommend following along with all of these amazing people and their resources. Mark, what is your pearl of wisdom to close out the AI talk?
I am so insanely sick of seeing the same thing over and over again from people who do the same thing. Like anything that AI produces for you, because I know that I'm not ever going to talk people out of having AI produce content for them. Anything that AI produces, read it out loud, like actually out loud. And if you would never say that, stop posting it or take it and put it in your actual words, because I want to hear from people. I don't want to hear what AI spits out at you with your 10-word prompt. So please, 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 please make it your own.
Please, 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 please. I think every single one of us, if we were asked to say like 4 words, would be make it your own. Also, just real quick, if you're rolling in for the mindset panel, we're wrapping up AI. It seems very appropriate that we go drastically from the AI panel to the mindset panel, but hey, we are AI enabled humans on purpose. And so that is fitting. All right, Denise, what is your best tip for job seekers out there in this AI world?
Own the fact that you're using AI. Do not pretend that you're not using it. As long as you're using it ethically, as long as you are using it to supplement your voice, supplement your knowledge, There's no reason to hide it, because if you try and hide it, that's when hiring managers are going to get squirrely, because they're going to wonder whatever else you're thinking of. One of the things I always think is AI empowers your genius so you can create the magic, but responsibility stays human. So
You all are amazing humans, even though we love AI. All right, Matt, you're up. I'm just going up my screen, by the way. All right, Matt, what's your you gotta keep the trend. You gotta have something good, no pressure.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I was preparing for the panel. I used some prompts in AI to help me come up with a mic drop ending here, and it's just one sentence.
Let me go to AI and pull up my mic drop. No, I'm just kidding you. Let's hear it. I want to hear the zinger.
Yeah. So it kind of summarizes what was said, but the candidates who win aren't the ones who use AI the most. It's the ones who use it intentionally.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep. All right, Gina, bring this baby home.
All right. I would say if you do not know your value, your unique value proposition, your target, your audience, then AI will just help you say the wrong thing faster.
That's so good. That's the bullseye thing we were talking about, right?
Wins.
If you don't know you, AI is not gonna know you. There you go.
Start with your UVP, people, your unique value proposition.
Yes. And I am going to wrap all of that up as we transition to our mindset panel with my recommendation, which I had not planned on adding, but feels perfect for this transition, which is to be an AI-enabled human on purpose. And I mean on purpose in all of the definitions of that form. So let's hear it for our AI panel. Yay! Thank you all. Thank you all for the resources I know that are in chat. And again, for all of you out there in listener land, a reminder that if you have not registered, which I'm guessing most of you had, if you are on here and chatting, you most likely have registered. But if you want to make sure you get the recordings and the resources from today, go ahead and head on over to National Career Coach Day and be sure to sign up. And while I am transitioning people behind the scenes here, I am going to make one last shameless plug for all of you to download my very human book. It is currently available on Amazon. The physical copy could be up there. I don't know. But right now, buying a $2 copy and leaving me a review is the most amazing human thing that you could do. And really, at the end of the day, that's what this book is about. Being human on purpose and loving what you do enough that it does not compete with your life. And so one last call for that as we round out what has been such an amazing day by reminding all of you of how important it is to be human and take care of your human as you build your careers and job searches. So I just welcomed 4 lovely new human faces to the screen. And so let's make a quick pivot here with one final reminder. If you haven't checked out Warmer Jobs, speaking of human-focused job searches, it's a job board that really allows you to do that. So check it out. You've got until the end of the day to use this QR code and get half off a month. It's a pretty low cost for 1 month if you just want to kind of check it out. Helps you connect open positions to people you're already connected with on LinkedIn. Super, super cool. And now let's roll into a little bit of mindset talk. And I got to go grab one more file for you guys to introduce you to the lovely people who are going to be presenting to you.
So my name is Diana Alt, and I am a No BS career growth strategist for leaders in tech. I have my own business, Diana Alt Coaching Consulting.
Hi, I'm George Surikoff. I'm an executive ADHD coach. I offer both traditional coaching as well as more hands-on support to help my clients understand their unique brain wiring and succeed because of it rather than in spite of it.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Rank, and I am the founder and career coach at Next Step Career Services. I help clients from identifying job targets all the way to salary negotiations where they land that job offer.
Hey, Lindsay Harrell-Kadatz here of VRP Consulting. Super excited to be part of the Mindset and Burnout panel today with you. And through science-backed values work, I support entrepreneurs, creatives, and soulpreneurs.
What's going on, folks? My name is FJ Carlio. I am a certified life coach and breathwork facilitator. I'm here to give you a different perspective, that job, that career, that position, Where does all that start? Right here.
Wait, where are you all? I love you people so much. I love that Lindsay's over there fanning herself. Shall we just go there and ask if you're having a hot flash?
Yeah, I'm like, it's called, this is a human moment of hot flash. So I just needed to grab my fan and fan away.
I love it. And also, FJ, I have to appreciate that, like, you are the most zen video, but that is like, wait, you just wait, because FJ's got some energy. And I also have to let you all know that unfortunately, George had to deal with a family situation and couldn't come with us today. But I do recommend you follow him, especially if you are neurospicy, because he's got some really, really great tools to support that wherever you are in your job search or your career. And so thank you all for joining me to round out the day. I have a housekeeping item for all of you. So I have teased and promised to give away something fun that you needed to be present for in order to get. I will let you behind the curtain and know I did not know what that would be first thing this morning. I didn't even know what I was going to do it, but I decided this panel was important enough to make you all come to that I'm going to give away something really fun. And I decided what it is. I'm not going to tell you yet. However, if you want to be eligible for it and you are out in listener land, I need you to put here in the comment so that good old Jim, the tech guy, who, by the way, is the gremlin who lives in the other end of my house, if you heard me talking about that earlier, can put you on a spreadsheet for the random number generator. So here, if you want to be eligible to win the nebulous thing I am promising you as a job seeker, you want to win. How's that? Now let's talk about some brain power and some burnout, because as you've heard me say many times today, we do not talk about the mental, emotional toll and component of job searching, or just even our careers and our professional lives, nearly enough. And in the kind of market that we have all decided is just shit today, the mental, emotional toll is even greater and therefore more important to focus on and overcome. And also, I have to side note, just tell you all, earlier today in the interview panel, there were 6 of us who were all framed exactly the same way, all wearing navy blue. And it was funny because Corey talked about how important color is. Now I am looking at all of my mindset people, and you're all in or nearly in green or surrounded by green. That is not a coincidence, and it was not coordinated. So I am going to start with, we're just going to kind of go there. Because the reason a few people are on this panel are because, well, all of you are on this panel because you've dealt with some shit that's given you some mindset challenges and forced you to work through it, which now gives you a perspective. And 2 people here are just on the other side of something that really disrupted 2025, and that's Diana and Stephanie. And they've both been very open about talking about healthcare challenges that disrupted work and, business and life. And so, Diana, I'm going to start with you. You shared pretty openly this summer about the good old mission to evict Pete, your pituitary tumor. And that required you to step away from business for a period of time. Yeah. Now, in your case, there's an entrepreneurial impact there, but I think whether it's a business or whether it's a career, there are still impacts and planning and things that we've got to think about when we at least have, the ability to plan that. And so I want to know how you navigated that and what that experience taught you about this whole idea of mindset and how we approach our careers from the integration of life and work. So tell me a little bit about your experience and how it both impacted and what it taught you about your mindset.
Okay. Well, I mean, I could do 45 minutes on this, but I won't. Pete, for those who don't follow me, is the asshole pituitary tumor that took up space in my brain and was ruining my life. And I had it for a really long time and finally found out, because I was losing my vision, that I had to have it out last year. Was off work for 3 months, took 3 or 4 months to even get it scheduled. So it kind of defined my whole 2025. And I am stubborn, and I think I can control things and I can push myself forward. And I had to realize that I was actually a human with physical limits. More than I realized, and I had to prioritize rest in a way that I hadn't always been good at doing. So those are 2 of the biggest things, but the compass for me for a long time has been, what can I control? So I actually started studying Stoicism like 8 years ago because I was in another crisis, and I really had to dial in, trying to find my peace, trying to figure out what I can and can't control, realizing how short the list of things that I can control is. And really, it took a long time to grok that. And I still struggle with it sometimes, but I would not have a business. I might not have a life if I hadn't figured that out. So
I'm glad you brought up something, the control piece, because many of us in the coaching space especially are type A's. And I think a lot of high performers, and I would guess a lot of people who came to this event today fall into that like high performer, high achievement, go, 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 performance kind of mindset. And I think it's really tough to say, I'm going to control what I can control while kind of surrendering what I can't. And it sounds like that's what you really approached and tackled head on through this.
yes. And one of the biggest realizations that I've had is, I don't know what's happening here. I'm echoing.
Oh, it's me.
Oh, okay. One of the biggest realizations that I've had is that worry is a form of trying to control things. So you might say, I'm going to take action on the controllables, and type A's are great about that. Like, cool, I can create a system for myself to apply for jobs or research or network or whatever. But if you are not surrendering your worry about what you can't control, then you're still actually kind of energetically trying to control all that stuff still. So there's a whole lot of things that people bring to me, and I'm like, what can you control in that? And when they really think about it, the answer is nothing. So it's like, what do we need to talk about that today, or do we need to talk about something that you can't control?
All right. I think like that's a perfect segue to Stephanie, who may also be a similarly organized planner who likes to control things and also is now officially a breast cancer survivor. And it really wrecked your year, huh? So talk to me a little bit about talk to us about that and how kind of you navigated it and what that means to everybody out there for what we can learn from it.
So I'm 24. In the summer, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and it was bad enough that I had to do everything: chemo infusions for 20 weeks, radiation, 3 surgeries, all the things. I was like, okay, I can do this. And I just kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going until I absolutely wrecked. I thought that I'm Christian. And so I'm like, okay, Lord, give me the strength, give me guidance, and I felt like I had surrendered. I felt like I'm going to be okay. God's got me. I'm going to get through this. What I didn't realize is I actually needed to rest. And that is the most important thing for me to help others, because I thought I was letting everybody down by not being available, by taking longer than I usually did on like writing resumes or giving feedback, or, I'm like, no, I should be at this speed. It was in between surgeries. I finally was like, wait, I can take a longer lunch. I can have breaks between meetings. I can not work on weekends. So being type A, I love my calendar, and I forced myself to follow my calendar. So I still take 90-minute, if not 2-hour lunches in the days, especially the ones that are longer than usual. I have breaks in between my client appointments. I made my client appointments a little bit shorter. And I exercise and I rest and I have cutoffs. So I used my calendar as a tool to control myself, because I am a workaholic. I will gladly sit there at 8 p.m. on a Wednesday night writing somebody's resume because I care. And so I used my own planning against myself. But it is okay to rest. It is okay to take breathers. You don't have to go 100 miles an hour. And so, that surrendering, you can think you're surrendering. You can think you're not controlling, that you have given it up to the Lord and everything's going to be fine. But are you actually acting upon it? Are you actually resting and giving yourself time?
I did not plan to do this mindset session where we were going to talk about essentially chapter by chapter, Scary Good, Discovering Life Beyond the Sunday Scaries. But I just can't help think, because it's so fresh in my mind, because I just released a book that I read 1,000 times after writing, how much overlap there is here. And whether it is, FJ, I'm coming to you next, because what I want to talk about next is what happens if you're on almost the reverse end of this and something happens that burns you out, because these were almost things that arrived and you had to like manage versus the thing that like get you all spun up and you have to unwind. But there's some common themes here about, like, I think giving up control or trying to just grip a little less. For those of you who are of a similar age to the most of the people you see on this screen and me, we grew up in performance culture, perfection culture, and good old baby boomer parents who just didn't know any better than to like hold us to a really high standard that now we hold ourselves to. And we can be our own worst enemy if we're not a little bit better about giving ourselves permission to like let go, give up a little bit of control, have a 90-minute lunch instead of a 30-minute lunch. That was something I did forever. And it was like, I would be like eating between meetings and exhausted and no blood sugar and just like, it's a mess. You can't fill from an empty cup. And so FJ, which is why I'm coming to you now, your cup emptied and it took a little while to realize it. And so I want to hear a little bit about your story and what you learned from the signs that you could have been paying attention to and maybe weren't. And just kind of how that looked and what everybody out there may be wanting to look at if they're approaching or at burnout and don't want to admit it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways I can take that. What's coming to mind for me is understanding the old programming, understanding the back story of from once you came, right? When I hit my bottom, I started looking back to understand the past so that I could then reacquaint and get into my present and then start to redevelop into a new future, right? So what I found was it was a lot of old programming that ultimately slowly led me to burnout. In my teenage years, my parents got divorced when they were 12 years old. My dad was an engineer, made great money, but he was extremely controlled, extremely plan oriented. If it wasn't in the budget, it wasn't going to happen. So from the standpoint of a child, he kind of didn't have money. My mom cleaned houses, barely made it. Money was a major stressor when I was a teenager. And so it was something you had to work really hard for. Spending it was a careful decision. She and my stepdad gave up a lot, like come Christmas time, things like that. So she didn't have money either. That catapulted me into my early 20s. All I wanted to do was make a lot of money. I built my entire career around making a lot of money. I had a window in my head of this qualifies as a lot of money. Towards the end of my corporate career, I hit that money goal, but that was the only thing I was chasing in my career. And the last 3-4 years of my corporate career before I left, I would walk out of the office and it was like I would let it all go and I would just feel exhausted on the way to my truck. So I caution people, like, know your values, understand your relationship with yourself, understand your old programming, revisit, rewire. I cannot urge you to do that enough because your old stuff is certainly impacting your today. It's impacting your bottom line, your money. And do the inner work to make your today and your tomorrow that much better.
We all have a belief system. Generally speaking, it forms and has formed entirely or mostly by age 9 and is then refined by life experience. Most people will never go evaluate that belief system that they just carry forward with them through life, assuming It is the parameters with which they need to carry on. And that is where, unfortunately, we have flawed thinking, and also where we have opportunity, because we now live in a completely different society. And while we are facing return to work, I've been reading the chats. I'm seeing what you guys are doing over here. While we're facing return to work and go back to office, there's also, I believe, more opportunity to take agency and control over your career than we've ever had. And it really starts with figuring out what you want and what you value. And I'm queuing you up, Lindsay, because Lindsay really operates at the intersection of clarity, values, and purpose, which is why she and I get along. And I want you to talk a little bit more about the connection between those things and burnout. But what I want you to do first is come at that through this question Courtney asked, because I think you are the perfect person to address the guilt factor. So we were talking about rest. We were talking about giving ourselves permission, about being allowed to turn off. And Courtney says, it seems so simple, but how do you cope with the guilt that comes with it? I always feel guilty when I'm not going full steam or getting everything done. And Lindsay, I think that you are the perfect person to take that, chew on it, and lead us into the values conversation. So take it away.
Oh, golly. Well, yes. Okay. Guilt. I still deal with guilt when I'm not going full steam ahead. So that is just something that will happen. What we can do, though, is, as Angie said, I love values. Values changed my life. Values took me out of the corporate world into the work I'm doing today, because they are not these fluffy statements. They are our underlying beliefs upon which we take aligned action. And when we take aligned action that's right for us, meaning we know why we're pausing, we know what this is doing for us, we know how we're refilling our cup and why, that guilt gets less. It may not ever go away, because as high performers, you know, those who we've been conditioned to, we are only successful when we are doing and producing. That could always be there. But when we understand what our personal values are and are able to tap into our own actions, when we get those guilty moments, we can quiet it. We can be, no, I'm doing this for me. So, I could go off on many tangents. Angie, would you like me to go off on tangents? I don't know.
I want you to take that statement and now push that into what are maybe some tools or actions or some of maybe the purpose and the values work that we can do to start maybe finding a way to cope.
Exactly. Okay. So that's where my tangent was going, was the tools of what the heck you can do. So values. It's not necessarily about looking at a list and narrowing it down and saying, these are my values. Yay me, let me go. It's really digging in and understanding, what are those things that light me up when I don't have to say them to someone, when I'm not trying to keep up with the Joneses, when I'm in the quiet of the night and I'm like, you know, this is the thing that really fills my soul. This is what I would stand up for. This is what I would morally and ethically stand up for. Those are the things that are your values. And then it comes down to understanding what is your definition of said value. So for instance, one of my core values is humor. And my definition of it is to bring light to the dark without making light of the dark. And so I know personally in my own life, when I start to get close to a burnout, I've been able to start to understand and recognize the symptoms in myself with a horrible stutter, with tinnitus. I physically cannot do the work. And as I start to get closer to that, I have to pause and say, okay, what do I need to do from my list? What are my actions and my values? So from humor, I have a list of, you know, what can I do in 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes? What are my actions here that can get me back into alignment with who I am? I'm really starting to sweat. I'm so sorry. This is just a sweaty day for Lindsay. Whoo! So whether that be I go and I write puns and just make fun, and that may not be productive or doing anything for anybody, that's doing something for me. And in 10 minutes time, I've done something to tap back into myself. Or I'll send little funny texts to my friends because that brings humor to them. And more often than not, they're just like, thanks, I really needed that. But that fuels me, and it takes the guilt away of not doing my client work, of not building out my program, of not doing all the things that need to be done because I need to take a moment and get tapped back into who I am. So that's really for your values. Understand what those core things are for you. And there's tons of ways to do that and find them. And we all probably on this call have our own ways of identifying values and defining them, but simply understand what they are and then create a little exercise of, okay, what can I do to get back in alignment with my values when I'm feeling overwhelmed, when I'm feeling guilty, when I'm feeling stressed? And that's simply, what can I do in 10 minutes? What can I do in 30 minutes? What can I do in 60 minutes? So you have this list of things that you can easily connect into and be like, that's an expression of my value. That's an expression of who I am in my most true self. Okay, let's get back into that. I just did a little hip swivel, but you can't see it. That's okay.
It's okay. It was there. I saw it. I felt it. This is, I have to anecdotally, there's a reason we include this conversation in the Job Seeker Summit. And yes, I'm beating the dead horse with the mental emotional toll, but I find that every time we have this conversation, it is the thing everyone needed to talk about and didn't realize they needed to talk about. And what is going on in chat right now is so affirming of that fact. I love what Emily said, because Emily said sometimes it's helpful to think about what you'd say to a friend. And this to me is the fundamental fact that we are really bad about taking our own advice, or about putting ourselves first, or about looking in the mirror. And sometimes that's all you have to do. Kelly, you asked a question about, like, let's even go back more fundamentally than what Lindsay has said, is like, how do I know what my values are? Well, I've got something for you, and I'm going to put it in the resource dashboard that we are sending out after the event, because I have a core values exercise that I have most of my clients work through, even if they think they know them. We still work through it because I've been continuously shocked by how much of a compass they are. I have a CEO who I've been working with, and she's just really been struggling with why she doesn't feel satisfied with the work that she's doing. And so a CEO, right? High capacity, high performer. We work through a core values exercise, and it turns out the job that she has right now is in complete dissonance with all 5 of her primary core values. And we were able to identify why. And so all of a sudden now there's an explanation and also a clear directive of how to flip it on its head. And so I have an exercise, Kelly, I'm going to put it in the resources. As a reminder, everybody who signed up is going to get them. They will most likely be sent out Monday. Maybe we'll try to get it a little bit sooner. Kelly, if you're really chomping at the bit, drop me an email and I'll give you the exercise, or ping me on LinkedIn would be a great way to get in touch. Speaking of LinkedIn, here's how you connect with these amazing people. And I highly recommend you do, because this is the kind of stuff that you're going to hear for them. But we're not done yet. We have more to talk about. So I just wanted to bring that up since I had mentioned LinkedIn. I want to talk about this now at a job search level, because, this is fundamentally a life and the burnout kind of level. But, I like to think, and Diana and I have talked a lot about this, specifically the word like career and life integration. I like to think that we're in a time that while the job market is what it is, we also have an opportunity to have a more integrated existence when it comes to life and work, or at the very least, have work that complements life instead of competes it. And so I want to talk at the job seeker level when we get into the mental stressors of like, what can we do? So Stephanie, I'm going to come to you first as the resident, one of our 2 resident job search coaches here. What advice do you have for job seekers in managing the stress of job searching in this market?
So I have conversations about what they think is acceptable. I mean, I've had clients think that they need to send 50 applications a week. And when I tell them that, 3 to 5 is great, they're just shocked, right? I'm like, and I'm not saying 3 to 5 is the actual number. It is whatever you decide, but there is a level of understanding that you don't have to apply to every job. You don't have to spend hours updating your resume. Like, there's just all of these, everything needs to be perfect. And maybe that's our generation, that perfectionism comes out. But there's a level of, give you what's on your calendar. I go back to the calendar, like how much time do you have? Let's split up that time, and then let's figure out what is doable. Because I think people have this idea that they need to be applying every single day and they need to spend hours and they need to, do all of these things when it's not necessarily productive of them. I actually tell my clients more about relationship building. I tell them they're not going to be successful if all they're doing is hitting apply. And so a lot of times people think it's a numbers game, and it's not. It's about intentionality. It's about what is the job type that you want to go for? What's that level? Hold yourself accountable to that, and then just breathe, right? Like it's know that it's going to take a while, especially in this current job market. It's not going to happen in a couple of weeks. No longer are we turning around job searches in 6 weeks, and that they just have to come up with goals that fit their lifestyle. But more importantly, what are those goals? And then, build these relationships. Like, don't just, you guys were talking about AI earlier. It's like you can go down that rabbit hole very, 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 very quickly. So what's reasonable, right? What's your time? What can you do? What actually works? And being intentional about those goals.
I feel like in a way where you started, Steph, was exactly what we were talking about self-limiting beliefs, right? We've imposed these expectations on ourselves and we've heard people say it. We hear clients say it. Well, I know job searching is supposed to be like a job. No, it shouldn't be. And Mark, for those of you that were at the AI panel, Mark, famously talks about whether you want to have a volume-driven job search or an impact-driven job search. And if you want to be human, have a life, and not be super stressed out, do the impact route, talk to humans, and take an easier route. So Diana, I'm coming to you next. And actually, I wanted you to talk about how to manage like the length of the search, but the way John asked the question, I think, is a perfect way to cue you up. He says, the longer the job search goes on with ghosting, rejections, you start to feel like you're not enough, and that feeling intensifies. So what are your tips on keeping those feelings at bay or putting them aside so that you can stay positive through this thing? Muted.
I thought you did it to me. Sorry, my bad.
I think I only had to say that twice today, and one was to myself. Win.
Hey, that's a win, right? I had a conversation with a client about this just yesterday, and they were talking about rejection. And I said, you know what? No one's rejecting you. And they begged to differ, of course, because they'd not gotten recruiter calls and also like not gotten offers or progressed through. And I said, you cannot be rejected by someone that does not know you intimately. I mean, sit with that.
Perspective. They're rejecting what's on paper.
They have a thing that they need, and they have probably 20 people minimum that are coming through that actually meet that thing that they need. They can only interview 10. They can only hire 1. They can't even get to know you intimately. They're doing their best just like you're doing your best. So it is not about you whenever that is going on. Does that make it suck less? Not really. Not until you really, really get to the point that you grok that. But they can't reject you if they don't know you. That's one of my top things.
I love it actually isn't about you. You can think about and wrap your head around this the way you need to. Whether you want to think about they're not rejecting me, it's more that it's not actually about you. Yes, it feels like it's about us, but it's really about somebody else. So we take it and frame it in the negative, but actually it's just somebody else's abundance, which is like really ridiculous to think about, but it helps to think less about this. Like, okay, this actually wasn't about me. It was about them choosing or proactively selecting somebody else. That said, what can I control to change that outcome?
Right.
And another big thing I'll say that I'll add to this is don't do this alone. I've said this early. I've said this throughout the day. And this is one of the reasons that we show this collaborative effort to come together. It's one of the reasons I created National Career Coach Day. It's why a lot of us do this work, is because we want to give you a partner. And whether it's one of us or whether it's somebody you've met today, have somebody that you can talk to that is not Chat freaking GPT, right?
Yes.
You should be talking to somebody other than your AI, whatever you have decided to name it. Mine is Chet. I have a friend who calls it Jelly, whatever, right? But you should be talking to somebody other than it, please. Someone who preferably has DNA, okay? Find them today. That's one of the reasons that we want to bring all of you together, because it becomes easier to manage that mindset and those rejections when you have somebody reminding you that it isn't necessarily about you. So there's that. All right, FJ, I'm coming back to you. Let's go back to this idea of like, this is actually a piggyback now that I'm thinking about it. For you in your situation of being burnt out, which can come from a job search, right? These job searches linger on and it starts to weigh on our confidence, or you making the hard choice in your career to do what you did at a time of being burnt out. How did you rebuild confidence from that place?
So for me, I would say I waited too long. I held on to the job that burned me out for years after I knew my heart wasn't in it. And I waited till my personal life fell apart as well. So when we have a major aspect of our lives that it doesn't feel like it's fitting the bill, that is a signal saying, change, please change. And if we don't listen to that, the signals aren't going to go away. We can stuff them down, we can ignore them, we can push them away, but they will only get louder and the signals will only get more, the explosions will only get bigger when you have the explosion. And so I hit my rock bottom when my personal life fell apart too. And it's like, okay, well, I knew my job sucked and I didn't like it, but now my personal life's crap too. So what do I have left? And then that's when the light bulb turned on. And it was like, in that moment, the words I used was, oh my God, I'm the problem. That was a hard pill for me to swallow because it meant that I had things in here that needed realigning. There was a gap. And that was when it was like, okay, staying the same is worse than the fear of changing. And after the first time I asked for help, because old me asking for help was, I give up, just tell me what to do. On this side of it, I will tell you with absolute confidence, there isn't a single person on this planet that's meant to do it here alone. You don't have eyes in the back of your head for a reason. You need other people.
FJ, you just queued me up for this little giveaway I'm about to do. So hold tight though, because we're going to have Lindsay kind of round us out with some just, I would say, general, overall, or just great wisdom, because you have it and you have such an approachable, relatable way of talking about how we can be purposeful, how we can keep a positive mindset even when things aren't going our way. We talked about the guilt thing. I would love for you to just kind of talk generally about how you've also approached kind of rebuilding confidence from a place of burnout, family challenges, like lots of different things. What were kind of some of your takeaways in getting yourself back up to a good place of then being able to give back to people? And what can these job seekers learn from it?
So honestly, it's know yourself. I thought when I started my career, corporate marketing, corporate executive, that's what I wanted and that's what I was doing. And I was working all the way up to it because that's what had been modeled for me. And what I had never done was take a moment to understand, who the heck am I? And so I broke down and I cried in the middle of Bankers Hall here in Calgary, Canada, with snot everywhere. But it was the thing that needed to happen because it led me to, what are my freaking values? Sorry for my language. What are my values? What is actually important to me? And much like the CEO Angie was working with, none of my values aligned with the corporate environment. Now, what can you do? Again, is when you're feeling really poopy about yourself, when you're continually getting no's, one little thing, and it's so corny and silly, but it's a no is next opportunity. So that just means that's not your opportunity. So what is that next opportunity? So you can start to reframe that way. And then again, going to your calendar, much like Stephanie is saying, look at your calendar and build in those things that fuel you up. Fuel you up? Yeah, gas you up, not beans.
I now want to start singing the Rolling Stones, but yeah, go for it.
So what actually fills you up? Are you doing those things amongst your job search to ensure that you're still tapped back in alignment with who you are at your core, that you're doing the things that fill you, that make you feel alive, so that it's not always, so that you know, okay, well, maybe I got a no today. That's the next opportunity. You know what? I'm going to go for a walk in nature because that fills my cup. What the heck? What the heck? Lindsay should not talk towards the end of the day, I think, is what we've just learned.
Lindsay and I are morning people, and we just start to go off the wagon past maybe like 4 p.m. You're doing great, Lindsay. You're doing great. You don't need to be perfect.
Oh, good, because that's something I've had to learn, is perfection doesn't exist. So are we being imperfectly our perfect selves? And our perfect selves is when we know who we are and what we stand for. And are we doing actions and investing our time in those while we're doing the job search, while we're even if we have a job and we're in a corporation that maybe doesn't align with who we are from a values perspective, are we still taking the time to then go and do our own values actions, the things that are so important to us, that can fill us, that may then lead us to another opportunity that is more aligned with who we are. And with the community aspect, I mean, that's just brain science, is we have these 3 basic psychological needs of autonomy, competence, and relatedness. And so many of us focus on the autonomy of, okay, so the autonomy is I have a choice in the things that I'm doing. Competence is I am choosing what I am growing my skills in, and I am growing my competence within that. Now, the relatedness piece is I am part of something bigger than myself. And when we're doing things in isolation, we forget this third piece, that humans are hardwired for connection. So how are you tapping back into that relatedness, that community, that relatedness piece? And then taking it further, how are you using your autonomy and your competence to contribute to the relatedness, the community? Those are the things that will keep you going when all you're hearing are no's, even if the no's are next opportunities and you're just waiting for that yes.
Mm-hmm. I knew Lindsay would wrap us up and bring us home so well. And also an idea manifested in real time about 45 seconds ago. So y'all get ready, because you're getting something extra I hadn't even thought about. And also we're just going to figure out how to do it. You came and we will build it. So you all have been talking so much about like never search alone groups. I want to hear in chat if you would like us to create a job seeker summit alone together group for all of you to continue supporting each other. Yes, we will figure out how to do it. It may be on LinkedIn, even though LinkedIn groups are awful. Might be able to do it in our Slack channel, but in some way, shape, or form, we will create a space where all of you can continue to support each other and be in community, because the most important thing about today is the fact that humans still matter. And we aren't meant to do this life alone. We don't have eyes in the back of our head. We are hardwired for community, meaning, and purpose. And if you are meeting resistance in your job search, it simply means that the right opportunity hasn't presented itself. So look at those no's differently. And so I feel like that's a beautiful way to wrap this up. And look, all of the yeses in chat. All right, here we go. Never search alone. That dude that wrote that book better watch out, because Angie Callan is coming after it. So all of you who stuck around get something very, very special, and that is a continued connection with each other. Also, I've had lots of requests for my human shirt, by the way, and I have the ability to allow you guys to order them. So I just need to set a few things up and we can send that thing out too. Man, I'm going to have to like take this entire 8-hour recording and make a transcript and ask ChatGPT to find all of the what did you promise people things in it so that I can remember. But I want to thank all of you, both on this screen, in chat, who aren't here, who are watching online, for being part of what has just been, for me, this is the third one of these, and I always know, I generally know what to expect. This like blew my mind today of how much we have all realized you all needed this. We had over 800 people sign up for this event, and over 500 of you actually attended live today. And so thank you for leaning in and giving us a space to have these conversations, to be real humans and to support each other. And now, without further ado, No, I lied. 2 more things. Wait, where's my slides? There's my slides. Wait, there. I just want to remind, little thank you again to the 31 coaches who joined me here today, which is pretty incredible, just to say the least. And obviously our 9 founding coaches who have come back to support this over and over again. We will be back next year, same date, January 8th, National Career Coach Day. Happy National Career Coach Day to the 4 of you on the screen and all of those of you that are still in the audience. And thank you for joining me. We will be here again on January 8th next year. Hopefully all of you won't be job searching. And let's give some things away. So real quick, last housekeeping thing. If you haven't connected with me yet on LinkedIn, you can do so via the QR code on the right. We do have a survey. If you want to click it, you can. It'll be sent out in your follow-up stuff. Look for emails from us sometime between tomorrow and Monday with follow-up resources, access to recordings and resources, and this new community I'm going to figure out how to set up on the fly and kind of all the things. But now, drum roll, please. What I decided to do was, because I have realized how important community is, I decided to resurrect a program I no longer offer. It is the Job Search Bootcamp. And it is a 4-week intensive that focuses on the most 4 important aspects of job searching: strategy, resume, networking, and interviewing. And we have one lucky winner who is going to get to choose 3 friends to do a private job search bootcamp with me. That is what you all stuck around for. And I tried to get Jim to come in here and be live, because also, can we all give Jim a little kudos or high fives or something in chat? Jim is my husband. If you decide to read Scary Good, Discovering Life Beyond the Sunday Scaries, which is shamelessly available on LinkedIn or on Kindle for $2 right now, you will read all about him and how grateful I am for all of the support he gives me, whether he likes it or not. He will do anything I ask him to do, including sit behind a computer, run 4 Zooms at once, and do all of the things when I'm like, oh my gosh, Jim, how are we going to do this? And so he also took all of your names when you were saying you were here, put them into a random number generator, and without prolonging this any further, the person who gets to do job search boot camp with me and 3 friends in community together is Jim. Do you want to put it in chat? Because I don't even know. He pulled it for me, and he's the one who gets to tell you all. And I'll just keep talking until I see it show up. Reticulating splines. Am I supposed to know what that means? Sometimes the guy you're married to just says something that you don't even know. And a lot of you coaches know Jim because he is the web guy. Jim, the tech guy, says Elizabeth Kasher wins the job search bootcamp. So Liz, you get to actually know Liz. Super. This is going to be fun. Oh, yay. And you're here. Yay. I was hoping it wasn't going to be somebody who fell off in the last 10 minutes. So Liz, congrats. You get to pick 3 friends if you want them to be from this event. We can figure out how to do that, but super, super excited to help you through your 2026 job search. So I've got your contact info. I'll reach out to coordinate how we want to kind of set that up. And the 3 friends who are going to do job search bootcamp with me. And now I will do the thing that I hate doing at the end of this day, which is hit end stream. It just feels so strange to say goodbye after spending 8 hours with 31 amazing friends. These people are my friends, and I'm grateful for them for supporting this event and all of us coming together to support you, and all of you for being here. And so if there's anything that I can do to support you in your job search, your career professionally, definitely hit me up on LinkedIn, stay in touch, let us know how your job searches go. If there is something you learned here that made the difference, we want to know. So definitely keep in touch with us. And if you are also a reminder, if you weren't here first thing this morning and you were one of the coaches in the audience, we do have a master job search coach certification cohort starting in February. We've got an info session on January 29th. If you are interested in learning more about how I train and certify career coaches, I would love to chat with you because this is the kind of work we do, right? Human first coaching, AI enabled humans on purpose. And I want to thank all of you again for being here today, contributing if you were in front of the camera, leaning in if you were in chat, asking great questions, and allowing all of these people to give really amazing advice. I wish you all the best in your 2026 job search. Stay in touch with us. Let us know how we can support you. Happy National Career Coach Day. And thank you for an amazing 3rd annual Job Seeker Summit.